Good morning, California, and welcome to the Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We are going to have a big day today and continuing on with what we did yesterday. At this time, Alvaro, could you please take roll?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
I am present.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Akutagawa. And Commissioner Anderson.
And I am also here. Thank you very much, Alvaro.
Roll call is complete. Thank you.
So today, we're going to give you the run of shows posted. And what we will be doing is we'll be starting off with a recap of the work we did yesterday. We'll make a list of the iterations that we'll be reviewing. And we will also then create a list of outstanding issues that the commission has. And then we'll review those, the prepared iterations as we go through the areas of the state. We will be starting in the coastal area, then we'll go the north through the Central Valley, and then finishing with Los Angeles, Orange County, and review of San Diego. That is the plan for today. And before we do that and jump into that, I did want to go over the iterations on our website for the public. There's a great deal of list of iterations, and I know that's been a little confusing for people. Many of these are ideas that we have explored and we are no longer pursuing. If you want to grab up the list, the first two are areas that there are more details of areas that is how the map has changed. Then we have many of them that are other ideas we reviewed and are no longer pursuing. So the ones we'll be going over today are actually, there are two at the very bottom of the list, the 1210, the congressional districts. You, of course, may look at any of them at your leisure, but I know it's a little confusing in terms of, are we still working on these areas or are we not? So obviously we have the assembly areas, and those have all been posted and that are in our map viewer on our website. So I hope that helps a little bit with what the iterations are. And the iterations are, again, just ideas that we've been able to explore and put a map together to save the time for it to be more efficient with our time. And it has nothing to do with anyone's plan or anything like that. It's really to be more efficient with our time. So with that, I do say a couple of questions. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of I brought this up before, but in terms of the handouts that are posted, it would be very helpful, not only for me, but also for the public, if when they're posted, we actually put the post date. That way, the date it was posted, that way we know as well as the public knows when it was posted, because oftentimes there's updates and you want to make sure that you pick up the most recent information. So I'm hoping that that's somewhat simple to do, and that's something that our staff can do. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's a very good idea. We'll have the staff look into. Commissioner Sanai.
Thank you, Chair. So Commissioner Turner inspired me yesterday when she said, let's not forget to turn over every stone and think things through. So, and as everybody knows, I wasn't I was unsettled about parts of San Diego. And so I have asked the line drawers if we can look at certain parts to make it more compact and put some COIs together. And so there will be another iteration, and I just wanted to give that the heads up and, exploration. But I didn't want to, I wasn't sleeping well at night. And when Commissioner Turner said that, and everybody else encouraged us to explore, I was like, okay, let me just explore this. So I know I did everything I could.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sinai. We will, as we get into the work, I will say, we'll recap what happened and are there any other iterations out there? And so if, that's a great time we're just going to get a list of them all so we can sequence when we review those. So thank you very much. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Fernandez said. We have asked staff on multiple occasions to include not only the date of posting, but the time of posting, because sometimes we post multiple items in the course of the day, and we do want the public to be able to ensure that they have the latest version of things. So I would again ask staff to post things with both date and time. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And we'll have the staff look into that and see how best to take that on. Wonderful. Well, at this point, the first thing we actually need to do is we do have to have a short closed session. And it's 11, we will be back by 11:30. So thank you very much. And we'll go into closed session for the pending litigation issue. Welcome back to the Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We just came back from closed session and where no action was taken. So continuing on, for the public, we will again be taking public comment tonight at 6 p.m. We will take a break at 5:45 for a 15-minute break and start public comment at 6 p.m. So as long as you're in the line by 6 p.m., when the lines close, we will listen to your public comment today. We appreciate all the public input. Thank you very much. Now, what we'll be getting back to what we're up to today. I'm going to do a recap of what we did yesterday, and then there'll be a call for all the iterations we're going to be going through today, and then we'll actually jump into the work. So with that, I'm going to make a quick sort of overview, and if there are any other items missing, then please add those. And thank you everyone to all the great work we were doing and work that was got accomplished yesterday. As a team, we're going to get this done. So starting in the essentially the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, in the North Contra Costa Solano district, we went through multiple iterations that we are no longer pursuing. I believe Commissioner Yee also reported on his valiant attempt, but to do something with adding Fairfield back into Solano was really not able to come up with anything that was workable. And we did, I believe, come to a resolution on the plan, which is posted, that shows how the district now is incorporated significant amounts of Antioch. And I believe that's how we resolve that issue. Then going down the coast, we did assign a task to Mina, and with, I believe another commissioner was helping her, to try to see what she could do about possibly increasing the Latino CVAP in that area and other communities of interest. Then going to the north, the central part of the state, we had one organized attempt at seeing if we could put Modesto, separate Modesto from the ECA. And that was an assignment that was also, we worked on in public session, and then was also assigned to, and we left it Kennedy working through that. Then moving south, we ended up working on in the Los Angeles area. We did the Cal Poly Pomona area, which we'll sort of go over it when we look at the maps today to make sure we actually include the Cal Poly Pomona with the city of Pomona. In the Angeles National Forest, they were added to some of the districts south, and we'll look at that. I believe we might have a bit more information that was coming in to finish that area off. We worked on the Thai-Town area, and we were balancing population in the Glassell Park Eagle Rock area, which we can review when we get to the Los Angeles area. Then in the Los Angeles and also Orange County area, Commissioner Sazwani and Toledo presented an alternative looking at for LB North, which we discussed at length, but decided not to pursue that. And that's but there was some feedback which they possibly might have considered. And now that is what I think we went over yesterday. Were there any items that I missed before we then get a list of what iterations we're going to be going through next? Okay, not seeing any hands. Now I have that the iterations that we're expecting to see is the report back on the San Benito area on the coast. Actually, I believe a couple of attempts at getting the Monterey area separate from the ECA, which is the Sierras. And we will also, I believe, have a couple of iterations. Well, I'm not sure if we're having another. Yes.
Actually, that was a Modesto, not Monterey. Modesto from ECA.
I'm terribly sorry. It's Monterey from ECA.
Yes, and that's a couple of. Yes.
Although they both start with an M, they are not the same town. So thank you very much, Commissioner Fernandez. Yes, and I don't. So at that point, those are the only iterations that I have that we're expecting today. Are there other iterations that commissioners would like? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sinai did bring up. There might be something for Orange County. Any others? Mr. Forshari.
Yeah, I think yesterday we also looked at the VRA districts in the Central Valley and looked at some other potential approaches, but kind of decided they weren't going to work, and I think left comfortable with those at that point. The other thing that I think we need to circle or close a loop on today is, we've looked at essentially all of the state, but we have to come back to northern San Bernardino, northern LA County, and finish up that reconciliation, the population reconciliation, and how we're going to bring that population down from the north, and then get those districts finalized too.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. And in addition to if there are any other iterations, then also what other items we want to get to. And that's certainly one of the important ones on the list. Commissioner Sinai.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to clarify, it's San Diego, not Orange County.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Well, with that, we can either go through the iterations that we have, or we want to make a list of all the items that might be outstanding first. Do we have a preference? No preference. We might let's march through the iterations we have, and we might, think of ideas as we go through the state. So at this point, please, Tamina, share your map with us? Great, thank you very much. And, this is wonderful. Now, could you please tell us what this iteration is called in the handouts for the public?
Certainly, we are actually, the iteration I'm going to show you right now is called iteration, iteration TF. And it is the purple lines right here. This iteration is focused on two districts, which are the Cupertino District and the Mid-Coast District. It was worked on by Commissioners Toledo and Fernandez.
Wonderful. And could you please put the CVAP on here? And do commissioners, any of the commissioners want to discuss this, or, Commissioner Toledo?
Just briefly, I mean, Commissioner Fernandez and I have been looking at how to make sure that the maps are drawn fairly for the agricultural communities of the Central Coast, especially the farm working communities in the Monterey and San Benito area, as well as some of the farm worker communities up in that are included from Santa Clara County as well, or rather Santa Cruz County. We went through and we and put as much of it as we could in here that hadn't been, and did a few refinements to do so. But we were able to get the CVAP a little bit higher in order to ensure that, in order to ensure that the Latino population in this area has an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. I think one of the things that as both of us, both Commissioner Fernandez and I, really have strong connection to the agricultural communities. Both of our parents' families were agricultural, farm working individuals. We really care about the Central Valley and the Central Coast and all farm working communities, as well as the rest of California. And so we really wanted to just make sure that we left no stone unturned, while also making sure that the communities around these areas also had fair representation. And I believe we achieved that. I think it's difficult. We were looking at one of the things we were considering also is the Central Coast versus the Santa Clara population, and I believe we struck the best balance we could, while also making sure that we met our legal obligations because this area has VRA considerations. So just wanted to share that as the bigger picture for this district. I believe this district will. This map is fairly drawn. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Actually, there really isn't much left for me to say, so thank you so much for summing that up really well. Yes, definitely the farm laborers. I want to make sure that they are represented, dear to my heart and dear to Commissioner Toledo's heart as well. And what we try to do is we try to equally balance, as Commissioner Toledo said, between Santa Clara and then also the San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz counties. And we actually struck a pretty good balance there. So thank you, Tamina, for working with us, and open for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? It looks, actually, can we see, could you walk us through the CVAP, please? And actually even changes, that would be wonderful.
Sure. So as was mentioned, the changes were really minor. We have the black lines here are what we had before. So we smoothed this out to the purple line. Isn't much population down here. So really just making this a cleaner line for folks to follow. And then really the little changes that you see with the lines here along the coastal area have to do with what we could do to increase the LCVAP and in case this is a potential VRA area to look at. So looking at these particular different communities, what they had in common, if there was a way to keep similar communities together, as was mentioned, the agricultural and farm worker communities, if there were little pieces that we could rejoin. As was discussed yesterday, we explored this area west of Watsonville in the unincorporated area, and so that line has been moved. Just a little bit of the unincorporated area of Santa Clara. And I believe it was just 1 or 2 blocks up here in the southern part of the northern Santa Clara County, San Jose section of Cupertino, which were moved. And the CVAP, which you are looking at on the label here, is 50.51% LCVAP, 2.77% BCVAP, 14.01% ACVAP, 0.64% ICVAP, and 30.81% WCVAP.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, this is I I know the commissioners worked hard and long on this, and I really appreciate, the whole commission appreciates the efforts. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I forgot to mention, we were able to increase it a tiny bit. It was 50.39 and it went up to 50.51. It's a tiny bit. You know what? Every bit counts. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to make sure that this was reviewed by council.
This is the first time I'm seeing it, but based on the composition, I think it complies with Voting Rights Act concerns, particularly with regard to the Latino population of San Benito County.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for all involved. Does the commission have a general consensus on accepting this? We like this version? A few nods. Any other Commissioner Ahmad?
Is this version currently, thank you, Chair, first of all, is this version uploaded on our map viewer as of yet?
I believe the PDF is up, but the map viewer version is not up yet.
Okay, then since I was late, I'll just review it offline and bring forward any concerns if I have any at a later point. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sabani.
I definitely am in agreement that we should move forward with this. And I just wanted to really thank Commissioner Fernandez and Toledo for their work on this area. It was an area that we heard a whole lot about and certainly was very important to me too. So I really appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, and I did want to thank all the community groups that have been writing to us, calling in, and asking for a district that represents the San Benito and the Monterey district. I think, I mean, we hear you. We wish we could have added the whole two districts together, both counties together, and created a Central Coast district that was just Central Coast. The numbers just are what they are, and we've done, I think, a very good job to capture the two, as much of the two counties as possible, and to fairly represent the interests of the Central Coast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe the general consensus is that we will pursue this option. And so if you could go ahead and make those changes, please, Tamina.
Yes, sure.
Thank you very much. And now the next iteration that I have is actually this will be having us leave the coastal and the Bay Area. Are there any other items that we wanted to discuss while we're here, or just add to our list and come back? Mr. Sinai.
I know we've spoken about this a lot, but I just want to do it one last time just to make sure we're all on the same page. Just looking at our VRA districts in the Central Valley and just making sure, I think Commissioner Turner has already worked with line drawers, as well as the line drawers, as well as us, have all tried to turn all stones have been turned, or whatever English sayings are my downfall. But if we just wanted to make sure that we say, make sure we're all feeling good about it.
Thank you. Yes. Well, and that's in this particular time, I'm trying to think about the coast area and the Bay Area. We will certainly address the Central Valley.
My apologies. Thanks
for bringing it up. Thank you, Commissioner Yee.
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to work this out with the line drawers, but I'd be interested in the Solano County area to see if we can get the Grizzly Bay and Wildlife Refuge area there in with Fairfield. It would improve the look of the district, and it would get more of Solano County in with its county seat. I checked just now, extremely large census blocks there, and possibly as many as 10,000 folks, but it would just involve a change in the split in Vacaville, I think, or Fairfield, where we had it before. But I'd like to explore that.
Yes, certainly. If you'd like to explore that, please do so. And you can and come back with that.
So Grizzly Bay is that little head of water right below Fairfield.
Right. And that is the essentially the
Street.
headwaters
Yeah,
for that.
yeah,
that portion.
And the whole refuge. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, that refuge area. Thank you very much. Any other items for the in the Bay Area or the coasts? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Toledo.
I had a quick question on that, Commissioner Gee. Is that would that be putting that area in with a Yolo Lake or with North Cont?
Moving it to North Con and adjusting the split.
Okay.
With, yeah.
But it would be about 10,000 people.
Depending how it's done, you know, when I draw my California District Valley of census tracts, not census blocks. So I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll again, like all iterations, nothing happens on our maps until the entire commission has reviewed it. And kind of has, in a general sense, we might pursue that option further or not. Commissioner Toledo.
Sorry, I didn't take down my hand.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Thank you, though.
Right. Commissioner Fernandez.
You did it, Fernandez, apparently. So Commissioner Yee, it was putting, you want to put more of Solano County into North Cont. Is that what you are trying to do?
That's right. So since the whole Grizzly Bay and wildlife area, you know, is very thinly populated, I thought that would improve the shape of that North Cont district as well as put more of Solano County in with its county seat.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to see the full, I thought we were at the coast, but then you mentioned also the bay. So can I just see the full North Cont?
Oh, certainly. To have review that? Yes. Could we have a bit of a review of that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, so then I have the next, thank you very much, Tamina. And could we possibly have Kennedy share the map with us?
Absolutely. One moment, Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner Turner, did you have another item? Or not at this time? Okay. And now, again, we're just going through the state. We will come back. If there are other items that suddenly occur to you, please mention those, because it's certainly not precluding any until we feel comfortable with the maps. We will be looking at them and reflecting on them. So if we could get we'll do just a few minutes of switch over. And I understand now we will be looking at several iterations, which are posted, what's they're called, the Congressional Districts iteration. One is called Iteration Stockton. The other is called Iteration Parkway. I believe Commissioner Fernandez might be walking us through one or both of these.
Sure. Okay, Kennedy. Oh,
well, yeah. We need to give her a minute to be able to share her map.
right. So we had two different iterations. One of them was bringing in all of Stanislaus out of ECA, and then the other iteration was just Modesto. So once Kennedy brings it up, we actually. Are you?
I was just going to ask which one you want first, since there were two. Just whatever one.
How about let's do the one with the entire county first. How about that one?
Got it. One moment.
Okay. Thank
What
you.
is this plan called on the website?
I think Kennedy would have a better idea what it's called.
It should be Iteration Parkway. I do not.
Is this one Parkway?
This is the Parkway has the full.
Okay. Iteration Parkway.
Yes, I'm looking at the printout of the PDF, and it appears that is the Parkway one.
And I'll go over the second option too, but that was one that Commissioner Kitagawa worked on more so, but I can probably still walk you through that one as well. And then Kennedy actually knows the specifics, so she could probably actually walk it through better than any of us could. But we'll go on this journey.
Yeah, no, if you prefer that Kennedy walk us through the details, and you can kind of give us the background, whichever way you feel more comfortable.
That's fine. Okay, Kennedy, can we do?
Before we start, Commissioner Anderson, can we just get the high level? What are we trying to achieve here? What was the goal of these changes?
Okay.
Just because, I mean, I think I know, but I just want to make sure that we're all in the same, and the public too, that the public understands
Right.
where we're coming from and what we're trying to achieve. From a high level perspective, then we can get into the details.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner Toledo. What? Was it yesterday? Yesterday's meeting, we had received input from Modesto not wanting to be with the ECA. And so what we were charged with was going back to see if we could bring Modesto and then also Stanislaus County. So we have two different iterations back into the, I think we put it into, I can't think of the name of the
San Joaquin?
district.
San
Yeah,
Joaquin.
yeah, we brought it back into that. And then what we had to do was move the population, go up San Joaquin, Sacramento County, then go up to the Sierras, and then come back down to then populate the ECA by taking out all of the county. I believe that was about 427,000 was the population. So we had to walk that population. And so try to, just go up to the Sacramento to, and then also like the Placer area and all the way up to, I think it was, we went all the way to Plumas, I believe. Wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
And then back around to populate ECA. So we took out 427,000 and we had to put back in 427,000. So that was, that's kind of like the overall.
So even higher level than that, is it that we're trying to unite rural, put urban areas with urban areas, or rural areas with rural areas? Modesto being a
I believe
more urban area?
Modesto wanted to be more of Central Valley, and then
okay,
more
so
of Central
it has
Valley
to do with
versus-
geographic.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah. Yes, it was geographically based. Commissioner Fernandez is right. There was the Central Valley issues are more agricultural and housing and issues of that sort, and different agriculture, where the mountainous area is the mountain area. It's broadband. It's also ranching, which are often cross purposes. So it was trying to sort of separate the purposes of the entire area. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sapani?
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering if we can move the map up so that we can see the upper bounds of this iteration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Could we get the, I'm sorry, so the population in here was 427,000 in that section?
Yes, to bring the whole county into
Or that-
Central Valley was 427,000.
Wow, that area.
Is it
of
up,
Stanislaus.
Kennedy?
Yes, this is the Parkway iteration.
Okay, so let's start. Why don't we start at, yes, thank you.
So I'll put on the previous lines, but it was also including Ripon. It was slightly, the previous lines were slightly into San Joaquin County. And so bringing all of that plus all of Stanislaus in, yes, was about 427,000 people. We worked it up and we took a similar, looking at iteration CD 1107, looking at those maps, we took the same kind of map for there. And so we put Modesto and parts of Turlock with Tracy, Mountain House, Manteca, Lathrop, and then the eastern farming towns in San Joaquin County. And then we balanced that out. We moved north and into Stockton. We kept Stockton whole. We also have Discovery Bay and Byron in here, and continuing to move north to, of course, balance population. We did have to find splits in Sacramento. And so we have Elk Grove, Vineyard, Wilton, Rancho Murrieta together and Florin, but we did have to split within the CDP of Parkway. We split it down the 99 and then kind of took back so that we could get the right population. And that is where we had to do a split in that area. And then moving up into the northern parts of Sacramento, we also moved West Sacramento upwards. And I'll show you the previous lines. Before we had a line that was going through Sacramento. And so we moved those up into North Sac, and we also had to do a split in Arden Arcade at Howe Avenue and a bit below at American River. Then we also have Rosemont, La Riviera, Rancho Cordova, Mather, North Highlands, Rio Linda, and Alaverta in this iteration as well. And then continuing to move north, we kept moving the population northwards. Then we have Placer Sac, which has again that split in Arden Arcade on Howe Avenue, and Carmichael, Fair Oaks, Gold River, Folsom, Citrus Heights, Orangevale, Antelope, Foothill Farms, North Highlands. Then we also have Roseville, and we had to create a split in Rockland at the 80 freeway. So we split there in Rockland. And then continuing to move out, our last step was moving an ECA. And so we kept the boundaries that were already there from the northern counties. So before, Placer Sac took parts of El Dorado, Placer, Nevada, Sierra, Plumas, and Yuba, and we moved those over to ECA. So now ECA includes all of El Dorado, Granite Bay, Loomis, a little part of Rockland that's on the eastern side of the 80. We have Lincoln, Sheridan, and the rest of Placer, of course. Sorry, here you can see better without the cities. The split that we had before from Yuba and then up to Plumas County. And so again, we just windmilled the population through Sacramento, created the split in Parkway at the 99, and then up to Placer Sac, created the split at Arden Arcade Carmichael at Howe, and a split in Rockland at the 80, and then moved up and kept El Dorado whole and the other boundaries that were part of Placer Sac before for ECA.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and so by doing this, we actually ended up splitting many more COIs as we move up Kennedy to the Parkway area. So right now with this, we are splitting Parkway and Florin, which is a very low income area, Latino, Blacks, Asians. So we're splitting up all those COIs like from Oak Park, Lemon Hill Parkway, Florin, also Greenhaven and Pocket from Elk Grove and Vineyard that we've heard many times. And then as we move further north, we continue to, we've continued to split up more COIs in terms of with Rose, we had to go into Arcade, which was whole before. Then we go further north and we split up the communities of interest from Rockland, Loomis, and Roseville and Lincoln. And we go all the way up to Plumas to grab the population. So now this is from Plumas all the way down to Inyo is the size of this district. For me, I believe it disrupts more COIs, especially for the lower income working class population.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo.
Sorry, my hand was accidentally raised.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Turner.
Yep, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez and Kennedy. I immediately see as a flag concern about the number of COIs that are being split, particularly. And did I see Kennedy West Sac that is now in a district with like Roseville? And can you go back? How did that go east to west there? How far did that go? So
It
that
goes out to Rancho Cordova, so it's
Rancho
not
Cordova.
yeah.
Yeah, that's still, I think, a different, and West Sac and Lemon Hill is over to Rancho Cordova. I like some of what happened in ECA, but everything getting to ECA was not, I think, what many of the COIs wanted to happen. And so I look forward to seeing the other option. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. In general, I like the overall architecture. I am concerned about some of these communities of interest and would like to see if we can find a way to address them. I mean, I remember we were looking last night at the area around Freeport, south of West Sac, north of Clarksburg, and I know there's not a lot of population there, but I realize that Parkway is probably much more densely populated, and just looking for where we could resolve the population issues and the splits in particularly in Parkway, but generally, I think I like the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a note on that, you are correct. There just isn't enough people down here to resolve that split. It would have to, I guess, come from further south. And that would cause, oh, sorry. I didn't know if someone was talking, sorry.
No, go ahead. Oh, I think that was in someone in the background of somewhere.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So please continue.
So just, this is not enough to really resolve that, and probably just resolve in more splits somewhere else. But I do understand the thought, but just saying.
I put myself in the queue here. I certainly appreciate, yes, the split in Parkway is certainly not what we want. Could you zoom in on that a little bit, please, Kennedy? But it does keep Sacramento whole, which we've heard of. And I'm wondering if if you could rearrange within that, it's called North Sac, to put all of Parkway into it, if you might have taken some of the other area, like either take a little bit more of Arden Arcade or, something within it to shift that line around. Because, I do see Sacramento, the city is whole. West Sacramento is with the city of Sacramento. Arden Arcade is with Carmichael. There are actually a lot of good architectural things, and then in it. This is a problem that I see, but I'm wondering if there's other arrangements within this area that might work. I don't know what the population is in that area, but I'm just wondering if, to put that in, to move that line, to put that in, something else comes out, if that makes sense. And Commissioner Fernandez would, of course, know the area better. And then going north, the Arden Arcades all the way up through there, those are the suburbs which fit better. It is a shame that Rockland and Lincoln aren't together. And then over at, it does have in one district, Truckee and all of Tahoe, which is nice. And then that is a totally Sierra district. So I kind of also like the architecture, but there are problem areas within it, and I don't know if how those could be resolved. But I just want to bring that up. But we have another option as well. Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to say more about this particular one before we look at the other option?
Yes, and before we leave, anything you do to you continue to break up COIs. If we were to try to bring in Parkway, there's also COI Parkway and Florin, because you do have a higher concentration of cultural groups in there. And then if you start taking population from Art and Arcade, of course, that's so every move you make is sacrificing a different community of interest. So so that's just something that we would have to grapple with.
Yeah. Well, yes, and they're
and the populations are very dense, like Florin.
right.
That section itself is 52,000. It's very condensed.
Right.
Population.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's tricky through this area, certainly. Commissioner Kennedy. Oh.
Yeah, so the 52,000 is the total for Florin?
Yes, it's 52,658.
Okay, and the total for Parkway is what, or even how much would we need to change in Parkway to if we wanted to bring the rest of Parkway into, I don't know, either one, but if the more significant community of interest is between Parkway and Florin, then we'd want to bring the rest of Parkway in with Florin, Vineyard, and Elk Grove. So how much are we looking for there? Right.
So that would be a total of 6,528 people.
Okay, so we've already said that area west of Freeport doesn't have all of that, but it presumably has part of it. And I'm wondering also the area between, if you can pull out just one more click, between Rancho Murrieta and Folsom. I mean, and Rancho Cordova, the unincorporated area there in the eastern part of the county.
Trying to find another 6,000 or so to put in the switch.
In one moment while I highlight that area.
Commissioner Fernandez is the Parkway Florin.
Right. So the communities of interest, they're all combined. It's Asian, Black, and also Latino. Is Oak Park, also the Fruit Ridge area, the Lemon Hill, Parkway, Florin, and into Elk Grove and Vineyard. So it's all of that. It's not just like one section of it, which is highly populated.
Yeah, so I guess this what we're looking at now, the area there, Rancho Murrieta, Rancho Cordova, and Folsom, that would be to bring more population into Sacramento so that we could make Parkway whole in North Sac with Lemon Hill and Fruit Ridge Pocket.
And I haven't finished, but as you can see, most of it's filled in, and it's a
Okay.
total of 400.
All right.
Thank you.
To bring in 6,000 would
Yeah.
most
Actually,
likely.
how many people are in Rancho Murrieta?
About 5,000, but let me look one moment.
Yeah. So Rancho Murrieta could actually be switched for the rest of Parkway. Commissioner Submani.
Yeah, just a process question. Was I right when I heard that there's another plan to review?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
you're absolutely
it might just
right.
be helpful
Yes.
to review that first before we get into
Yes.
making these swaps, just so
True.
we can know what our options fully
Yeah.
are. Thanks.
I think the exploration was being done as if, this is at all possible. But certainly, yes. So that's 5,000. So, all right. Thank you, Kennedy. Yes, at this point, let's that appears that may be a possibility, but let's review the other prepared iteration, which is called iteration Stockton, I believe. Thank you, Commissioner Sablani.
So here we have iteration Stockton, and if you couldn't tell by now, they're named by where the split is. The last one was Parkway and this one is Stockton. So this one also does not bring in all of the Stanislaus County line. I think there was a bit of confusion whether or not it was just Modesto or the entire county. So we just did another iteration that had a different framework, but whether you brought more people in, then it would just move the lines a little bit farther down. So it's similar in that way, but it follows a more, I would say, horizontal splits rather than vertical splits that we saw from the previous iteration. And I don't know if I leave this to another commissioner to highly overview. I can do it as well, whatever is easiest for anyone.
Kennedy, if you can take us through this, because this is the one that you worked with. I started with you and Commissioner Kutagawa, and then you two finished it. But I think this is the one that does split on Stockton and then goes up. Thank you.
Yes. So as before mentioned, we just took the area of Modesto. So this switch was, I think, about 200,000 less people than the other version, moving things up. So we still have Turlock, Oakdale, Knights Ferry, and the rest of Stanislaus going out towards the ECA. And we move into San Joaquin, and I'm going to move into the Stockton line. So we have Discovery Bay and Byron also going down, Mountain House Tracy, Lathrop, and Manteca, and then moving into Stockton. There is a split at, a natural resource at a river that was here, and I can turn on, I believe, University of Pacific is below, but give me one moment while I turn on that layer so we can see that. So it goes right through where this
on the river.
Yes, on the river. It goes through Stockton on this river. So everything south of the river, including Country Club, August, Garden Acres, everything below, that is going in with Modesto. And we have Peters and Farmington as well going south. And then north of the river, we have the rest of the city, Linden and Waterloo, Lodi, the rest of the farming towns, as well as Terminus, Woodbridge, out to Dogtown. And then moving north into Sacramento, we were able, a difference here is that Vineyard, Elk Grove, Florin, Parkway, Lemon Hill, and Fruitridge Pocket are together in Sacramento. We did have a split here at what I believe was Meadowview, and one more moment to verify that. Or no, it's at Florin Road. So we went up to Florin Road, down on Freeport Boulevard. We went and grabbed a little bit more blocks to the side, for population purposes, one above, as you can see as well. So it has Meadowview, Parkway, Valley High, North Laguna in there, as well as the Florin Vineyard area. And so that was a lot in one district. So I'll back out and kind of repeat that. So again, in Stockton, we have Linden, Waterloo, and the river going through Stockton North, with Elk Grove and Florin, Lemon Hill, Fruitridge Pocket split at Florin Road going south. And then moving into North Sac, we have somewhat similar as to last time. It has Mather, Rosemont, La Riviera, with West Sacramento, the rest of Sacramento. And then we do have a split through Carmichael, keeping the Punjabi Koi together. That was in Carmichael and Arden Arcade, plus a few more blocks for population, but keeping that Koi whole here. We have North Highlands, Foothill Farms, McClellan Park, Alaverta, Rio Linda as well in this North Sac iteration. And then we have the Placer Sac again, which has Rancho Cordova, parts of Carmichael that were not a part of that Koi. Then we have Citrus Heights, Antelope, Fair Oaks, Gold River, Orangevale, and Folsom. And we have Roseville, Granite Bay, Rockland, Loomis, Lincoln, Penryn, Newcastle, Auburn does have a kind of non-contiguous piece that goes right above North Auburn. So coincidentally, it is split because of that, but it just includes Auburn, and North Auburn is going north, and this as well. And then we have very similar, identical northern boundaries as the last one, because we just took from what was there before. So it goes to Plumas, parts of Yuba, Sierra Nevada, parts of Placer, Sheridan, and North Auburn, and then going out to the east, all of El Dorado, again, Gold Country, and down to Inyo. And then we also have Oakdale, Knights Ferry, Valley Home, and Turlock going out to ECA as well. And that is an overview of those changes, and to you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and I forgot to mention on the other option one, other communities of interest that are impacted by bringing all, on the first option was bringing in all of Stanislaus. What we have now, the most current version had San Joaquin almost whole together, also had Sacramento pretty much whole in 3 districts. So it broke up those communities of interest as well. So on this one, Kennedy, if you can zoom in, obviously a major community of interest that's being split is Stockton, splitting Stockton. And again, this is just bringing Modesto in, so the population was less than the first. And then as you continue to move up into Sacramento, you still have, you are able to retain the Lemon Hill Forum, but you do not have the Oak Park that is also tied with Lemon Hill. In terms of how this is split out, I don't necessarily like the configuration of it, but it is what it is. And I think that's it, because it's pretty similar to the other one in terms of once you get to the ECA piece of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Can we zoom in to see where ECA spills over into Stanislaus County?
Yes, we may. One moment.
Thank you. I just want to take a closer look at that.
So the split we tried to follow was, this is the county line between Stanislaus and San Joaquin. So we pretty much just went down and then take in Modesto and Empire and Riverbank. So we have Valley Home, Oakdale, East Oakdale, Knights Ferry, parts of Turlock, Denair, Houston, Waterford, Hickman, and La Grange going into ECA. And of course, if we were to make the county line whole, shifting that population, this line in Stockton would start coming down a little bit more. If you reunited more population, then we would have to pull down the line a bit in Stockton. Sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy. Sorry, Commissioner Ahmad, did you want to say anything about this?
Not yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for sharing this iteration as well. After looking at both and looking at the pluses and minuses of both, of course, as we've recognized, neither one is perfect. I think that my preference is very much for the first one, contingent upon looking at making some fixes. I think we were onto something in looking at shifting Rancho Murrieta into the North Sac district and trying to make Parkway whole. So I would prefer to go in that direction. I'm not ready to say yes to the first iteration as it is. But I just think that that's a better direction to head in. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. This is tough work, and I appreciate the attention and the diligence and just looking at all of these blocks and census blocks and employee testimony for the commissioners and Kennedy, just for your patience and your focus on this. So both iterations are problematic, and our initial draft, of course, we weren't pleased with, and so we wanted to kind of explore some other pieces. The first for me, the four congressional districts and the problems that ensue as a result of people being able to have a voice is problematic in splitting up all of the COIs that we have. And I don't see a clear path to not split them in the manner that's been presented. This second one, again, problematic in particularly where the split is. And I was trying to see what could be taken out to move the line one way or the other. And again, for right at where it is at the river, right by UOP, and there's some housing things that exist. There's a bunch of waterway issues in Stockton, of course, throughout the canals and deltas and all. And at this point, for me, I think my preference is back to our draft that was initially. I said I wanted to explore to see if there was something different that can be done to bring in the communities, but it seems that now we're making a switch or swap again employees for Modesto and some of the other areas that will now also bring harm to different areas, which is often the case when you're trying to balance between the two. But as of right now, for what's presented, it feels to me like the best issue of the iterations in the draft might be the draft that we started with.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sinai.
I want to second what Commissioner Turner said. And I also wanted to say thank you for kind of highlighting what COIs were being split. I think that's really helpful. And that was partially the reason I had asked yesterday when we were looking at Long Beach, because we can't keep them all in our head. And it is helpful to do a quick overview. But I think I'm good with the maps that we have.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thank you so much for all of the work that's been done here, but I'm still a little baffled. When we decided yesterday to have an exploration, it was to leave no stone unturned. And we had heard from communities that from the ECA folks during the 14-day period that they saw the connecting point to be Roseville. Now, in the first exploration map that was shared, the district comes right up to the border to Roseville and doesn't cross in. And I'm just curious why it wasn't even explored as a possible option, right? And that's not to say that we have to adopt it, but communities are asking for it. And even in addition to that, I mean, we've had all sorts of testimony about Roseville being linked to the Tahoe region, the fact that they're already together in districts, they have shared water, they have the Sierra College district spans throughout the region. I understand that this has been sacred and we didn't touch it in the assembly plan. I'm just, on behalf of all of the communities that were calling in and suggesting it, I'm just trying to understand why we wouldn't even look at it as a possible option, because that just seems like we're still leaving a stone left unturned in this process. And that just doesn't seem fair or right to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, we actually did try to look at that, and I'm going to let Kennedy respond to that, because you actually have to go through certain communities to get there, and by the time you get to Roseville, you're overpopulated, if that makes sense. But I'll let Kennedy talk about that. Is she there?
Yes, and I mean, there's not much more to it than that, but I guess going that way, it's just there's a little bit too much population before Roseville, unless I guess you kind of split through more of these cities. And also it kind of leaves, without direction where to put these cities in Sacramento, it kind of leaves them without a home, without a population. Yeah, that's that these people here kind of rely on either one of these kind of to do that. So that's
Can we take a look at the first iteration of it?
yeah.
This is the second one, correct? This is the second exploration map that we're looking at right
the
now.
Stockton one. Yeah. Would you like to look at the Parkway one?
Yes, please.
Sorry, one moment while I pull
No
it up.
problem. No problem.
We are, we'll have a look at this, but we are up at a break here in just 2 minutes also. We can.
Chair, because we came back at 11:30, we can go to 1 o'clock before our next required break.
Oh, thank you very much. Continue.
Okay, so here is the the Parkway iteration.
Sure.
And I'll zoom in over to where the border of ECA meets Placer Sac.
And let me ask you this though, further to the north, we're going well above Nevada County. Is that correct?
Yes, we are going into Plumas.
Mm-hmm. And is it reasonable to stop at Nevada and include and come further into that area there to pick up population rather than going to Plumas?
Oh.
We can explore that. I think also as far as what we were touching like just the districts it was affecting. So before Placer, if I pull up the old districts, which I can right now.
Sure, that would be helpful, yeah.
And I'm gonna turn these off. Oh, sorry, that was loud. The previous Placer iteration went up to this Plumas area. So then taking from that starts to affect the Norca one as well. And so I'm not too sure of.
So it's combining those two districts, is that what it is? And then pulling more of the population from, where was it pulling from, Lincoln? No.
I'm sorry, let me pull it back up. So it was pulling from El Dorado. It kind of took a snake line through El Dorado, parts of Rockland, Lincoln, Sheridan, Loomis, and upwards. Just because we weren't touching the Norca one as well, trying not to localize and just sweep through and not mess through the other districts that the commission was okay with. Obviously it could be explored. I'm not too sure, but this kind of also shows how the line kind of snakes through and it can't make it there. I mean, it probably could have, we split different things. But yeah, so if that kind of shows that line starting to snake through and almost reach there, but it just doesn't reach.
Got it. And so that snaking part could take different iterations potentially.
Yes, potentially if we probably changed.
If we rework other areas.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. That's really helpful to hear. And I see others have ideas.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Sadhwani, for bringing this up. I was trying to figure out if there's another way we can solve for this, if it is something to be solved for. Earlier, I had brought up the dip from ECA into Stanislaus County, where we're actually splitting Turlock. That was a significant community of interest that did call in quite a bit. So that was of concern to me. This is on the other iteration that you showed. So just trying to figure out which iteration we're going to move forward with. I would like to see how we can change some of the lines up north in the ECA area, potentially going into Sacramento, to make some of the communities of interest whole lower into the valley. I know that this might ripple into some architectural changes, but that is, in my mind, what right now is for. We are in the drawing phase, so I'm all game for making changes if that means we can make our maps more inclusive of different communities of interest. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I put myself on mute. Thank you, Commissioner Kamad. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm mostly with Commissioner Sadwani on this. I'd be happy to explore shifting Plumas into the Northern District. That might also enable us to resolve some issues in Yuba County as well as Southern Placer. So I'd be happy to go on some further exploration of iteration of Parkway. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, and in terms of my preference, obviously, I prefer the current draft that we have that I believe Commissioner Fornishari worked on. Thank you.
Thank you. Since there's, I appreciate that, and do we have a sort of consensus? I believe there's some ideas that. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sadwani.
Well, I was just saying, I really appreciate Commissioner Kennedy offering to do that exploration, and I would certainly support that. And I'll just, just to lift up, when we came back from our 14-day public comment period, if you all recall, I think it was the 29th of November, we had done a rapid fire round of, 1 or 2 minutes for each commissioner to name their top priorities. 8 of 14 commissioners raised this ECA district and the significant feedback that we had heard from the community. So to me, it feels like it's still worth some additional exploration before we finalize these maps. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Sinai.
I appreciate Commissioner Sadwani having asked that question about going in a different direction. And I would support additional exploration because, to me, the Truckee, North Tahoe, South Tahoe, having those counties all together, not just because of that, but just in a lot of what we've read from public testimony makes a lot of sense. I thank you all for going on that exploration. I know I had said I liked the original maps, but this kind of opened my eyes to a new direction. A new stone was turned. So I wanted to voice my support in that way.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to respond. In terms of my wanting to work on the ECA, that was for the assembly, because that's when we had Inyo going all the way to Siskiyou. And my other point just flew out of my mind right now. I'll just stop there.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. And again, for everyone for working on this and for us to explore further iterations. I think that's great. I want, it takes the collective minds of all of the commissioners. I want to say my biggest concern with the first iteration, I forget what it was called, the first iteration, is the splitting of the communities of interest and all of the testimony that we've heard in the Sacramento, the urban areas. That whole split of the Lemon Hill, Fruit Ridge pocket, all of that area to me is real problematic. And so as we're moving forward in iterations, in addition to fixing the part further up north, I would want to ensure that there hopefully can be something that would not cause a split in those areas where we're able to keep the Lemon Hill, Fruit Ridge Pocket, Parkway, Florin, all of those areas together. And then even if we're with West Sacramento into the area, and there's COI, and for those that's working on, you can look at testimony that's still coming in that suggests what can come in and out of that area to balance. But splitting in that area and then adding them in with some of the other Rancho Cordova, some of the other areas, to me, kind of ignores some of the testimony that we've gotten from the beginning. Different iterations in response to what we're currently doing, but the testimony of what is required or desired for that area has not necessarily changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Turner. So much of this comes down to the COIs, right? And which to honor and which to not. psychologically, so the struggle for me is you can't just count them, right? It's not like Modesto is just one koi versus 5 others. So obviously the 5 others are more important. I mean, Modesto is a pretty big city, but how does that count koi wise, right? In our thinking and our psychology, and especially when there's such unhappiness going both ways with ECA and with Modesto, such unhappiness. Wanting to hope that there's another way. We've tried so many things, but Commissioner Kennedy and whoever else it was wants to give it a try. Sure, would love to explore.
Okay. Thank you. I believe the consensus is let's. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner. Yes.
Yeah, just one more thing, and I thank Commissioner Yee for saying that, because I think that was kind of in the back of my mind. Modesto is an important koi and a big city, and I think the iterations we've looked at have had them either whole in ECA or whole in the San Joaquin County area, and they are 219, I think, thousand people that I think will have a strong voice and opportunity to participate wherever they are, which to me makes it a little bit more problematic in keeping them whole, as opposed to splitting some of these other smaller areas that rely on the strength of the testimony of each other working together. And so I'm trying to weigh that into the process as well, and just wanted to lift that up. Thank you. Commissioner Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. I see that there are concerns with the versions we have, but there's also a desire to try to pursue a possibility if there is one. So I would like, since we have volunteers to look into that, one thing I would like them to go ahead. We don't have a great deal of time left, so it would have to be a rather quick exploration. And with that in mind, I do believe that there are, I don't think you need to go up into the other, you can still do that within what is ECA right now, with some rearrangement of after Folsom. Is that next town up? That is also, you don't really start getting, that's another suburb. That's the first one in El Dorado. I think a little investigation right in that. The El Dorado Hills. Those are certainly before you start going up. That's still, that's another area to consider through the Sacramento area. And yes, but the explorations have to seriously consider the Lemon Hill, Florin, that combination. So with that, I'd like to assign that task and move on. Is that agreeable to the commission? We have one last, I'm getting thumbs up. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I just want to say that there are more kois than just the Lemon Hill Oak Park. So when Kennedy, our mapper Kennedy, is aware of all the other kois too. So I just want to make sure that those are taken into account as well, and whichever ones are broken up to please bring back. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Commissioner Kennedy?
Yep, and we should go to break.
Yes, there's one, we do have a few minutes, and there's one item that the next on our list will be just a quick overview of the Central Valley, the VRAs. I think Mr. Becker might give us a few minutes because he won't be able to be with us much longer. So if we could, you just pan down to the Central Valley and the including also the San Benito, the VRA districts. Kennedy, could you move map down, please? And we want to have a look at that entire area. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And so, Mr. Becker, would you like to sort of give us a quick overview of and say anything that needs to be said about this entire area, please?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So first of all, we did an initial analysis of racially polarized voting patterns throughout California. And that's reflected in, I think, what was called Appendix A, which was posted on the website, I believe, at the very end of October. And what that reflected was for each of the three types of districts that we were drawing, I'm excluding Board of Equalization here, but for Senate elections, Assembly elections, and Congressional elections, with those elections alone, given the existing boundaries, did we see racially polarized voting? And that was very informative because those are the most important elections when you're drawing a congressional district. Looking at racially polarized voting in congressional districts is the most probative, the most relevant, but it's not all that's relevant, particularly if you're getting if it's in the gray area. And so if you, in Appendix A, we have what we found with regard to Senate districts, what we found with regard to Assembly districts, and what we found with regard to congressional districts. And throughout the Central Valley, from basically Bakersfield north up to, say, Merced County, we found fairly consistently racially polarized voting with regard to Latinos. And in San Benito County, we found all three jingles preconditions, racially polarized voting with regard to both Latinos and non-Latinos in the Senate plan, but it wasn't entirely clear in the congressional and assembly plans, given the districts that had been drawn before. These are very dependent upon the existing districts. So what we did is after we posted that, we ran some additional analysis on other types of elections, statewide elections, for instance, to see if we could clarify whether or not we found racially polarized voting. And in our opinion, based on the data that we reviewed for all of the elections that we had for the past decade, it's fairly clear that not only is racially polarized voting in existence in the Central Valley, it also is in existence with regard to Latinos in San Benito County. So that's why we're advising that districts be drawn to protect Latino voting rights in those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. I see actually Kennedy has a hand up. Kennedy, did you have a question?
It wasn't about this area, so you can come back to me.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
It's just for clarity for the public. So just want to make sure that the recommendation from VRA Council is that a VRA Section 2 VRA district be drawn in the Central Coast, encompassing San Benito and Monterey areas. Or the
specifically San Benito,
right?
Yeah, primarily, yes. Based on what we're finding, based on and again, our analysis is always dependent upon the existing districts because that's where the elections are run, that's where candidates run. So, but based on what we have looked at, we advise that Latinos in throughout the Central Valley and in San Benito are protected under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and therefore the Commission should do its best, and it's done a very nice job, I think, given the population concentrations, to draw districts in such a way as to protect their ability to elect candidates of their choice.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, sorry, my internet's a little unstable here. While we're in this area, I did just want to also note, as we're talking about the VRA districts, that we continue to receive public comment, in particular about the King Tula Kern district. Some came in yesterday. I'm not sure if it's posted yet, though it has been sent to the Voters First Act. So I'm sure staff is going to get it up there soon. And some specific areas were identified that may need to be removed in order to further improve CVAP in this area. So I just wanted to flag it and see if there's general consensus to have Kennedy look a little bit more closely. I know Commissioner Turner looked at it already, but I think from the community perspective, there continues to be concern that this district may or may not perform. And so I just wanted to read out what it suggests. It says remove East Tulare, North Hanford, and Lemoore. I know that those are also a part of some key communities of interest testimony for other communities. Also only North Visalia, what's known as El Barrio, should be in the VRA district. In Fresno, there's also a potential to make a stronger VRA district, again, by removing Old Fig and Sunnyside. I know we've gone back and forth on this issue. So I just wanted to raise that and see if there's interest from the commission to continue to look at this more closely.
And if I may, I did, and of course, council can look at this, and it's really just obviously the commission, but I just looked at changing those lines and Kings Tulare, it does raise it. And like you said, well, I mean, for what we have now, it would just lead to, again, I guess, like you said, bringing out Sunnyside, bringing out Old Fig, which are things we tried before and had heard pushback against from the commission. And then making this line a little bit wider out, and then it would lower this one as well. This one right now is at 50. It could probably get to about 53, which is at what it's at now. And so
The Fresno Tulare could be at 53, is it?
I think if we moved this line, I haven't tried that far, but moving this, you'd take more of Fresno in, take out Old Fig, take out more of Sunnyside.
Yeah, maybe worth thinking more about.
Figuring that as well. I've looked at similar maps from different organizations that also kind of have the same stand as Fresno, but then that, you know, their map kind of takes this similar ECA, which also plays into that as well, with a Modesto and Turlock going out to ECA. So could potentially change that as well.
Thank you for that, Kennedy. And I know we're also up against break, so we don't have to have a full conversation necessarily now, but I did want to raise it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Samadi. Yes, we are just up at a break. Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Turner.
I'll be brief, but if there is a way to increase the CVAP increase the CVAPs in the Central Valley, then we shouldn't leave a stone unturned. And I know we probably have turned many stones, but obviously Section 2 is above communities of interest, and so if we are able to, at some point, I think if we're that's all. I mean, if we're able to increase the CVAP with the additional testimony we're getting from community groups, then we should take a look at it and see if it's possible. Thank you.
And again, it is definitely, but you would lower Stannis Fresno too, which I guess has been this time trying to keep that one at where it is as well. So that is another thing, is that Stannis Fresno will lower.
So maybe this is an area where we need to discuss with legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I was going to just suggest, thank you, Kennedy. And again, we are appreciative for all of the input that we're receiving. The particular concern about King's Tulare, King Tula Kern down at the bottom. If you would, Kennedy, just prepare the snapshots or go back to previous iterations where we've tried it to show where, yes, we can increase those, and then show where it lowers, because then the commission will need to decide, should we be in alignment or go with where the higher CVAPs are all the way down that block, or, because that will increase CVAP for that one area. And are we, and is our attorneys okay with lowering it in other places? But I think so that it's clear, so that we're seeing more than just saying this will lower, this will increase, be able to say, here's snapshot 1, Lemoore all out and into this district. This is what it does for the 3 or 4 different areas. With it back in, this is what it does for the different areas. And then likewise for the Stannis Fresno, and if we do or don't pull in and out Old Fig Garden, because we do go back and forth on that. And it's not that we're confused. We're trying to be responsive to what, you do one thing and you get tons more testimony that comes in. And so we're trying to ensure that we are looking at all of it. But if we can show it on the screen with the snapshots there, we'll know why we've made our final choice, and then settle on it and be able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm just coming into this conversation late, but I've been listening for the last 30 minutes or so. I guess, yeah, I think what Commissioner Turner said, especially about, understanding the trade-offs. I am kind of curious, Commissioner Sadwani, you mentioned you just got some additional public input about ways in which we could raise that. But, CVAP, was there any recommendations in terms of addressing what the ripple effect is going to be to the Stannis Fresno? Because I think we tried really hard to at least get those up. I have seen the other testimony that still, it is raising concerns about that the CVAPs are not high enough. So I understand the desire to ensure, if we're going to do this, we obviously want to make it so that it's going to be effective. With that said, I guess in terms of it's the old Fig Garden and that area. I know that there were other quarries that we had to split. I'm just wondering if, doing this move might also help unite, or maybe not unite, but yeah, I guess unite some additional quarries so that we can create more of a place where there will be, additional communities of color that can hopefully work in unison and in unity to advocate for themselves together in a slightly larger block. But I guess that we won't know until we see the options. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Just quickly, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, just to respond to that, I'm largely responding to the testimony that we're receiving, since we don't have those data points on how these different regions actually perform. It seems that the greatest concern is actually this King Tula-Kern district, that perhaps the voting patterns are different there than elsewhere. But again, that might be something for council or Dr. Gall to take a closer look at. But yeah, I think the concern, they don't address the ripple per se. In particular, the person writing in is uplifting the MALDEF plan, and specifically cites concern for this Bakersfield region and making changes to boost there. So it seems the concern is really in that area, and ensuring that there might need a higher CVAP in order to elect. And whether or not other COIs make it into such a district really comes down to questions of whether voting patterns, right, and how and to what extent communities actually vote together.
Great, thank you very much. So with that, yes, that's we will, if you could have a look at that, please. Now, is that Kennedy by herself or someone helping? I'm sorry, both Commissioner Chile, but Kennedy, do you have a quick question there?
I'm happy to help Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Turner as they, to see if they're, to leave no stone unturned, and to see if there's any way to do our due diligence. I mean, we have to for the people of to ensure fair maps in the Central Valley. If we are able to we'll bring whatever we come up with back, but and keep your fingers crossed that we'll be able to find a gold nugget under some of these underneath some of these stones. Thank you.
Commissioner Toledo, did you mean Mapper Kennedy or Commissioner Kennedy?
Mapper Kennedy. Thank you, Israel. Sorry.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think Commissioner Kennedy is going to be looking at the Sacramento area for us, so let's not double dip for him. Well, thank you very much. And on that, let's take our break, and then we will come back. Let's say it.
1:10, Chair.
Christian, 1:10. Would that be okay? Okay, great.
Sounds
1:10, please. Great. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We have just did a quick little overview of the Voting Rights Act area in the Central Valley, San Benito, and now we've assigned some tasks to our line drawers, and while the line drawers in the central area and the north are working on things, we will now come to Los Angeles County. So at this point, I'm going to list off the areas that I believe we want to look at, check, and then if you could go, if let's sort of have a look at what areas we want to. Is there other areas that I'm not listing? Let's go ahead and put create a little list if there's other areas. And I'd actually like a volunteer to kind of take notes on that in case there's other items we should take care of. Do I have anyone want to? I see Commissioner Forgiari. Okay, I couldn't see other hands. If someone else really wanted to, nope. I think it's yours, Commissioner Forgiari. Thank you very much. Okay, So the areas that I believe we need to have a look at were areas assigned to Jamie. And Jamie, do you just want to kind of, I have that those are the Cal Pomona area, the Angeles Forest area, that Eagle Rock, Glassell Park, and also there's one more. I think there's one more. Jamie, was there one more area?
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So right now you're listing areas that we made some changes to live yesterday. I will zoom into those changes because I did balance the districts last night. First, where am I here? Okay. We did make the Cal State Pomona whole in the Pomona-based district, balanced population here. I did try and use the freeways as guides, and there just wasn't enough population just along the freeways, so just balanced population between Pomona and Diamond Bar. Additionally, we included this area of Angeles National Forest into Glen 2BA. There is some population here. And so again, just balanced population between the SFV and Glen 2BA districts. And just so Commission and the public knows, the shape file and equivalency file for this plan has been provided to staff. Not sure if it's up and posted quite yet, but it has been sent up. So if anybody would like to take a closer look, this is available. Additionally, yesterday, this was a zero population change, but we included areas of Angeles National Forest into the CDCOV district. And finally, yesterday, this was also a change that was done in live line drawing. We added areas north of Hollywood Boulevard into CD and ELA. This was on request of the Thai Town Koi, which is down here, to include both sides of Hollywood Boulevard. And then I received direction to balance between CD Nila and Glen 2BA. And this was where is it? This area, here we go. I think it was this area was just changed a little bit per commission direction. And then additionally, just balancing the overall direction was to move population, then like in Eagle Rock, or not move population, but adjust the lines in Eagle Rock and Glassell Park areas to balance population. And I did that. Again, all of the districts in LA County are plus or minus 1%.
Thank you very much. And were there any, thank you, Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, thanks so much, Jamie. This is incredible work. I'm actually wondering if you could go back to the Nila district. I'm wondering if I know the direction you got was mixed, but now sort of seeing the final product, I'm wondering if we could potentially move more of Eagle Rock into CD Nila by going further into Mount Washington, just to the south. That would be my preference for final numbers. I'm not sure if we've had earlier quite a bit of testimony about Eagle Rock wanting to be in CD Nila. We're definitely not going to be able to get all of Eagle Rock in there, but if we can, and hopefully if that's a change that doesn't impact the sort of other communities of interest, that's what I would like to see in a final version.
Okay, thank you. Other input on this area? Let's see, any? Commissioner Vasquez, do you want to work on that right now, or do you want to give that to Jamie to just clean up?
I'm happy to let Jamie just clean it up. Like I said, that would be my preference. I think moving all of keeping Mount Washington whole, move all of Mount Washington first, I would say, and then take additional population from Eagle Rock to balance it out. That would be my strategy.
Okay. Jamie.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez, for that direction. And because Mount Washington isn't part of this neighborhood council layer, I'm wondering if you could perhaps provide street level boundaries so I can be sure to follow it as you anticipate.
Sure. I would say that if you follow this purple line down to the 110 freeway, that would be those are the southern boundaries. You can see the purple line sort of goes up from the 110. The northern purple line above the 110 is probably that southern boundary. And then the western boundary is that purple line going up, I would say, where it says El Raya Drive. I think that might be a park. Roseview Avenue, Altamont. Yeah, that line I would say is the western boundary of Mount Washington.
So what's labeled on the map as Arroyo Seco, basically?
Yes, basically,
Okay.
but not on the southern side of the 110. So don't cross the freeway. So Mount Washington is basically Arroyo Seco plus some change on the sort of southeast side of the 110. Don't cross the 110.
So could I just circle with the mouse and you let me know if it's what we're talking about, the same thing?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. So Commissioner Forshari, that's a little item to put on the list, please. Or we can remember to come back to. And then Jamie, could you, were there any other areas? We did this area. I believe there might be more detail about the forest area. It was coming in as another public input. I don't know if anyone has that, if anyone on the staff or Commissioner Kennedy might have that, but I'm not sure he's available right now. So we could add that also, Commissioner Forshari, to your list, please. Just, in case there might be some additional direction on little very specific direction on the Angeles Forest. Don't think we have that at this time, though. And the Thai Town, I believe that there were no questions on that one. So, Jamie, do you have any other iterations in this area that I have not mentioned? Not at this time. Great.
No, I don't.
So, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have other areas of this that they would like to explore in the Los Angeles area? We're just naming those areas first, and then we will, decide which ones we would actually work on for priorities. Generally, I believe we've heard Commissioner Vasquez.
Sorry, just a question, actually. What we're seeing here overall, this map of LA County, I got lost in the conversation yesterday, so I'm just wondering sort of where we landed in terms of, I know Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo put forward an option, and so it would just like to know sort of where we landed and where we are right now with this map.
Well, I will give you my understanding is that although it was discussed and reviewed, that the general consensus was we prefer how the map is now to making any of those changes. But that's my understanding. Now, if other people feel that's what the map that we're looking at now is, I believe, what the general consensus. I'm seeing some nods. So yes. Now, if we want to go over and have a look at the entire area, certainly just please ask for that.
Got it. Thank you. And this view of the map is helpful to confirm that. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. So any other areas that we really want to address at this time? All right. I hear Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have this worked out, but there was some input about the neighborhoods north of LAX and wanting a different boundary there. I'm wondering, Jamie, if this boundary, has good reasons behind it, and we don't really need to look at it again, or whether this boundary, could be moved for better reasons.
Thank you for that question. Here, this is a similar boundary as is in the draft, I believe, and previous visualizations of these districts. This, should the commission wish, this certainly could be changed. And I think that would perhaps include adding, just considering other COI input, for example, that the commission has received, maybe adding palms in, or just kind of looking at where then this 10 corridor district could take in population and still maintain the overall structure of things. I would maybe suggest looking at palms, or yeah, I mean, basically moving between these two would be the least number of districts impacted, and there could be other options if, oh wait, I'm sorry, this is in South LA. So
sure. So at this point, though,
I mean, maybe even this line could make Del Air and Hawthorne whole. And again, I don't have a precise answer right now.
Right. It looks like a population balancing line right now. So I'm just, if there isn't an excellent reason for it to be there the way it is now, then maybe I could take a look at that.
Certainly. Okay. Commissioner Forciari.
I kind of forgot what I was going to say. I guess what I'd ask Commissioner Yee was what were you having in mind there? I'm just curious.
Right. I'll have to look back at the COI testimony. There are some neighborhoods there that apparently were splitting. So there may be actually a zero population, a net zero split that would preserve those neighborhoods better, or maybe one of the possibilities that Jamie mentioned, but just that split is splitting some neighborhoods that would like to be together, like to be whole.
Okay. So my question was to Jamie, have you had a chance to merge your maps with the other mappers? So can we go to northern LA and northern San Bernardino then and kind of see what things look like up there, please?
Yeah, so we merged our maps, and just in anticipation of potential changes. I know in Northern California, there's some like -2s hanging out, and here in the Ventura County district, there's a 5-person population, but in this map throughout the state, and again, these files have been sent to staff. I don't think that there's any districts that are more than 8 people, certainly not more than 10 people out of deviation. So this is what it looks like right now. I'll zoom in. I'm just going to kind of review the Morcoa district because that's where the change has been. So in LA County. It's still this eastern part. The very northeastern LA County. It is east of Antelope Valley. In Morcoa, we have whole Victor Valley. Some of these areas again up against the RIASE district, and here's the county line. This Needles area, of course, is not included in this district. So this is east of Needles or west of Needles, up to the state border, the border with Inyo County. This is the border between San Bernardino County and Kern County. And then this here is the California City area.
And so this is the same as we saw before. I mean, you talked through this split, and this was the option to move that 17,000 folks now to come through the Fresno, Kern into here. Okay. I just want to see where we were at up here now that all the maps are merged. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forshari. Commissioner Kutagawa. Nope, we've lost Commissioner. Oh,
Yeah,
there you are.
yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't want to unmute myself on the Zoom. Just a question. I guess, well, what I was going to talk about is a different area from where we are right now. So just a question, should I ask now or should we just wait till we finish this conversation?
Thank you. The other commissioners have also want to talk about this particular area? Okay, no, then Commissioner Toledo. Thank you. I'll come on.
I was
Linda,
also going to
Thank you.
speak to a different area. So
oh, you were.
I'll
Okay.
defer to whoever wants to talk about this area.
Does anyone any other hands about this area? No. Okay, I think thank you very much. Then it was Commissioner Kutagawa.
Okay, I just wanted to come back down to that, I guess it's the LB North. I know that this has continued to vex us, I believe. I know that we've gotten some more input, and I guess I'm just trying to get an understanding. Are we at a place where we're just agreeing to live with it, or are we going to try to see if there's additional solutions? Because while the majority of the gateway cities are in the district, they're also with very different cities, but I can live with it if I have to. Not really super great, but I can live with it. But I just wanted to ask that question because if we're not.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Does do any? I'm going to pick the commissioners in line. If you want to have something to say about this particular area, otherwise I'll see if there are others first. But Commissioner Sinai, do you have a comment on this one? No, Commissioner Toledo.
Yes. My comments in the similar vein as Commissioner Kutagawa. I mean, the VRA considerations are in the north in this district, in LB North, and not so much in the Long Beach area or the southern parts of the Long Beach area. And I'm just, I would be comfortable with moving in this direction if we can shift the LCVAP up a little bit more. I think it would be it's on the lower end if we're going to leave it like this. If there was any way to increase it, otherwise, architecturally, I think it would be, if we're going to stay with this architecture, I think it'd be difficult to. So if we're going to stay with this architecture, I think if there was a way to do a swap to see if we can increase the CVAP a little bit more, and address some of the communities of interest communities that Commissioner Kutagawa is raising. Otherwise, the only other option would be to pair Long Beach south, right? And we looked at that. I don't think the commission. My sense was that the commission didn't have the stomach for pairing Long Beach or a portion of Long Beach with Seal Beach, and portions of the OC. And so if that's not an option, I think raising the Latino CVAP in this area might be, if we do some minor swaps and maybe potentially move in that area without having to break up Long Beach. Jamie.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up in terms of raising the Latino CVAP in LB North. I think there, some solutions, for example, could be to, split Montebello and maybe move more of Downey into STH 60 or something like that. I think essentially at this point it'd be looking at city splits, and just wondering if that's something that you would like me to explore.
Given that there's a VRA, this is a VRA district, we made it into a VRA district by putting a protected class into this district. I'd want to raise the CVAP if it's possible, given that it's on the lower end and could potentially impact Latinos' opportunity to elect candidates of choice. And of course, I would never want to split a community if we didn't have to, but VRA does come first.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. And Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Fortieri, did you have a comment in this area? No, okay. And Commissioner Kutagawa, so Commissioner Sai, you're waiting for the next issue. Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have one on this one?
Yeah, I was just kind of curious. Jamie, you mentioned, possibly having to split Montebello to bring the Latino CVAP up. Just to understand then, to make up the population there, which way do you think you would go to bring in additional population into STH 60?
As there's already a split in Downey, I would think that would maybe be a natural place to sort of do a trade for population, potentially.
May I suggest that maybe Commissioner Kutagawa, since she has an interest in this area, and I work with Jamie on potentially working on some solutions to LB North and gateway cities?
Yes, and
there would be minor refinements at this point. So given that the only other option would be to go through OC, and I don't think that was something that the commission was interested in. Or at least that was my sense yesterday. I don't know what it is today, but.
I think we have Commissioner Fortieri. You do have a comment about this one?
Yeah, how about we just take a look at it right now?
I think that's a great idea too.
Particularly for smaller areas, yes. I know this is an area that people have been concerned about. Before we jump into that, though, could I get Commissioner Sinai? You had also another area you wanted to discuss. I want to make sure we get it on our list before we forget it.
Two things. One is I understand. I remember the public input we got from the community that didn't want to be split near Marina del Rey. From Commissioner Yee. I don't remember exactly where it is, so that's why I'm just throwing out Marina del Rey. But there's a lot of other COIs that were in that area, and that was how we created that district, was based on the other COIs in that, the Inglewood area. And so I just wanted us to remember, as we're exploring that, to be careful about the other COIs, because we worked really hard to get that one together. And then the other one I wanted to discuss later is the San Fernando Valley, the Latino majority district that we created. We've been getting a lot of input, some input from Silmar, and I just wanted just to understand kind of some of our thinkings and around this. I know I was there. And I feel good about it, but I just wanted it to, just explore kind of what the community is asking us.
All right. Commissioner Fortieri, could you make sure that gets on our list, please? Silmar. And as far as the area around LAX, if in having a quick look at that, Commissioner Yee can see those communities of interest. So, or if Jamie already knows those, they can take that into consideration. And then let's jump into working on LB North, or playing around with that, please. I'm sorry, Commissioner Kutagawa, this is about the LB North, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, 1 minute, please. Commissioner Turner?
LB North.
Okay, all right, wonderful. Then, Jamie, I'm sure you have a snapshot of exactly where we are right now. And so let's do some exploration. And Commissioner Kutagawa.
So two things. One is, you know, I know that members of the commission said that they're not open to reopening, I think. Well, I'm going to just say this. I am open, and I think we've gotten some testimony, again, about Orange County. I'm open to also revisiting San Diego as well, too, because I think that that's part of the key to potentially unlocking something that could make something work. Alternately, Jamie, I also wanted to ask for your thoughts on this. Perhaps instead of Downey, what do you think about bringing in, or instead of Montebello, what do you think about bringing in a part of, you know, East LA? Like the part that hugs that 5 freeway area? So taking a small portion of it, would that be enough to lift the CVAP?
And then trade for what?
Maybe Vernon, like a portion of Vernon, because there's.
Yeah, so Vernon, I think, has like 200 people total. So then it would be looking at moving out maybe this northern part of Bell, which is also very low population, Maywood, which is also very high Latino CVAP area, or part of Huntington Park.
Jamie, do you have any suggestions to raise the CVAP in this area? Because you've been looking at this very carefully. I think you had some.
Yeah, I suggested maybe looking at Montebello, and then as there's already a split in Downey for population, trying to trade that out. What we did previously, just a reminder, is that earlier this week, I don't know exactly when, the Latino CVAP in LB North was 50.83%, and now it's 51.19%. That was accomplished by moving commerce into LB North in exchange for a different split in Downey. So that's kind of how the commission has already increased the Latino CVAP in LB North.
So I'd be open to the Montebello split with Downey, exploring the possibility and seeing what happens, since we're doing it in live line drawing. We should probably be testing some things.
Yeah, could I ask that might sort of help, that it certainly helped me understand this area. Are there other areas, like you're saying, the East Los Angeles, I guess, that are not within, in other areas around here that we were trying to incorporate into these areas that we might be trying to trade? I don't quite understand the whole, all the communities in this area that we'd like to incorporate, and others that are not, they're in a part of a district, but they aren't actually part of the areas that require being protected, I guess is the best way to say that. So, and just a little bit more explanation. I know Commissioner Kutagawa and actually Vasquez and Turner are all a little more familiar with this area than I am. So if I could just get just sort of an overview here as we are getting into the specifics. Commissioner, I don't, who would like to go? We have Turner, Vasquez, and Commissioner Kutagawa.
Chair, I just wanted to ask, I do know that we received maps from Equality California that has also submitted shape files for this area that potentially addresses what we're attempting to do. And I just wondered at some point, can we see that overlay if indeed our mappers have it, so that we can either make adjustments or decide that we can't go in that direction. That might help also with the conversation.
Could I please respond, Chair Anderson?
Please.
The shape files that I have from Equality California mostly look at the Orange County region. So I can turn those on really quick, and I'm going to turn the districts off so you can see it includes areas in Long Beach and Lakewood. So that's a pretty big change from I'll turn the districts back on. So that's a pretty big change. It's taking a significant number of people out of this district. And I will look through and see, I think that also they sent a screenshot, and I can try and pull that up if the commission wishes.
Jamie, question for you on that. Some of the feedback we got earlier that what was it shown a couple of days was an earlier version of something that was sent. Did you get an updated shapefile, or is this still the same one?
Previously I didn't have a shapefile of districts that they were suggesting. This is an updated shapefile. And I think I have an updated screenshot too.
Jamie, just quick question on the Equality California map. Were they able to maintain the all of the Latino majority seats in their maps, and I just can't tell based on the shapefiles at this point.
So again, they don't have, this doesn't include areas in Los Angeles. I will make this larger. Their boundaries larger, so hopefully it's a little easier to see. Let me change the color. Maybe that will also make it easier to see. I'm going to change it to this dark blue color. So just based on this, I don't believe so. But I can look at their screenshot that they sent, which has more LA County in it, and try and assess.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I guess I'm lost. Sorry, maybe I'm being slow today. So there's, I think, two considerations that we're holding in mind right now, and someone correct me if I'm wrong. One is folks are looking at the Latino CVAP in LB North and wanting to get that higher if possible. And then there's another consideration brought up by Commissioner Akutagawa to include more of the Southeast cities together. I'm not sure. I may have made that one up or misinterpreted that one. So first, can I clarify what our goals are?
I think your first goal was correct. That's the
Okay.
raising of the LCVAP. And then I believe it's the gateway cities for community. It could a more rational alignment with gateway cities for Commissioner Kutagawa, but she can certainly.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was, that was actually my point exactly. If
Okay.
we're just balancing between these two districts,
Right.
or are we trying to incorporate a few more cities into this area?
Right. Okay.
No.
I'll just state for me, the Latino CVAP in LB North by itself is I would say on the lower end. But for me, especially given, I think, and Mr. Becker or Dale can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think especially with, sort of the Black and even maybe Asian populations there, that this district, for me, seems like it would still perform. And I'm not sure, absent sort of maybe major changes, if we could get that Latino CVAP up much higher. So, and I'd also, I'm interested to see, Commissioner Kutagawa, if you have like a proposal for which gateway cities to drop or to swap to include more of them in there. But for right now, I don't know. I think the map as is pretty good considering where we've where we've been and where we are now.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Kutagawa, please.
Yeah, originally I was thinking about maybe trying to bring in the portion of Southgate that's up at the top, and I think that that's bisected there. Yeah, I think that that's actually the 5 freeway. So, or the 105. I think that's the 5. Is that the 5 or the 91? Okay, but just that portion up above. However, I realized that if we did that, it would probably throw off the CVAP for the 710. Commissioner Vasquez, I would ask you to weigh in on this part. Are you opposed to perhaps bringing in a portion of maybe East LA or even a portion of Boyle Heights that's south of the 5? Because that's probably like around the portion that does blend in a little bit to like Vernon. I'm thinking about that's where like Soto, Boyle Heights. I think where the 5 is, because I drive it. I'm just thinking that if we were to bring in either that portion or a small portion of East LA and then swap out and move a portion of Montebello into the CD Nela district to make up for population, to bring up the CVAP. The density there may bring it up a tick or two, Commissioner Toledo. It's not going to be like a large increase, but I'm thinking it could be 1 to 2, maybe 1%, maybe. Especially if you look at that East LA area and then swap in some of Montebello from the South 60, and then you move part of that, either Downey or Commerce, into the South 60.
Maybe we can attempt a couple swaps while we're here and see if there's any changes. I think the ones that Jamie and Commissioner Kutagawa raised are very possibilities, and if we can't achieve it, we can't. But I would also like to hear from legal counsel to see if there's cross voting between different minority groups in this area.
Oh, go ahead.
We did see some crossover voting in this area. I think the way that Commissioner Vasquez characterized it a few minutes ago is accurate. As you all know, there's no magic number here. So we're looking at a range, and this is admittedly in the lower end of the range, but we do think it's within an acceptable range right now. If you're uncomfortable with it being in the lower end, then an effort to bump it up slightly would certainly be fine to do.
I'm sure. A quick question for Mr. Larson: is it did we see cross voting with both the Asian and Latino community, or rather Asian and African American, or was the because that so just in terms of the different communities, did we have crossover voting from the Asian American community specifically?
I need to go back and check my notes. I can say with the African American community we did, but let me check on the Asian, and I'll have to get back to you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, I'd say let's try a few things in this area, because we're trying to increase. We'll do 2 things actually: increase the Latino CVAP and also get communities of interest together a little in slightly better order, is my understanding. So, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, if I could respond to Commissioner Kutagawa, I would be pretty opposed to splitting off portions of East LA and or Boyle Heights from CD Nela, especially for the purposes of raising the Latino CVAP, which you heard Dale's analysis, which I agree with. What actually makes me bite my nails a little bit more is the Latino CVAP in the Santa Ana district. So for me, if we're going to spend time in this region, trying to get like 0.5% or 1%, that would be my preference to spend our time. So yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Turner.
Yep, just under the, again, our running thought of no stone unturned, and to be able to answer the question that I did not have. Actually, Equality California sent in publicly for all of us to say that their map does allow for the same number of Latino VRA districts. And what they're believing is that by moving Long Beach in with the Orange coastal Orange County, that the gateway cities become a stronger Latino VRA district. Now, of course, I've not done it, but if it's stronger, it's stronger. And if we're saying we're looking for stronger, it just is another option and opportunity to explore.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I one question on that is, if Long Beach joins Orange County, what do they have that leaves Orange County? I guess we'd have to look at that for the map, but first of all, that's
it's
my
all in
first.
the map.
Wonderful. Commissioner Toledo, do you have are you also wanting to say additional thing here?
I was just going to concur with, I was just going to say the same thing Commissioner Turner said about Equality California, that they had raised that they are able to, and their maps are able to achieve some of the goals that we had wanted, including uniting some of the LGBT COIs and raising the Latino seat up in the north. Although it does involve reconstruction of the OC and potentially even more. So I know that's something that we have shied away from, and that I am, I think Jamie has a comment about that too.
Oh, sorry, before I get to Mr. Ford, Jamie, do you have a hand up?
Sorry, I was just checking something. I was gonna note that, additionally, and I'm not sure exactly how this lines up with Equality California's maps, but MALDEF, I do have MALDEF's plan loaded into here. I'm not suggesting that the commission adopt MALDEF's plan at all, but that might be a useful tool for the commission to understand if you're moving part of Long Beach into Orange County, the impacts on kind of the current configuration in LA. Yes, moving part of Long Beach into Orange County would be a redraw, or would shake things up a little bit in Orange County, but they also would in LA. And what I've seen, I don't have the exact number for how many people Equality California moves into Orange County. MALDEF moves about 100,000 people from Long Beach into Orange County. And there are impacts to areas that the commission has sort of, ironed out already, and I think that it does also accomplish things that, I think that moving the population out gives room to accomplish some of the things that the commission has been looking at, but it also changes things that the commission likes right now in LA County. So that's just a note about that, is that, yes, it gives room for some options potentially in Orange County, and it also and just moving any population out of LA right now is also inherently going to change what is possible in LA County.
Right. Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Forciari.
Well, I was just, from hearing what was being said, it sounds like it is a lot like the option that we looked at yesterday from Commissioner Toledo and Sadwani. And yeah. So, do you have that one handy, Jamie, so we can,
I started a new plan. I can change plans to look at that, what Commissioner Toledo and Sadwani suggested. And a difference is that, so what we did yesterday, moved population from Long Beach into Orange County, but also did an equal trade of parts of Orange County going into LA. Whereas the proposal from Equality California and also proposals from MALDEF, for example, move population out of Orange County, or excuse me, out of Long Beach that would need to be rippled around back into LA County. So it kind of pulls population south, if that makes sense, that then ripples through through Riverside, San Bernardino County. So whereas what we worked on yesterday with Commissioners Toledo and Sadwani don't have impacts on further north in LA County. The proposal from the groups that we're discussing right now do have impacts.
Right, because their outlying districts are different than our outlying districts. And so, we're talking about, I guess, Jamie, running 100,000 people through our little, up through Riverside County. So, okay, I just wanted to better understand that. Thank you.
Sorry, Jamie, on that very same thought, is it rippled into San Bernardino County, or does it affect that as well? Or is it just within, it's essentially, rather than just doing it in the Long Beach North and the ST60, if we just incorporated the two other areas around it, would that contain them? How big are we talking here in terms of areas that are affected? Because I know it's very hard to say.
I haven't seen a statewide plan from Equality California, so I can't say. MALDEF's plan, which we looked at yesterday, does have significant changes to Orange County, Riverside County, San Diego County, and also San Bernardino and LA County. Or it has 100,000 person difference, I should say, in those counties.
Okay. Yeah, and I know that was reviewed yesterday and said, no, thank you very much. And in the Equality California, we only have that section of Long Beach and then the section of Orange County. We can't actually see the rest of it. Is that correct?
That's all that I have loaded into my map. And I think that's all that, that is all that I have right now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just want to understand the extent of things like Commissioner Flanchari. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai, and I'm sorry, we also have Dale, but do you want to switch there? Mr. Larson, do you want to jump in here?
I was simply going to follow up on Commissioner Toledo's question from earlier, if you want me to do that now or hold off.
Oh.
It was the question specifically was about in the LB North and SP10 area where we have some VRA obligations. The crossover, we see some evidence of crossover voting with Black voters and Latino voters. We do not see the same crossover with Asian voters and Latino voters there.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sinai.
Just a few things. I know that Commissioner Sadwani has done research in this area, and she had informed us that in her research there has been crossover, and we can ask her when she returns. I did want to say that MALDEF did submit a new plan because they didn't like because we didn't like what they did at Camp Pendleton. I haven't really looked at it. The quick piece I looked at, it still didn't address some of the challenges that I see in San Diego. But I want to remind us that we have over 28,000 community engagements, and those are from all walks of life, all different types of Californians. And a lot of the groups who have created plans, they have spoken with each other, but at the end of the day, their advocacy is usually, the strength of their advocacy is measured by the community that they originally came together to advocate for. When we talked about some of these plans from yesterday, they weakened other communities. And that was the same thing we were seeing in the central, in the Central Valley, that we need to keep reminding ourselves that when we're going into Orange County, there's a strong Asian, strong different Asian communities in there that we have spent a lot of time making sure we keep them together. There's Asian communities throughout Los Angeles that we have spent time, same with Latinos, same with business communities. And all of those, we need to be careful. And so I think the other piece I wanted to remind us is that there was a time when the VRA, in the VRA districts, our Latino CVAP was way too high and we weren't comfortable because the CVAP was so high. And we asked to explore how to, lower it. And now we're saying, okay, now it's too low. Let's make it higher. And we, this LB North, I just want us to keep everything in mind of the whole process versus getting stuck on where we are today. We need to remember that we've been on a journey and that we've learned things along the way, and we've made some tough decisions along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for what you just said. I was just going to state that I did not like yesterday's proposed option because the groupings are not any much. The groupings made less sense than the current groupings right now. So and as she had said, I think my other concern was just the splitting and the weakening of some of the communities in Orange County, but also. I think if I guess like we've tried to do in other places, I think there's ways in which we can find other solutions. But I'm also conscious that we're going to run out of time. So I do appreciate this, and if we could maybe start trying to see what these other suggested changes could be, just so that we can see whether or not it makes sense. I'd like to see us just move forward on that. Lastly, we did also get some additional testimony last night from communities in and around Signal Hill, the Cambodia Town community that did ask to be put more with the greater Long Beach community in LB North, less so in the SP 710. But I think we first need to work on the Latino CVAP here. But I wanted to acknowledge that they were heard. Thank you. And also Equality California, I just want to thank them. We're trying to make it work, just like Maldiv, we're trying to make it work. All the people who have called in, we're trying to make it all work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. And now, Jamie, let's go with you, because I just want to say we have about 30, a little over 30 minutes to work on something here. So we want to jump into it and make good use of our time. And Jamie, you have please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I do have the updated MALDEF maps already loaded into the map from this morning, and I just received the Equality California maps and haven't had a chance to look at them yet, but they're in the map, and it sounds like the big difference is that Pomona is put into the San Gabriel Valley Latino seat, and that is how the other seats are maintained. And this note also says that San Bernardino Latino seats can be drawn without Pomona. So that's a difference that I heard just now.
Commissioner Anderson, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. I'm trying to keep my background noise out. Yeah, so that would mean to follow this, we'd actually have to address the Pomona font as well. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, Jamie. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, Jamie, just so that there's some clarity, so is it, I haven't been able to look at the full details of the MALDEF map. I only saw a couple details. So is it the MALDEF map that includes Pomona, or is it the Equality California one that includes Pomona in the, what I think is the South 60 district? No? That's the MALDEF one?
I was incorrect. Yeah, this is Equality California, and this includes Pomona with the northern with what right now is for the commission called CDCOV. It looks like El Monte is split into 3 districts, and they also, and I don't know how much of this would be easy to change or adjust and etc. I also have not seen this yet, so just kind of like a broad overview as it looks like this includes South Central Neighborhood Council and Zapata King areas with Boyle Heights and East LA. This district includes areas west of the 405 and with Culver City, Jefferson Park areas. This district is pretty similar. It doesn't include Gardena and that part of Torrance. And it looks like Linwood is split in a similar way that the commission previously has had Linwood split. The ports are separate. This includes part of Signal Hill, part of Long Beach, Lakewood, up with some of the gateway cities, and includes Santa Fe Springs and La Mirada. And then, yeah, here's what Orange County looks like. I'll just kind of zoom out. So we can see Orange County, part of Long Beach with kind of a coastal district. Costa Mesa and Irvine look like they're whole with East Orange County. Here's the Santa Ana and Anaheim district. The rest of Anaheim with part of Placentia, Yorba Linda, Chino Hills, and some of these Western Riverside County areas, and going up to Beaumont here. So this is it. This is what they have.
How far down does it go to San Diego?
It looks like it does not include San Diego County. This just includes Western Riverside County, Western San Bernardino County, and sort of Southern Los Angeles County, and all of Orange County, or most of Orange County.
Could you also show the Maldiv one?
Yep, one moment. So the Maldiv plan is statewide, and just kind of starting in, I'll start with kind of the areas we're talking about right now. So the district with Port of San Pedro, Carson and West Carson, it includes part of Long Beach, but the ports here are separate. Includes Paramount, Linwood, Southgate, and Walnut Park. And then Signal Hill with this sort of, eastern part, of Long Beach with Lakewood, Bellflower, Downey, Bell Gardens. And then this looks like South Central and Zapata King are split. It does include Florence Graham and Huntington Park. I'm just kind of trying to pull out and identify some major differences, between what the commission has now. So just give me one moment. This, in the Nila district, it looks like it has Chinatown and Little Tokyo with Koreatown and Filipino Town. It does not include Thai Town. It does have Eagle Rock and Glassell Park together. In this district, it looks like Greater Wilshire is in 3 districts. This doesn't have Toluca Lake here with the San Fernando Valley, but that might be drawn off of a previous iteration from the commission. So not sure if that's possible or not, but they do have Silmar here with the San Fernando Valley based district. And just kind of looking around again for other differences. And in LA County, those are the biggest ones that I'm seeing. In Orange County, they do have this coastal district. Garden Grove, it looks like, is split in their, and Tustin is split here in the sort of Santa Ana and Western Anaheim-based district. Of course, this is a big difference, is having Eastern Orange County and Western Riverside County together. And then in terms of what they do with Camp Pendleton, they have sort of a coastal San Diego district here. This is the Chula Vista district. And then with Coachella Valley, instead of Oceanside and Camp Pendleton, they include San Marcos, Bonsall, Fallbrook. I think this is Rainbow, with Temecula and Murrieta, and then up to the Cherry Valley, Cali Mesa area.
Okay, thank you very much, Jamie. It's we can look at a lot of other maps. I think we have ideas, and we need to proceed with a plan here, what we'd like to do. Commissioner Kutagawa.
If you could just come back to me, I'm just kind of processing everything. Thank you.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, absolutely. No, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And thank you, Jamie, for that. I'm wondering if a couple of things. If we are able to show the Equality California maps and the MALDEF map lines would be one thing. And maybe I do or don't want to see that. But in addition to that, I'm wondering how they relate to our, you're laughing, Commissioner Sinai. I'm trying to see how that relates to our lines. So I'm trying to see where the big differences are between the maps. Because of course, we've listened to now almost 30,000 COIs. So we got individual COIs, we have group COIs. Equality California has also done a lot of listings. MALDEF has done a lot of listings. I'm just wondering, how do they all shake out and where are the differences? Because of our time issue, I'm trying to see if there is some one-shot wonder hit where we'll be like, man, we should have saw this a week ago. Okay, so this is everybody. So I see MALDEF is blue. Go ahead.
Yeah, so MALDEF is blue and the commission's lines are the black lines. So I guess starting just
and
focusing.
Jamie, before you start, is equality lines on here also, or just the two?
Not yet, but I can add them all together, and it might be even more overwhelming to look at all together.
Just let's look at it, and then you can take it off and explain it.
Okay, Jamie, what's the green lines?
The green lines is a maptitude setting, and I'll just change that in 1 second. So the Equality California lines are in red, MALDEF's lines are in blue, and then the lines, the commission's lines are in black. So there's a lot of overlap and some differences. Overall, I'm just gonna start and try and show them all together. Okay, so in SP 710, very similar in San Pedro, Carson, and West Carson. Equality California uses less of Long Beach. And they also put part of Signal Hill with sort of some of the gateway cities. Another difference is that right now the commission has Long Beach in 2 districts, and Equality California and MALDEF both have Long Beach in 3 districts. And then there's also differences here on the northern end. MALDEF has Walnut Park separate from Florence and Huntington Park. Equality California and the commission both have those 3 cities together. Okay, pardon me, I'm trying to kind of see it all for you also.
Doing good, you're doing good.
Okay, thanks, just gonna keep going. So for this district that then includes Downey and Lakewood and some of these other cities in the north, Equality California has part of Signal Hill with this kind of central part of Long Beach. With Lakewood, they include Downey. They also okay, so they include Norwalk, Santa Fe Springs, and La Mirada, with Commerce, Vernon, Maywood, Bell Gardens areas. MALDEF has all of Signal Hill, and then follows the same, northern pattern. Includes also part of Long Beach and all of Lakewood, it looks like, with Bellflower, Downey. It does not include Commerce, but they do instead split South Central and Zapata King and include Central Alameda with these gateway cities and with parts of the city of Long Beach. Up here, I'm going to have to take these one at a time because it's hard to look at. So looking at MALDEF first. MALDEF split. Actually, this is the LA River, so I don't even know if this counts as a Boyle Heights split according to their neighborhood council boundaries, and community members might have different, opinions about where Boyle Heights is. But MALDEF splits East Los Angeles, includes Eagle Rock and Gliselle Park, splits Echo Park, does not include Thai Town, has all of Koreatown according to the COI boundaries, includes Pico, Union, and it looks like has Little Tokyo and Chinatown in this. A difference. And then just kind of looking at this, Greater Wilshire is in 3 districts, but this is somewhat similar to what the commission does, with the exception of not including Thai Town. Looking at the 10 corridor district, they include more of the West Side neighborhood areas, parts of Greater Wilshire. And again, this is the other part of the district into which South Central and Zapata King are split. Whereas the commission has fewer of these West Side neighborhoods, and includes different area, and basically has a different area of downtown Los Angeles and includes all of South Central and all of Zapata King and Central Alameda. The South LA districts look pretty similar. This doesn't include the population here north of LAX in the MALDEF map. That's with the Shoreline district, and they include this part of Bel Air. And things are looking pretty similar on the edges here, but some, population swaps. And in terms of the districts here in San Gabriel Valley, pretty similar for CDCOV. It looks like the population swap here mostly is like what part of Monrovia, parts of Glendora are in this district. And it looks like they do not include North El Monte. In the South 60 district, they split Chino Hills and include part of Chino Hills with this district, and also include Commerce. Now I'm going to switch to Equality California because we didn't get to them for more interior parts of, or we didn't get to them for the rest of LA. So their NELA district is in some ways similar. They also split East Los Angeles and include Boyle Heights, including Highland Park, and parts of Lincoln Heights. It looks like, do not include Koreatown and instead include all of downtown, South Central, Zapata King, Central Alameda areas with this district. In the 10 corridor district, they include all of Greater Wilshire. They also include, Jefferson Park, Mid-City, West Adams areas. They include more of the West Side neighborhoods, including Del Rey. And looks like that's where their population is kind of made up from not including downtown South Central areas. Instead, they include Delray, Mar Vista, West Side, and Greater Wilshire. In South LA, they do not include any of Torrance, and they have that split in Gardena. They have the split in Linwood as the commission previously had it, and include these areas north of Westmont. So like the Empowerment Congress areas. And
do you think we need to, Commission want a little bit more? Or you think you've sort of given us the whole overview of our area? And we
I
want
think
to,
there, so a major difference, as we noted previously, is that Pomona is included in the CDCOV district. They have El Monte split here, and then they have different configurations for some of these VRA districts in San Bernardino and Riverside counties. And those are some of the major differences. And then my understanding is that the purpose of exploring all of this is maybe to look at other options for Orange County. And so it looks like both MALDEF and Equality California have a coastal district, and then looking as these lines are kind of all over the place, having a hard time quickly saying exactly what the differences are here in Orange County. So I'm just going to turn back on the commission's layers or the commission layers, and that's the overview.
Can you go south for the Equality California one?
The Equality California one doesn't include areas south of Orange County.
Thanks.
So here, yeah, they end here.
thank you very much, Jamie. Commissioner Turner, do you have other thoughts come to mind? I can always come back to you, or
Jamie, thank you so much. I think it was really helpful. I feel like we're keep switching back and forth between COIs, what we've previously seen, and set our draft maps up using versus new COI coming in. And then with the other groups that's also continuing to receive information. I just wanted to see what it looked like together to see where are the points of agreement that we can perhaps know where we need to do work and where we're settled on. And so I think that visualization was very helpful. And if I did anything different, I would have you add COIs on so we can look at that, but we don't have time for that. I think you all probably got it by now. And so that's what I wanted to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I totally agree. That was very helpful for me in terms of what was similar and what was different. But with that, we are going to go to Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So I just wanted, as a reminder, like 45 minutes ago, we were going to test a couple of options here, and we still haven't. And that's okay because we had really good conversation and discussion. And I mean, the possibility of rotating population from Pomona through the San Gabriel Valley into the North Long Beach area is a potential for raising the Latino CVAPs in our VRA in these areas, while also having strong seats in our northern area is a possibility, and it's something that I'd be open to and exploring. I just don't know if we have time to do it in live line drawing or if we need to do it offline. But maybe perhaps we can test a couple of things in the North Long Beach area, as that I think was the purpose of the initial purpose of keeping us in this area. But I certainly up to you, Commissioner Anderson.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Toledo. Yes, I do want to kind of get an idea. We have actually 15 minutes until it's break, and so I'd kind of like us to have, do we want to do a little, what do we want to do here? And at the end of our lunch period, we're going to come back and actually hopefully sort of take care of all the areas in the north, and then spend the rest of the day focusing Los Angeles and south. So a game plan here, ideas to actually draw right now. What do we want to do? Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I apologize because I missed the earlier part of this conversation, so I don't know where everyone stands on this. I just wanted to raise, I think that the LA maps are pretty similar actually to what we're seeing from Equality California as well as MALDEF. They're not drastically different. On the Long Beach piece, whether Long Beach stays in LA or goes to Orange County, either way, I could see that happening. I think currently Long Beach is with Orange County in current maps, right? Honestly, it doesn't matter to me which way, but we've heard so loudly from them not to be cut. So I understand we're going to cut them once in our current plan. What I wouldn't want to see is for us to cut them 3 times. I mean, they have, and I said this yesterday, so I'll say it again. I mean, they have had such a strong coalition asking to be kept together. I get it. That doesn't always work out. But I wouldn't want to see them cut 3 times. That doesn't sit very well for me. And so that would, I think that where the real interest, it sounds like, is to continue to explore Orange County. I can get behind that. I think that though that we had that, that exploratory piece yesterday that Commissioner Toledo and I had worked on. We had raised, there could be additional swaps there and have it work within the current confines of what we have going on in the Coachella Valley and Riverside and San Diego. Or, would it have to be a much larger change if we wanted to adopt a different sort of vision for that area? Honestly, either way, I'm at a loss because yesterday folks were saying they didn't want to do any more exploration. I can totally get behind it though, because I'm hearing all of the testimony and I get it. It doesn't feel like it's quite right yet. But to me, if there's additional exploration, it's Orange County based, not quite so much Los Angeles based, because actually mostly what we're doing in Los Angeles, with the exception of some possible swaps within that Long Beach area, it looks fairly similar to those other maps. So to me, it's about some of those areas. And we've been talking about this for days, right? Because those Long Beach, Hawaiian Gardens, Lakewood, they're not as covered by VRA consideration. So whether they go north or south, both options could potentially work because they don't need to be in a VRA district, right? So I'm open to whatever folks want to do, but I wouldn't want to see Long Beach split again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that is actually, we are talking currently right now about the LA area and is doing the switch and things like that. So you're right. Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Yes, thank you. And the other part I wanted to say is, and why that was so, at this point, I know we're looking to see, we don't want to get to the end and then just do something quick or hastily. We've spent all of this quality time trying to get it figured out. And we are all, I think, leaned in and wanting to do that. And so I appreciate Jamie showing the maps that I'm aware of, the ones that I could remember. Jamie, do we have any other statewide maps or maps that cover all of this particular area so that we're not excluding anyone? How many more maps of this such do we have? Because we're looking at individual COI testimony, but for me, the visual was very helpful as well.
For shape files or GIS layers that cover like all of LA County with all of the rest of Southern California, I believe that MALDEF is the only one that I have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie. We have like 10 minutes here. Do we want to jump into a little bit of rearranging, or do we want to give just a little bit of direction? Jamie actually has to eat lunch as well. But if we wanted to have a little bit sort of getting a jump on something that we'd like to then further explore later this afternoon. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'd like to explore the swap that Jamie had proposed or had suggested earlier, just to try to raise the CVAP a little bit. I don't think it'll raise it too much, but just to do it was with splitting in
Right.
North Long Beach with Montebello and I believe Downey would be the swap. So could we potentially take a look at that
Yes.
and maybe one or two other swaps if that doesn't work through?
Yes,
In
please.
the next 10 minutes, because
Yeah,
before
we'll try
before
a
break.
few things and then we can come back to that. Yes, thank you, Jamie. If we did talk, I think you have exactly what you need to run with here. So thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Oh, and Commissioner Kutakawa. Jamie's working with
Yeah,
us.
Jamie, is it possible, since we're going to do we're going to look at a potential split in Montebello, could you do a closer like zoom in so we could see what the street level view is?
And also, if it isn't going to be too confusing, once we look at this, do we have a quick view of the thank you, Latino CVAP? You knew where I was going. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I would just, at least for the beginning, if you could stay along Whittier Boulevard for right now. And then the next iteration would be to go up to Beverly.
So this is a change of 23,814 people. And the Latino CVAP in LB North would be 52.14%, and in STH 60, 54.86%. And of course, we can go back if we are unhappy with the results of this, but to be able to see then what the results would be for, you know, a more closely deviated district, we would have to make this change and then go back to a different area to remove population.
Great. Yes, please do that. I'm seeing nothing but head nods. As we're doing a little exploration here before our break, our lunch break.
Damn.
So with this change, the deviation is, 560 people off, and the South 60 would be 55.08% Latino CVAP, and LB North would be 51.8. So it's in total gaining 0.6% Latino CVAP or so from where it was before we made any swaps. I could also try adding some of these areas instead of this area.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you could please do that. Thank you. And commissioners, if you see like an area you think might be a little more appropriate, please just speak up, because I'm.
So here again, LB North would be 51.73% Latino CVAP, and South 60 would be 55.14% Latino CVAP.
Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Toledo, do we think we like that, or?
It's a little bit higher. It's a tiny bit higher, but I think that's without having to do major architectural changes. I think that's what we'd be trying to get incremental, tiny increases at this point, unless we're looking at. Yeah.
Or if we are looking at, I understand we're looking at Downey, switching Downey because we've cut that. I'm just wondering if there are other areas a little further north which we could exchange.
No,
some areas that are very low Latino
So the split here, including this part of Montebello, is in the very northern part of the area. So it would be basically moving Montebello back is now the northern boundary.
I see what you're saying. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Kutagawa?
Yeah, Jamie, would it be possible instead of taking from Downey, what if you were to?
Take from Lakewood?
Oh, no, it won't work. We have to put it into the South 60. I was just thinking, maybe trying to take a portion of Bellflower. I was going to say Lakewood, but it won't work. But maybe a portion of Bellflower, or again, maybe moving part of Commerce, or even Vernon. Maybe Vernon and a part of Commerce. Would that make a difference?
So moving Vernon or Commerce would be a swap with the C, D, and
Okay.
ELA.
Sorry. Okay, no, that won't work.
Sorry, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. As we're looking at this, can we keep an eye on all of the CVAPs? Jamie, can you show all of them, please?
Thank you. Commissioner Ahmad. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner, did you want to see something after that? I really appreciate that, adding that extra information.
Jamie, do you know what the change was to the black CVAP with the changes we've done in LB North?
With this swap, the black CVAP in LB North would become 8.22%. And I believe I have in here so that's from 8.24% from before the change at all to 8.22% in LB North.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check in with council if the swap that's highlighted in red would create any potential neck problems.
So, we're doing this for VRA consideration, so we'd have a pretty strong basis for doing it. That said, I'm wondering, and maybe Jamie could explore if that little population peninsula there could be moved to the east slightly, would maybe decrease that issue slightly. So that square that sticks out on if that is swapped for the area just to its east where there's that dark red that widens that neck as well.
What if you go a little bit more south where there's looks like a little less Latino CVAP? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm hurting the CVAP, aren't I?
Or even over the area directly at the line.
I mean, like I said, if that was the only way to do it for our VRA goal here, then I think it's justifiable. So I'm not saying you need to make this change that we just made.
And we need to go to our break. Do we want to just hold this area? Do we want to accept this area? What at this point? Jamie.
I was going to say that I can kind of go with a more fine-tooth comb to refine this area, make it a nice shape, and come back after lunch. If the commission is comfortable with me just quickly working for 15 minutes offline on this.
I believe so. Any objections to that?
No objections, and if you can, as you're making it a nice shape, if you can see what how best to increase the CVAP or maintain it. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. And Commissioner Turner, did you have also something?
I did. Thank you so much for that. And I don't have a problem, Jamie, with you moving forward with it. But while we're out, I do understand that there were also statewide maps that were sent or is now available, whichever the case is. We've looked at MALDEF, Equality California, so I do want to see the Black Census and Redistricting Hubs maps that they've sent through and go through the same process for consideration. Thank you. And we can
Thank
do
you,
that
Commissioner
when
Turner.
we return.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Turner. When we might have this, we might actually come back to the Northern California. I'll give Jamie a little time afterwards. And I understand we have some of those iterations that we can wrap up and then just continue working in the South. So I'd like to do that. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and take our break. It's our lunch break. We will come back at 3:15. So thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We were working in the Los Angeles area. Jamie's going to give us a review of what we just did. And then we're going to go back to a finishing of previous section of the state. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I understand that we've received the statewide maps, I believe, for the Black Hub now, and also Advancing Justice. I'd like to recommend that we do review their maps as well, too, since we did have a chance to see Equality California and MALDEF's map in comparison to ours.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner. We will certainly do that. At this point, I just want Jamie to just report on what we should just finished, and then we'll put this section on hold and go up to finishing up the iterations from previous from assignments in the other sections of the state, so we can return and spend our complete attention on this. So Jamie, could you just give us a rundown, please?
Certainly. So just balancing population between STH 60 and LB North. I'll zoom in to the split in Downey, which goes along Woodruff, Hall, and then northwest, then northeast, roughly along La Arena, and sort of moving north towards the city boundary. And there's a total deviation, there's a deviation between the two of roughly 350 people that I can work on offline if the commission generally likes this split. And the in LB North, I'll read the CVAP for all of the groups. In LB North, the Latino CVAP is 51.82%. The Black CVAP is 8.17%. The Asian CVAP, 8.61%. And white CVAP, 29.96%. In STHLA, the Latino CVAP is 55.06%. The Black CVAP is 2.54%. Asian CVAP is 20.93%. White CVAP is 20.38%.
Thank you, Jamie. Could you just tell us what they were before we did this iteration?
So before any changes to the area, LB North Latino CVAP was 51.19%. Black CVAP was 8.24%. Asian CVAP was 8.65%. And white CVAP was 30.48%. In STHLA, Latino CVAP was 55.64%. Black CVAP was 2.45%. Asian CVAP was 20.95%. White CVAP was 19.87%.
Thank you very much. Oh, Commissioner Fernandez?
I just want a clarification. Jamie, you said it was the STHLA, but it was actually the STH60, right? That's the one you were reading off. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
I apologize. Yes, that's correct. The population swap was between LB North and STH60.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the intent here. I'll tell you, I'm not thrilled at sort of, I believe Montebello was already sort of slightly split. I'm not thrilled at the idea of, making such a big split in Montebello and making the split in Downey even bigger for such small gains. Understanding VRA considerations are greater than COIs, but the change feels fairly marginal, and the cities of Downey and Montebello have really like small town feel to them. So for me, it seems a real shame to do what I would consider pretty not insignificant splits in those cities for not a whole lot of gain the way I am seeing it. But this is not a hill I will die on. So if this is something that the rest of the commission wants to do, then I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm leaning with Commissioner Vasquez right here. But can you post the CVAPs again? Because I saw a very marginal increase in Latino and a decrease in African Americans. So but I couldn't really see it because the font is a little small. Okay, there's.
So what's in orange here is the previous, it's what we started with. And the labels that are in black is the current. So here's for LB North previously, this is LB North current, and then this is STH60 previously and current.
So okay, so I'm leaning with Commissioner Vasquez given the marginal nature, but let's hear from other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Yep, raise my hand to support Commissioner Vasquez. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Anyways, I almost did it. I was going to say I almost did a Toledo, but I am in agreement. I would like to ask, though, I did also, alternately suggested if this change didn't really increase it in a way that at least maybe a percentage point or so, I did suggest perhaps looking at the East LA Boyle Heights area, since that has the potential to maybe raise the Latino CVAP in the LB North, and perhaps looking at maybe some, I don't know if there's, Jamie, if you think that there could be other alternatives to swap out.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, real quick, I just raised my hand and supported Commissioner Vasquez's statements. Marginal gains for splitting up those COIs, even recognizing the priorities that are set.
Thank you. And Commissioner Toledo, did you want to have another thing to say as well? No. Okay, nope. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, the East LA thing is a hill I'd be willing to fight for. I really don't like the idea of splitting up East LA, especially since what we just attempted were pretty high concentrations of Latinos in Montebello and Downey. unless we take a big chunk of East LA, which the more of East LA I think you take from CD Nila, the more uncomfortable I get. And I feel like the more in violation of congressional districts, overall communities of interest, I think. I'm really not in favor of breaking up East LA.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that I'm with Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Taylor, and others on the Downey and Montebello idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, so on that, Commissioner Vasquez, you also have additional, now we can certainly come back to this area. I know there's a request to have a look at the other maps and to see if there's another way to explore this area. At this point, I want us to think about those, and I'd like us to put this on hold. And if we could get Tamina, please. We're going to review our.
Sure, no problem. I offline will revert this change. It sounds like that is the wish of the commission. And Tamina will be with you shortly. Thank you so much.
And actually, if you could find those, I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner?
Yes, Chair, you did not want to see the other map before we moved from Jamie?
I thought we would have a look at that, and then, unless you want to have a look at that right now, be able to think about it, is we're going to go to a different area and then come back to this area.
Right. So I think my preference would be to look at it now while we're thinking about the others, while they're fresher in our minds, and then go to Tamina.
All right, certainly. Okay, it's general consensus that's absolutely no problem. I think we're getting sounds like a plan. Yes, please. If Jamie, do you happen to have those?
Yeah, I sure do. Just one moment, please, while I am reverting these changes, and it is back to how it was before we began this.
Thank you.
This exercise. So, one moment, please, while I pull those up. So, I'm not sure. I haven't really had a chance to look at these. They really just came in for me. So, I'm going to add the advancing justice lines. So, it looks like overall, these are pretty similar. Different split here in Long Beach, but this does maintain the same boundary between Long Beach and Orange County. They include Hawaiian Gardens in this LB North district, and oh, I see there's a slight change here too. Okay, fix that before moving on. But yep, and they also, it looks like, split South Central and include Central Alameda with the gateway cities and these parts of Long Beach. Again, they do not include Signal Hill here in the SP 710 district. They do maintain the split at the ports. Oh, yes, they maintain the split at the ports, and they, okay, so it looks like they are splitting San Pedro. Again, the South LA district is very similar. They do not include this area north of LAX, and the population trade-off, it looks like, is here, just kind of in the Westmont area. So they also include Palms and parts of Westside Neighborhood Council in their 10 corridor district. And it looks like that's a population swap once again with areas of South Central Neighborhood Council, Central Alameda, and in downtown LA. Like Malduff, they do not include Thai Town in their Nila district. They also don't split East Los Angeles, and they do include Eagle Rock and Glassell Park. Also, this district is also including Koreatown, historic Filipino Town, Chinatown, and Little Tokyo. In CDCOV, they have Monrovia. They have a different, they include all of Monrovia and just have a different split in Glendora. Moving further south, it looks like they make Chino Hills whole. And in OC, I'm going to turn off the commission's districts, but it looks like it's pretty similar. I'm going to turn on the commission's districts one more time, but pretty similar configuration. It looks like for them, Laguna Beach goes with San Diego coastal areas. They have Placentia with this OCSBLA district. Have a different split in Brea, and then also have a different area in Santa Ana included in the Santa Ana district. They also have Seal Beach with this area, Fullerton, Brea, Buena Park, Cerritos, Artesia, etc. And in San Diego, so this is not statewide, it's these counties, San Diego, Orange County, and LA County. But it looks like things are pretty similar in San Diego County. They include Poway and the CD Coast, whereas the commission includes parts of Escondido. Similarly, having this district that includes, areas in the coast in Orange County and areas in the coast of San Diego County. And moving on to, and it looks like they also include Sylmar in their San Fernando Valley district.
Yeah, 1 minute, Jamie, while you move on. Commissioner Turner, did you want to have a comment about this one before we move on to the next?
I was just following Jamie as she completed what she was sharing. Did have a couple of questions. Jamie, you said advancing justice. So is this the same map that the Black Census and Redistricting Hub sent through? Are they one and the same, or is that yet another map?
It looks like there are differences. Right now, it might be a little challenging, but here are some differences. So right now, the Black Census and Redistricting Hub is in green lines, whereas Advancing Justice is in purple.
Oh, so this is two more maps. I just wasn't clear. I was asking for the Black Census and Redistricting Hub, and then when you said Advancing Justice, I was just trying to be clear. We're looking at two additional maps or one? And so this is two.
Yeah,
Okay.
I apologize for the confusion. So now what's in green on the map is Black Census and Redistricting Hub's map. Would you like me to review this as well? And I can turn on the Advancing Justice lines just so we can see. It seems like there are slight differences, but as they've noted in public comment, they've been collaborating closely. So most of these lines are identical from what I'm seeing. Slight differences in the Santa Monica area, for example.
And have all of the other submitted maps come in maintained a coastal district that's different than ours?
So, Advancing Justice and Black Hub, they both have a boundary between Long Beach and Orange County. And the difference here in the district in Orange County is that these groups put Seal Beach with Little Saigon, Artesia, Cerritos, etc. Whereas the commission excludes Tustin from this area and from the No Coast District, and Advancing Justice and Black Census and Redistricting Hub split Tustin instead.
Thank you. And I see that there's also, ours goes down to Laguna Beach, but there's stops. And I'm sorry, Jamie, is that in Hawaiian Gardens is still in LA County in their maps where we've moved it to Orange County?
That's correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner or Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, Jamie, so this is a big ask, and either yes, you know it, or you don't, and we can play around. Do you know broadly the variances, not of all of them, of the CVAPs for all CVAPs? Not off the top of your head. Here's what I'm trying to get at. For the different iterations we're drawing, and we're trying to ensure that, of course, for our VRA districts, but even for the others, we're trying to ensure that all of the COIs are represented, that like groups are kept together, that people have an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. And beyond a preference of where lines go based on who we shop with, who we do, I'm wondering about if we're ultimately achieving the goal to ensure that people have an opportunity to represent who they want, and if there's a way to tell which of these lines are stronger from that perspective.
For all groups, do you mean?
Generally, yes.
Honestly, I think that could be a question for your VRA council. I don't know that I could answer that.
Yeah, that strikes me as a tall ask. It's unless does our council have just quickly to thank you for uplifting that question, Commissioner Turner, because it's a very, very valid one. You know, a lot of groups are looking at their particular constituency, and we are looking at everybody, which is why our maps are usually different. But Commissioner, Mr. Larson, could you have a comment?
Sure, I appreciate your sentiment that it's a tall ask, and I agree with that characterization. We've not had a chance to go through every one of these maps and to do, to be able to respond to that question as a whole. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I guess I'll end by ultimately saying that this to me would be a way to honor all of we're trying to represent all Californians. And so based on COIS that's come in and all of the various requests outside of preference, et cetera, if the ultimate goal is indeed to ensure as many as possible have opportunity, it would be great. And I know I hear that we don't have the time, we haven't explored it, but it seemed like would be a really good way to determine this, and would require probably a lot more research, but this is what I was hoping to be able to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. And that's I'm actually struck by how similar many of these have been, and I haven't seen any gaping differences. So I was very pleased to see that. But Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you. And this seems a little bit different than previous iterations that we've seen before from these two groups, where I thought previously there was connection to Long Beach and Seal Beach with the maps, but from groups. And I know these have evolved, especially with I think groups are evolving to our thinking, and appreciate that. I do see, and maybe Jamie can speak to this, that there is a change in the VRA district in Orange County with the map presented from the Black Hub and the Advancing Justice group. Can you speak to those changes and what they are?
I would just remind the commission that in the congressional maps, we did not have the third jingles precondition met here, so this is not actually.
I meant in the majority-minority map in Orange County.
Yep. So it looks like, and the lines that are in green are the Black Hub lines, and the lines that are in black are the commission's lines. So the commission has, basically there's a different split in orange. Black Hub includes more of orange in the Santa Ana district. The split in Fullerton is different. The commission is slightly further north than the split that Black Census and Redistricting Hub uses. And in Santa Ana, there's also this very western area of Santa Ana is included in the commission's version, keeping Santa Ana whole, whereas Black Hub has a split here.
Thank you, Jamie.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was just going to remark, I think Commissioner Toledo said this as well, that like, I think these maps from our folks at the different sort of statewide advocacy groups have evolved as we have evolved, but maybe haven't gone quite as quickly as we have, especially as we've sort of made bigger changes in the last like 2 days in Orange County in particular. So, but I am also struck at how pretty similar most of these are. It may be worthwhile if we have sort of staff capacity to just go and sort of tally up majority minority districts in each of these iterations and maybe what those percentages are, to Commissioner Turner's point. Hopefully that's not, something that takes several days, but can be done with, again, some staff support overnight. But yeah, I think I feel in much better shape than when we started with these maps, for what it's worth.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Turner.
Yes, I think Jamie wanted to say something, but in addition to that, for example, and then I think I can watch and see how we move forward with this, but Santa Ana area, Santa Ana, however those maps, so the VR one that I think that was a VRA district, we struggled for a while with trying to increase the CVAP in that area and was not successful in doing so. And noticing that the Black Hub's lines being different, it would to me be the right thing to look at what their lines, if that indeed does raise it in that area. We've been stuck at around this 50. And each time we comment that we want it higher, it would be 50. We would love to get it up higher. I'd love to see what the CVAP is with the boundaries that they've provided.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. If we were to have staff look at the different maps and the CVAP, I'm wondering from council if we need to open up so that all groups who want to submit for that type of evaluation, or can we do it just based on the ones we have?
What would the ones we have entail? How many is that?
About 4, I believe.
Well, these are, in terms of.
I'm just concerned about, are we opening ourselves, I just want to make sure that everybody has the same opportunity in the state of California.
I agree with that goal. If there's 4, that would make sense.
Yeah,
if staff were, you all need to decide about the impact on staff of doing that level of analysis.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Vasquez on this one?
Yeah, if I could, I think that's good thinking ahead, Commissioner Sinai. I will just say that it's my understanding that we're looking at these 4 because they've evolved along with us and with our thinking. And these are most recently submitted maps that take into account all of the different potentially impacted regions in Southern California. If there are other, I don't know that there are other maps that have been submitted in the last few days that also take into account sort of the regional impacts of different changes. So I would say in order to have a useful analysis, that we should make sure that we are comparing apples to apples. And to me, these 4 submitted maps would be a helpful apples to apples comparison if we did it.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I would, yeah. I think I do agree. I think we do need to keep it fair. But I also agree with what Commissioner Vasquez said. It has to be an apples to apples comparison. Just looking at one city, one region isn't going to be necessarily helpful given the ripple effects that we've all been experiencing. Before we go with what Commissioner Turner has asked on this particular VRA district, I would ask Jamie, if that's what you're going to do. I'm curious if I know it's going to look kind of very colorful, but could we also see all of the other, Advancing Justice as well as MALDEF and Equality California maps all in this very specific VRA district? I'm curious if they are also sharing the same exact lines or similar lines.
Yeah, just to quickly respond to that, I don't think that I didn't understand that the suggestion was to make this change. I think it was just to see the difference in the CVAP for this district, and because this shapefile doesn't have the exact same fields that we have. I didn't want to pull up something incorrect, so the most accurate way for me to tell you the answer to that was just to highlight it, to pull it all up. And so what the commission, well, I should say what Black Census and Redistricting Hub has for this district in Santa Ana is for Latino CVAP 50.13%, for Black CVAP 2.75%, for Asian CVAP 16.92%, and for white CVAP, 28.53%. So just wanted to share that with the commission. And if you'd like, I could also pull up the lines for the other groups.
Thank you, Jamie. Let's see if there's a consensus for this, please. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm
sorry, Commissioner Turner.
I think was
Yes,
before
I'm
me.
sorry. Yes, no, I didn't know. I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner. I wasn't sure if you were still.
Nope, I put it down and back up. I'm ready.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Jamie, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted you to do, is to select it just so that we have an idea. So for that one, and that is a VRA district, all of the CVAPs, I believe, went down for this area as the way it's selected for Black Census and Redistricting. So that may or may not be the case all over all of the other lines, but for this area, that would present a problem. And yeah, I don't mind seeing other maps, how they're drawn in this area. I think that we can keep assuming and thinking that things are better or different. In some places they may be, but until we test them out or spot test them, et cetera, we don't know their lines, and we're trying to hold a lot in our minds. This was helpful for me to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the, so I understand that we want more information, more data. That's critical, that's important. And also, especially as we make decisions. But architecturally, when I look at the architecture of at least Los Angeles County, I think Orange County is a little bit different. But Los Angeles County seems to be relatively, all of the maps seem to have very similar architecture as our maps. If we're intending to maintain that, there's slight variations, but they're slight. There are a couple blocks here or there, but for the most part, the architecture seems pretty similar to me. So the decision point really seems to be around this Orange County area if we're going to make changes here, or and I think the two maps that we're looking at right here don't really make drastic changes. It's where we put Seal Beach, right? Or where you put the cut in Los Angeles County, between Los Angeles and Orange County. But I thought we had a decision point yesterday that we weren't moving, or we weren't changing the maps in Orange County. So that's where I'm a little bit confused, because I'm not sure what the decision point that we're trying to get at is. Thank Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Yes, I will hear from a few people, but then it's I think we need to decide what we're actually doing here, which I'm also a little confused at this point. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Christian, do I sound better now?
You sound great.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to go back a little bit to what Commissioner Sinai said, and I do agree with her, because there's kind of, I've had like an equity issue for those that don't have the bandwidth and haven't been able to follow us to continue to submit maps. I mean, and I understand we want to see what the differences are, and it can help, but I also don't want to rely on it. I guess I'm just torn, because if we're going to use somebody else's map, then why even go through this process for us? So, just proceed with caution would be my advice. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I guess this is, I guess I'll do my own little recap and then hopefully if it helps everybody, maybe this will help us move on to the next. I think this started because of the question again about the LB North District and about, seeing if we could make improvements in the, in the Latino CVEP there to strengthen the numbers a little bit. I think then what we then ended up seeing is the MALDEF map, I think just to garner any additional ideas that maybe we were missing. And so we looked at the MALDEF map. We also felt it was important to see the Quality California map. And then since we're getting quite active engagement from both the Black Census and Redistricting Hub, as well as Asian Americans Advancing Justice, and they have also provided us with their shape files for their statewide maps. I thought it was just important that we should at least just take a look at it and just do a review to see where there may be slight differences. I don't think my intent was to say we should adopt one map over the other. And then I think that's where, I don't know, this conversation about LA or Orange County, straight into Orange County, mostly because I think the Long Beach question. But I think if we're not going to, I think we're all pretty much in agreement that any additional changes was going to make only slight incremental change, not to the degree that I think we were hoping to see. So with that said, in some ways, this is, I guess, I don't know, maybe settled. I will only just lift up again the request that we got from the Cambodian community last night about not separating out Signal Hill. I also saw more recently additional COI testimony from the LGBTQ community that also states that separating Signal Hill from the, as I look at the map, the eastern part of Long Beach also splits the LGBTQ community as well too. And so now I just wanted to see, I think, I think we just kind of came to an agreement that the OC maps are generally just, I mean, no, we know that a lot of people are not happy with it, but, I think anything that we're going to do is going to be incremental at this point. The only thing I would just ask is if we revisit the Signal Hill cut that we did and, bring in two COIs, that one COI that is being split and the other one that feels that they're better served by being in the eastern part of Long Beach. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. 28,000 pieces of public comment spanned over a lot of months is a lot of information for us to hold and keep up with. I think that we're really close to the process. We're trying to work the 10 and 12 and however many hour days we are, go home and do some more reading. I don't think it's a problem or a disservice to allow those that have the opportunity to step back or see it at a higher view and kind of be informed by what they're seeing as well. We ultimately have to make the decisions, and I know it's past time for us to do that and to land on something and move. but multitude of counsel is where I'm coming from. It's just being able to hear what other people, and if indeed they present something that's drastically different, that hits all of our COIs and all of our concerns and all of our criteria, then you know what? We brought them, we led them to it with all the discussion, and then we could take, but we don't see that right now. I do appreciate all of what's coming in, and if what we've seen in the differences of the current maps that's been flowing with us, sending in new iterations, trying to keep in mind what we've named as our importance, because I think a lot of the maps that are coming in, they're saying based on the commission's stated requirements or what we need. I think they're being responsive to that too. And if individuals still are writing in, we sit up, I do, I know we do, and we write and we listen to individual comments or hours that comes in, and then we allow those comments to inform us as we go into the next conversation. So I hope no one feels that we're preferring one over the other. We're trying to use technology. We're trying to use the benefit of people calling in. We're trying to retain what was already done to draw the best maps possible. And I think best possible, that stone unturned we talked about a little bit ago, is what we're doing. And at this point, I think if people can at least see what was attempted, what we're trying to do, it will help them understand why they're going to live with what we've ultimately decided for the next 10 years. And so I think it's a worthy process. I think, I just think that we're trying to do what we can. And I think it was good to see how other people are thinking about it. And if at some point we will need to say this is where we're going to land, and we will not change for this area so that we can move on to the next. But I also know that we don't necessarily have a good evidenced pattern of stating that and not making changes, which makes us keep saying, well, here's another opportunity to do something. And I'm not 100% mad at that, because if it can get better, why would we be stuck in something just because of an arbitrary line that we drew? And I mean in our mouths by what we said, not so much what we've literally drawn. So thank you for the process. Thank you for looking at all of the maps. For those in the area, if it informed you to do something different or better, I hope that you say, yes, let's make that change. And I know we're paying close attention to our VRA districts. And so for that one Santa Ana, it did not necessarily, but perhaps other areas. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. As always, you give a very good framing for how we're looking at the maps, and I really appreciate that. Commissioner Kutakawa?
Yeah, Commissioner Turner, I do appreciate what you said too. And I can't remember who said this earlier, whether it was Commissioner Sinai or Vasquez. I think there was something similar said too. I think, we're all conscious that there are different groups that are advocating for their communities. There are our own communities that are specifically advocating for their communities. But at the end of the day, what we are trying to balance out is all of the communities, all of the Californians, knowing that, yes, not everybody's going to be, maybe super excited, but at the same time, I mean, there's others that are going to be, and then others that are going to be, like what we've been asking, can you live with it? Is it something that can work? And that's what we're really trying to do is make it so that it can work for, all Californians. With that said, I'd like to just perhaps move on, and I'd like to address the question about Signal Hill and the LGBT and the Cambodia Town COIs. And I'd like to ask if maybe we could swap that particular COI, both the LGBTQ and the Cambodia Town COI, and maybe split Lakewood and put Lakewood into the 710 district, and then put the Signal Hill portion into the LB North. And maybe if we're lucky, we'll even see the CVAP go up for the Latino CVAP.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutakawa. We'll take the next questions, and because this is an area that I think we want to come back to, spend even more time on. This is an item that I want to see if people want to address this one right now. But I know we're going to come back to this area, and I'm just keeping an eye on our time here.
I think Mr. Larson has a comment.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Chair. I just wanted to, I had a moment a few minutes ago of too many meetings where I misspoke, and I wanted to clarify the record that what I said about the Santa Ana district, as you all know, and have been operating as there is a VRA obligation there, and so you have been addressing that correctly. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
And just to that, it
yes.
does meet all three jingles, and it is a Section 2 VRA district.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. I did want to just comment on the preceding conversation. I don't disagree with anything anyone said. I love the different perspectives, and I learned so much. I did want to uphold Commissioner Fernandez's comments. Being careful about giving special attention to certain groups or groups that have expertise at a certain level. Of course, that's an asset. Of course, we want to use anything and everything that people bring and any assets that we can bring to this work. At the same time, we are the Citizens, Redistricting Commission. There are people in the legislature who know far more about redistricting than we do, and the state has chosen to not use them. I am sure there are people in the nonprofit community who know far more about redistricting and have been doing it far longer than I have been, and yet this commission was formed to operate in the way it does, and to not simply, turn to maps like those. So I agree with Commissioner Fernandez. Yes, of course, we want to value and use everything of value, but also to honor the spirit of the commission. And it's not just about, expertise narrowly conceived. It's about the shared wisdom that 14 citizens bring to this task.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I think coming back to this district and the LB North district, because we put I think the northern part of this district certainly has VRA considerations, and because it's lumped in with LB North, it is a Section 2 VRA district, and so I am comfortable looking at options, but only if we're able to maintain our CVAPs.
Yes.
And so I'm comfortable with exploration, but maintaining the CVAPs as are, so to ensure that the protected group, which in this case, because of the connection to, in this case, it's the Latino community, and that's just VRA compliance. And so otherwise, I think if it wasn't a VRA district, I think we'd have more ability to work with the communities of interest, but certainly willing to explore. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, at this point, Jamie, you have the idea. I'm thinking, can we have you, should we do this just really quickly? We were trying to do this switch here and see what we think about that.
One moment.
Thank you very much.
My guess is that it's going to bring down the Latino. Well, yeah, let's check it out.
Thank you.
So I'm selecting Signal Hill, and the area that what was highlighted in blue is the Cambodian Khoi. I will move this over so we can see this is a change of about 70,000 people. And I'll just make this change quickly and then try and do a swap for this western part of Lakeport, which was Commissioner Akutagawa's direction. So just one moment while I do that. Let's see. So the highlighted area right now is 34,000 people. It's a lot less densely populated. So Commissioner Akutagawa, I'm wondering if it would be okay if I also grab portions of Long Beach.
Yes.
and I'll clean that up in a second. One moment, please.
That's a lot of people in that small area.
Yes, it is. Let me just double check that none of Signal Hill is included. So this is roughly an equal swap and an SP10. The Latino CVAP will become 50.45%, and in LB North, the Latino CVAP will become 50.92%.
Can you show us all the CVAPs, please?
Yes, I can. One moment.
50.92 or 52.92?
52.92 for Long Beach North and 50.45 for SP 710. And for so I'll just read all of them. For SP 710, the Latino CVAP would be 50.45%. The Black CVAP would be 14.79%. The Asian CVAP would be 12.98%. And the White CVAP would be 19.38%. For LB North, the Latino CVAP would be 52.92%. The Black CVAP would be 8.74%. The Asian CVAP would be 9.45%. And the White CVAP would be 27.43%. There would be a population discrepancy around 2,000 people, and that I could fix offline if the commission is comfortable with that.
Jamie, just a quick question. So that if I'm reading this correctly, the Latino CVAP goes up?
The Latino CVAP for LB North goes up, and the Latino CVAP for SP 710 goes down.
I'm comfortable with this change.
Commissioner Sadwani?
I'm just trying to, before we commit to that change, I'd just like to take a closer look at like street level, what we're looking at in terms of the trades. I mean, we've heard so much testimony from Long Beach. I just want to make sure we've heard from the Cal States, from so many different folks. I just want to know more of what I'm looking at. From a CVAP standpoint, it seems to be like a fairly even trade. But just want to make sure that we're not cutting into other things.
So in
I think they have an airport or something too, right?
They do have an airport, yeah. And I'll just talk through the changes here. So this is Bellflower going through Lakewood. And then following Carson Street to the going east, which is at the city boundary of Lakewood. This is, come on, Woodruff to the south, Wardlow. This diagonal street is called North Los Coyotes Diagonal, the literal name for a street. And then this is East Spring Street, back to Bellflower, moving south, Stearns or Stearns Street, Clark Avenue. This is following Pacific Coast Highway. And this is the city limit roughly of Signal Hill. It's Redondo Avenue, Willow Street, and then following the city boundaries of Signal Hill, up Cherry. So this area, I'm going to zoom out, does include Long Beach Airport. So the airport would be with SP 710.
I would have to go back and look at testimony, but my sense is like, I don't know if there's interconnectedness between airport and the ports. I mean, certainly we've heard a lot from the ports. And are there any of the college areas that are getting cut off doing this? I think we've heard from community college as well as Cal State, Long Beach.
So Cal State would be in with the port and LB North.
Mm-hmm.
The community college is, one second. I apologize, I'm having a moment. Oh, and then I'm sorry, the city college is in the Cambodian Khoi, so they would be separate from me. Oh no, they would be together. Pardon me, they would be together.
They would be together. And is the airport just this area right up here? Yeah, is that what that is? I mean, I'm curious just to see like keeping that in the district. I mean, I'm going to guess that there's probably not a ton of population there, but just to keep those resources together, since, I mean, we've definitely heard a lot from the ports, you know, I don't know. I think it would be worth taking a look at it.
So the airport is no longer included in the highlighted area. There's a little bit of population, but not a ton. So that is still about 2,000 people. And the CVAP, it looks like, has not significantly changed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadvani. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. So for sure, we saw the LCVAP increase for LB North. However, a lot of the other CVAPs did go down. And I think the testimony in this area, the public comment that we received, they're trying to have Signal Hill included. And I think I missed it. It looked like the swap Signal Hill, according to our paperwork we have, is 11,911 people for just Signal Hill. And if we put Signal Hill in, could we not just take that amount or close to that amount out of Lakewood without doing anything different to Long Beach?
Thank you. Yeah, so Signal Hill is this area, and then it does have overlap with the Cambodian Khoi, which I think Commissioner Kutagawa asked me to look at both of them. So Commissioner Turner, just to clarify, is your suggestion to just move Signal Hill?
Well, I wasn't trying to break up a Khoi. I missed that part. I was wondering why we grabbed all of it. Yes, I thought we were just trying to get Signal Hill in.
Yeah, so the area that's in blue on the map right now is the Cambodian Khoi. And then this area that has the small outline around it is Signal Hill.
Okay, and Jamie, I'm sorry. So Signal Hill, we're trying to get into No, where are we trying to move?
Yeah, so Signal Hill was in SP 710. And then the direction was to move Signal Hill, which is part of the LGBTQ koi, and this Cambodian koi, which is here in blue on the map, into LB North. And that was about 70,000 people, Signal Hill plus this area that's highlighted in blue. And so then we're looking at the area highlighted in red, moving that into SP 710 for the population swap.
Okay, because there wasn't enough to move into SP 10 that was long areas outside of Long Beach. So, and what increased? So Signal Hill just 11,900. So that other 70 comes from that other portion of Long Beach.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see how did the populations get so high? Okay.
Yeah, it's like this area and these areas basically make up the rest of that population. It's densely populated area.
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a little bit along the same lines with Commissioner Turner, more on the CVAP numbers in terms of it going down. SP 710 went down from 53.53 to 50. I'm looking for the number now. 50.45. That is a little concerning, but Dale, again, I believe you said crossover here is high.
We do see crossover with black
the black.
voters.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I was just curious to see the CVAP changes for all the CVAPs for the Long Beach North, because I thought they hadn't changed much. I mean, yes, Latino went up by a little, slightly, but I thought the other ones didn't change much. Thank you, that's helpful.
So yeah, so what's in orange on the map is where we started today. So I'll read Long Beach North first, because that was the one we were looking at. So we started with Long Beach North being 51.19% Latino CVAP. That would change to 52.92% Latino CVAP. We started with 8.24% Black CVAP. It would change to 8.74% Black CVAP. We started with 8.65% Asian CVAP. It would change to 9.45%. And we started with 30.48% white CVAP. It would change to 27.43% white CVAP. For SP 710, we started with 52.17% Latino CVAP. It would change to 50.45%. We started with 15.41% Black CVAP. It would change to 14.79% Black CVAP. We started with 13.85% Asian CVAP. That would change to 12.98%. And we started with 16.14% white CVAP. It would change to 19.38%.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Okuchikawa.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we could see Equality California's shape file or their particular area for the Signal Hill area. I know that they've given us a shape file for this. So I think that includes.
These are the Equality California lines. Their lines here in Long Beach are significantly different from the commissions in certain ways. They have Long Beach in 3 different districts, and they put Signal Hill with all of Lakewood and the gateway cities.
Yeah, so the Long Beach North. I'm uncomfortable splitting Long Beach 3 times also. I think, limiting it, and I think we've tried to do this in all the cities, is to limit it to no more than splitting it in half, not 3 times. But it looks like from their shapefile, it included all of Signal Hill. I was just trying to see if, there was a portion of Signal Hill that did not need to be included, but it looks like it's all of it. For me, I would say I'm comfortable with this because it does raise the Latino CVAP in LB North. I think it's been mentioned that there's a lot of crossover voting. I also want to note that for the Asian CVAP, the population in Carson and in this particular area that's in this SP 710 district is a predominantly Pacific Islander and Native Hawaiian and also Filipino population too. So my sense is that, again, this is how diverse the Asian American community is and the Pacific Islander communities are. For what it's worth, I think they share a lot of similar demographics to the populations in this SP 710 district. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kudokawa. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. The statement that we are trying not to split cities more than twice is not necessarily an accurate statement, as the city of San Jose has been split 4 times. And I think we talked about this early on, that splits don't necessarily mean a bad thing. It means more representation, theoretically. I think with this current conversation, what would be helpful for me is to really understand what the options are on the table so we can move forward. I am comfortable with Long Beach being split 3 times if that means we can meet some of our more higher ranked criteria. And I'd just like to get that solidified so that we can move on to the next area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Yeah, can we do that? What Commissioner Ahmad just asked? I'm sorry, Commissioner Ahmad, was I not clear on?
I don't even know what I asked anymore.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I think just trying to figure out what are we trying to get? What is our goal here in this area with this current visualization, with this current shading right now? And if it's acceptable for the general commission, we should probably make a decision now and move on to the next area.
Yes. Commissioner Kudokawa.
Yeah, so the goal is to bring in the Cambodian town KOI and the LGBTQ KOI. I think with what we have displayed right now, it'll accomplish both of those. I don't think there's a need for a further split. The only reason why the question about a further split of Long Beach was just looking at the overlay of the Equality California shapefiles, but that would then have ripple effects across all of the region, which is not what we want. We were just trying to localize it to just bringing in the Signal Hill and the Cambodia Town KOI, and then trying to offset that with a swap of populations in Lakewood, which was not as densely populated as the Cambodia Town KOI is, and so we had to go a little bit further down. So that's what I believe we're trying to do.
Okay. So, I'm seeing that this would be successful. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah. So I guess the surprise or the difference for me was that swap would include removing more of Long Beach, and wondered if we could look at removing more of Lakewood, Bellflower, going that direction instead of into Long Beach.
Yeah, Commissioner Toledo.
I do worry that if we move into Bellflower and Lakewood, that we are going to create a compactness issue, because that neck is small, and the higher up we go, that neck is going to be even. It's going to be so I would want legal opinion on that in terms of about compactness around if we go through Bellflower, which we'd have to take a pretty significant amount of Bellflower and more of Lakewood in order to achieve that, because they're less densely populated. So I would want legal to weigh in on the compactness issue around, or the neck around that we'd be creating.
So,
Yeah.
so
Go ahead, Mr. Larson.
thank you, Chair. As you know, compactness is going to be a low criteria. You actually, might be violating a higher criteria because you'd be splitting Bellflower to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. So, to me, that would be a higher concern and something you all need to consider.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner?
Thank you for the I guess heed, a warning and counsel, but until we see it, we've not looked to see what that looks like. And if we go and move Downey into SP10 to save more of Long Beach, let's see what the neck looks like. And start grabbing. If it's a heavily populated area, maybe it won't get so thin.
Yeah, or having an area up in Downing or something further north than heading more of Long Beach. I like that idea.
I do worry that it'll impact the CVAP though. The areas above this is higher CVAP, so we'd be taking lower CVAP area and replacing it with higher CVAP, Latino CVAP area. But I'm willing to explore.
Yeah, Jamie, do you have a read on this? Are we, do you know the outcome before we're looking at it?
Let's give it a shot. I don't know the outcome before we look at it.
Okay, thank you.
So just grabbing this corner, southwest corner of Bellflower. This is about 1,000 people off of the ideal population of each district, and just going to zoom out to see what that would look like. I don't know if these are the areas in Long Beach that you wanted to be removed, but with this area of Bellflower, it would be pretty close to your ideal deviation, and the Latino CVAP in SP 710 would be 51.08%, and the Latino CVAP in LB North would be 52.29%. Commissioner Turner, is this looking better to you in Long Beach, or would you like me to remove other areas in Long Beach?
I would like to see if you could remove, because this would be the third split unless we can get rid of more of Long Beach. Unless we can,
I'm sorry. So this would still only be splitting Long Beach into 2 different districts.
Okay, the way it currently is?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think this looks better, and I don't think it created so much of a neck issue.
Yeah, Commissioner Salvani, I'm sorry, you had your hand up?
Oh, yeah, no, I was just going to agree with Commissioner Turner. I think this seems like a reasonable swap to try and preserve more of the city of Long Beach. I mean, we've definitely had tons and tons of testimony from them, so certainly gets us a little bit closer, I think, and doesn't seem to have a massive impact to the LCVAPs, because that of course would be a major concern for me. But it seems here that it's a fairly even swap.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kudaga, Commissioner Toledo, you both have your hands up. What's your direction here?
I'm comfortable with this. We are splitting now an additional city though, but I'm comfortable with it too if this is the way the commission wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, did we have 3 splits before? Because I've only seen 2. I've not seen 3 splits, so I was comfortable the way we had it. With a higher Latino CVAP, which was our goal, and a higher African American CVAP. This reduces the Latino and African American CVAPs and breaks up Bellflower. So, and I only see, if our goal is to split Long Beach twice, we had accomplished that the way we had it. So I'm trying to understand.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Toledo. I prefer the other way because he's right. It decreased both the Latino and the Black CVAP.
Okay. And yes, so do we have a consensus on going with this? Wait, I'm sorry. I guess we're looking at 2 different options here. The previous version of Lake Long Beach or the switch into Bellflower. Commissioner Sadwani.
I was just gonna say, I mean, these are swaps. I mean, the percentage of the Latino CVAP that's changing is not a lot. But I think the outcome is that that the Signal Hill, the LGBT Khoi, the Cambodia Town Khoi get to be a part of Long Beach, and Long Beach is preserved a little bit more. So it may not be exactly this, but I think it's worth, it could be about one census block versus another to maintain the Latino CVAP, because they went down, but not by one. And so I'm just curious, maybe there's something, that Jamie or Commissioner could work on offline to just try and see if, if we can meet all of those goals potentially.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Fortieri?
No.
Commissioner Turner, you also? Nope.
Yeah,
Okay.
that I was just going to say, if Jamie, if you can just click around a couple of other census blocks and see if we can improve. But I do like the moving into be it Bellflower, just to be able to not take more from the Long Beach area. So anyway, if you can,
Yes.
I think it's great. If not, I don't think it's detrimental.
Great. Thank you.
Just to I'm happy to do that. Thank you so much. Just clarifying direction, which is, and I think I'm a little confused about the direction because it's like boosting the CVAP in which one, because since this is a trade between 2 districts only, then raising the CVAP in one of them is going to be lowering the CVAP in a different one. Just wondering
I think yeah, thank you, Jamie. I think that's what we were already seeing, though, was increasing the CVAP in Long Beach, and LB North was reducing it in SP Ken. And I think the commission likes the numbers that it was seeing for LB North. And so, and with this change, that came down slightly. So if you can, with this change, choosing different census blocks, get it back up a little bit closer to what it was, perhaps there'll be greater comfort.
Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Turner. I understand.
And Commissioner Fortieri?
Yeah, so we've heard a lot about Black Cross over here. And, if we look at the relative amount of potential Black crossover, we have more potential Black crossover now with SP 710 with the lower Latino CVAP. And higher Latino CVAP in LV North with less potential crossover voting. So, I mean, for me, this is kind of heading in the right direction to help, ensure that these districts will perform.
Yeah, I like that. I've been looking at the combination, making sure the combination stays at the same level. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I think I'm trying to understand why it's okay to split Bellflower to retain more of Long Beach when the other way around, we had a higher Latino CVAP in the LB North. And even though the CVAP went down in the 710, we did see higher numbers, I believe, or numbers that were I think good enough that the SB 710 will perform because of the potential for other communities crossing over. So I'm just trying to understand it. I'm not necessarily saying one or the other, but I think I'm just looking for some perhaps understanding from others who are seeing things differently. Thank you.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Fornashari. That last statement just made so much sense to me, and it clicked in my head. I can support this, and I do not have an answer for Commissioner Akutagawa's question.
Okay, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, let me attempt it. I think the move, our desire to move Signal Hill in to OB North was to unify communities of interest for both the LGBTQ as well as, I think it was the API. And in our attempt to move it into unify COIs, if we further split the same COIs, we really didn't accomplish all of what we intended to do. And by bringing Signal Hill in and taking parts of Long Beach out, you really did not unify that COI at all. And so that's my reasoning and my kind of thinking for wanting to move up in a different direction, so that by in our first move to unify, we don't turn around and undo what we've done. And if that can be accomplished where we don't sacrifice the CVAP numbers in this area, I think that's a win-win.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, I think further to answer Commissioner Kutagawa, I think we all should be looking for veins of consistency in our analysis as we make these changes in all these districts. So what we hold for one, we should hold for majority. I understand that each place might be different and have different set of circumstances, but there should be some vein of consistency. So I agree with you in your question, Commissioner Kutagawa. I just hope that we're able to answer those.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Toledo.
I agree with both Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Turner in the sense of so I'm comfortable with exploring having Jamie take this offline, see how she can refine a little bit better, but ultimately adopt, moving in that direction.
Yes.
Well, also, I do also see Commissioner Kutagawa's point about cutting smaller communities, right? Long Beach is a much bigger community, Bellflower is much smaller, and we've said that over and over again. But this is a VRA area, and I don't know. So I can balance both, and comfortable with the compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. At this point, could Jamie, do you feel confident enough to have direction to work with this one? Marvelous.
Yep, happy
Okay.
to check it out online. I'm going to commit this change, and please let us know where you would like to go next.
Okay. Well, I believe we'd like to have you adjust these things and have a look as we go offline. And I'd like to have a look back at the other portion of the state. I'm just wondering if we want to go to our 15-minute break and then just start back with Tamina. Let's do that right now, since we have a sort of an item here. So 15-minute break. That's going to bring us back at so 4:50, or Christian, is it 4:52?
Commissioner Anderson?
Something like
Yes.
Can we get an extra 3 minutes? Can we go to 4:55?
Ooh, I don't know. That's a bit much. Certainly, let's go 4:55. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Welcome back, California, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. For the general public, we'll be taking public comment at 6. We will not be taking that the run of show break at 5:45, as we just came back from break. But we will, about 6:25, need to take our mandatory 15-minute break for our interpreters and reporters. So with that, we're going to jump into, Tamina has some little revisions that she was going over, and if we could have a look at that, please. I believe this was with possibly Commissioner Yee. So
Yes,
please take off.
Just one revision. This is to the North Cont District, which you are looking at right now. The revision will be in blue. This revision takes the Grizzly Bay area of Solano County, adds it to the North Cont, and it just slightly shifts the lines in Vacaville to make the bottom part of Vacaville whole with the rest of Vacaville. So the new shape of this district, I'll turn off the background district so you can see, this is what the new proposed district would look like. And I invite Commissioner Yee to comment.
Right. So thank you, Tamina. You did such a skillful job of selecting this area. So this is mostly, and almost all, in fact, wildlife refuge and nature area. So I believe the population shift is only 141 people. And so just a very small shift to the populated areas. I believe it makes for a much better shaped district. We will be losing what we've been calling the Dragon District. I don't know if anyone sees something different in this shape, but we'd like to go ahead with this change.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
I was just curious, what was this district previously like, or what was included in it? Thank you.
So this district is currently cut in this area, and just this area, as Commissioner Yee mentioned, only about 121 people, the wildlife reserve. So that area was not included. So this area would now be included here. And then this small part of Vacaville in the south, which was part of North Cont, is now with Yolo Lake, which adjusts the line a little bit up here in the southeast corner.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so there was no trade. That was the extent of the trade. Is that correct? There was no difference in our line in Antioch or actually in Contra Costa County.
That was the extent of the trade. It affected no other districts, aside from the line in Yolo Lake right here with that block change. But aside from that, it affects nothing else.
Thank you.
And the southern line continues to go through right along the county line there in the waterway, Grizzly Bay, Susan Bay, and so forth.
Great. Thank you very much. And Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I support this change. It makes for it brings in a representation to more different representation, and unites parts of Solano County. So I'm supportive.
Thank you. Yes, given that that further description, I also like that. But can we have anyone who prefers the previous edition? Commissioner Kutagawa? Oh, okay. All right, great. Then Tamina, yes, please do that. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Tamina. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you very much for that extra work. And then if we could swap Tamina for Kennedy, please, and we'll go to, I understand we have a few ideas on our the ECA fix and in the Sacramento area.
In one moment while I pull that up.
Great, thank you very much.
So here is the iteration Roseville is what I've called it, and exploring Roseville, populating ECA a little bit, keeping Stanislaus going north. It's very similar to what we had before as far as the South Sac, San Joaquin, and the Sacramento district. One thing that we explored was keeping Parkway whole. And so we moved Parkway in and moved Rancho Murrieta up. So we made a swap there, some blocks in between here and there, and we're able to balance those two. So Parkway again is whole. All other lines have stayed the same. Sacramento, the city, is whole. Then moving into North Sac, this stayed relatively similar as well. The cities there, Fruit Ridge Pocket and Lemon Hill, are separated from the rest, but they are not split. And with Oak Park, Pocket area, West Sacramento's with the downtown area, the split in Art and Arcade down Howe and American River to the south has stayed the same as well. And we have Ela Verde, Rio Linda, McClellan Park, Rancho Cordova again, and then moving north into Placer Sac, we explored taking some of Roseville out. And so we have El Dorado Hills out to Shingle Springs with Cameron Park, Granite Bay, parts of Roseville down in northern Sacramento suburban communities. And then moving out to the bigger ECA, we have Rockland, Loomis, Penryn, North Auburn, Auburn, Lincoln, Sheridan, the bigger cities here in Placer, out to the eastern parts of Placer, the rest of El Dorado. So there's no El Dorado Hills in there as well. And then follows the boundaries that were there before as far as Yuba up to Plumas goes. And so the main change came from Parkway is no longer split, and there is a split in Roseville.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And one thing that we did not explore but could, I think, be easily resolved is if we want to make Arden whole, we could just be adjusting that line in Roseville. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this work. What do we have commissioners' ideas on this one? Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kennedy, and I forget who worked on this. Can you let me see the Sacramento region, please? The North. Okay. And go down so I can see the northern part of it. So we have Franklin, that is in, Clay, Harold, Galt. And the very tail. Okay, so this is Mountain House. It's Mountain House, that's just the name. Mountain House is with Tracy into the San Joaquin.
Mountain House and Tracy are south, and with Modesto and Turlock, and Lathrop, Manteca, and then the eastern farming cities of San Joaquin.
Okay, for this area, can I see the CBAPs for all of the areas in this current iteration?
Yes, one moment.
While that comes up, may I just make one or two comments about this?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I was just gonna note, and I had taken a look at this earlier. This takes that Parkways district that we saw this morning that I think Commissioner Fernandez had worked on, and just localizes the change up north as the community testimony had suggested. We actually did not look at anything further south. We just took what was there for the Parkways one. So I think totally, we've never made any adjustments to any of this. So I think totally fair game. And Commissioner Turner, I know, of course, you know this area well. So very curious to hear your thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Turner?
Yes, I was writing the current CVAPs down so that when I ask for the others, I'll be able to see the difference.
Yeah. Do you want Kennedy to read them out? Because sometimes I have a bit of trouble reading them.
That will be great. I see what we currently have and wondering what they were with the different splits from starting from right above Sacramento. Was it North Con? No, not over there. I'm sorry. What was above Sacramento? North Sac.
Yes, this is North Sac. Do you want me to read those out?
I want you to read out what were the CVAP numbers before this most recent change.
So for our, okay, one moment.
Because I see what's on the screen. Thank you. And I've written those down. And Lemon Hill, West Sac, all of that is in, what is this area called? Where's the line? What is this?
One moment, I was just pulling up the old CVAP from before we made the changes.
Okay, yes.
So the old ones, and I just realized they are in decimals, so hold on, but they are going to be the ones that are in red. And so you can see that CVAP. In one moment while I get those, I'm going to change that for you. Okay, there we go. That's fixed. So the old CVAP numbers are from before we started making the changes here. So in Sacramento, it would be, and I can change the color of that line as well. Sorry, my apologies. I don't know if you'd like me to switch on and off between them or what. But North Sac, the line was going here and cut at the river, and we moved it down for population. So it went from up here and was pushed down here. So North Sac before and now, the Latino CVAP was 16.81%. It is now 21.19%. The Black CVAP is 16.81%, and it was 16.81%, and it is now 14.02%. The Asian CVAP was 11.20%, and it is now 16.88%. The Indigenous CVAP was 1.25%, and it is now 0.97%. And the white CVAP was 58.44%, and it is now 44.41%. and moving to the areas of Sacramento and Elk Grove. The dividing line was a lot different. So we had a dividing line at this San Joaquin border, and now, you know, that is more fluid and it goes into Sacramento and San Joaquin. But the Latino CVAP before was 20.40%. It is now 26.98%. The Black CVAP was 12.83%. It is now 12.05%. The Asian CVAP was 21.11%. It is now 21.35%. The Indigenous CVAP was 0.90%. It is now 0.84%. And the white CVAP was 41.93%, and it is now 36.54%. And then for the San Joaquin areas, again, they are quite different in composition as far as, you know, we had some of Modesto going out before, but so comparing those two now, it was the Latino CVAP was 31.74%, and it is now 28.03%. The Black CVAP was 8.79%, and it is now 3.79%. The Asian CVAP is 15.89%, and it is now 9.12%. The Indigenous CVAP was 1.03%. It is now 1.34%. And the white CVAP was at 40.73%, and it is now at 56.08%.
Okay, and I'm looking at, just hold for one moment. Looking at also ECA and Scholar Tracy, 610. 10.
And this, oh yeah, the Scalara Tracy, that was separate from these changes. There are, I guess those changes don't reflect all of what Tamina has done now, because this is from before she made those changes. And I believe the ECA is even different because this version had, oh no. It's pretty similar, but it's not, the ECA is not up to date either. As far as a swap, as far as where this line, we had moved higher here, regardless of that, just from moving the 17,000 people. But as far as comparing goes, I would say, yeah, the Sacramento ones, the San Joaquin ones, and the North Sacramento ones.
You also see the Placer Sac.
Oh, yes. We can read that one as well. So Placer Sac Latino CVAP was 9.76%. It is now 12.47%. The Black CVAP was 1.65%. It is now 5.6%. The Asian CVAP was at 6.31%. It is now at 8.14%. The Indigenous CVAP was at 1.48%. It is now at 1.13%. The white CVAP was at 80.09%, and it is now at 71.44%.
Thank you, Kennedy. I know you're taking all that in, Commissioner Turner. Do you want me to talk get Commissioner Fernandez and then come back to you, or to give you a little?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't like this. It's splitting up COIS. So what I want to do is I want to remind everyone that right now Modesto is whole. And it's just not in the district that it wants to be. So in order to make Modesto whole and bring it into the district it wants to be, you end up, as has been said many times, carving Sacramento, and that's exactly what happened. So right now, San Juan, I should say before this, so in our draft that we have that we've already looked at, Modesto makes up, or Stanislaus County makes up 56% of that district. And there's 9 other counties in that district. So I guess I would say it's the big dog in that district. And so what we've done by making this change, or if we do make this change, is prior, San Joaquin was just about whole except for a corner of it. Sacramento was somewhat self-contained and except for Folsom. And as we move up, Kennedy, can you move up, please? What we've done is we've disrupted some of the communities of interest. And I guess one of the major ones is in the most marginalized and disfranchised communities in Sacramento, which would be your Lemon Hill, Fruit Ridge, and Oak Park. Those are, now that is split from Lemon Hill, Florin, Vineyard, and Elk Grove. And then we also have another community of interest, and when I say another community, it's multiple people that have written in. We have the Asian community that is also that area, plus also Greenhaven and Pocket to be with Vineyard and Elk Grove. And we've also split up the community of interest of Elk Grove, Florin, Freeport, Fruit Ridge, and South Sacramento. I've already talked about the Lemon Hill, Fruit Ridge, Pocket Parkway, and Florin. AAPI of Del Paso is also in there with Meadowview and Among community with Del Paso Heights. So what we have done, however, is we have we have respected the communities of interest of Modesto to be whole. We've done that. We've also satisfied another community of interest in terms of keeping together Lake Tahoe with Truckee. However, in that prior iteration, I actually liked how it was split up because it did keep it in the communities that it belongs to. So my frustration is that I've heard it many times say that, oh, there's going to be extra population, and what we'll have to do is go into Sacramento and carve it up. Again, what I said is that's exactly what we've done. And the other frustration is that because maybe Sacramento doesn't have the ability or the bandwidth to listen to every single change that we've made. And because of that, now we're listening to, which we should anyway, we're listening to the most current information. And I just want to remind the commissioners that we have had COI. We've had COI since June with these communities of interest. So I'm really not sure what else I can say in terms of we are really taking the part of Sacramento that is marginalized and we are splitting it up. And they are definitely, you're splitting up their voice, or we would be splitting up their voice. And it's, I'm just having issues with that. And so my recommendation is to go to the prior maps. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I actually kind of like this visualization. I know before we went on lunch, one of those breaks, we were trying to figure out a way to bring Roseville back in with ECA, and this visualization does not bring all of Roseville in. So to me, it's speaking more of a compromise. And also the iterations that I've seen previously, and I might be mistaken, don't all keep whole Lemon Hill, Florin. Can you zoom into that area? That area had a split. Fruit Ridge Pocket, Lemon Hill, Parkway, Florin in the previous iterations as well. So that part did not solve for me in this iteration. However, it does bring Roseville in a little bit into ECA, which I think I heard a lot about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mott. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And I may have some more later, but just a couple of things. First of all, as I mentioned earlier, I think this is not being put on the table as a final answer. This is a direction in which we might want to do further exploration. And, for that, I think it has a lot to recommend it. Modesto, the question of Modesto is not just a question of it being whole. It is more a question of, is it appropriate to really be, to have it in a district that is not a Central Valley district, largely. I do understand the population numbers. So yes, theoretically, even though it's not part of the Sierras region, it could always elect its candidate of choice if it wanted to, if that's the perspective that's being taken. But I really, I look at this and I look at some of the solutions that we've come up elsewhere, and as Commissioner Ahmad said, this does represent some compromises. But again, I think there's some good compromises, and it's certainly open to further refinement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, I'd definitely be open to seeing how we could refine it further, more globally here. If you can zoom into the around the northern part of this district around Roseville. Yeah, go further north and then zoom out a little bit. So, I guess I would argue that, the people in Modesto have the same amount in common or less or more, than the people of Roseville and Rockland with the other communities. So I don't see that other than population, that there's a valid argument there. But but I think we should look at this more and look at other opportunities for working through this. I guess I have a question for Dale. Is there any compactness concerns here?
I'm not seeing it, no.
Thank you, Commissioner Forciari. Commissioner Kennedy.
Sorry, one other point that I wanted to make. As I said, I went into this largely to resolve the issue of Parkway. And the Parkway resolution was a fairly simple one of moving Rancho Murrieta into the North Sac district and then just balancing for population. That was the easiest part of this. Other than the split in Roseville, things are pretty much whole. There may the issue may be one of where a district cuts between two cities, but as far as cities and CDPs, other than the Roseville split, I think we've done a very good job of respecting boundaries here and keeping things pretty well grouped with places that are nearby or similar. So again, we offered this as a starting point for some further exploration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, at this point, I need to state this is a non-starter for me. You are picking or choosing Modesto And as Commissioner Furnishari noted, some of these other communities that you've added also do not have commonality. Again, you're splitting up communities in Sacramento that, well, you've weakened their voices of those that are the least heard. So non-starter for me, very disappointed.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kennedy.
Well, I have to say I'm a bit disappointed too, because I think that this could represent a way forward, and just taking a stand and saying it's not it's a non-starter. I think we could make some progress from here.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Ahmad.
Yeah, thank you. I thought maybe I'd jump in here. And I think thinking of, breaking up communities, the lines are going to do that across the whole state. That's just the nature of the game, is communities will be broken up. But how can we draw these lines to, as best as possible, keep intact as many communities as possible? And I do see that there's a lot of communities in this general area that have been broken up, but there are also a lot of communities that we kept together. And one that I did not see previous to this iteration was that Roseville piece to ECA. And as you can see, it's a tiny chunk of Roseville. We could have done it, drawn this iteration in a different way where more could have been encompassed. However, this is where I'm seeing a compromise to at least move forward to some resolution in this area. Thank you.
Commissioner Ahmad. Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking in at resolutions, and particularly I was struck by just kind of the conversation that says that the northern top doesn't have any more in common than Modesto or what have you. And I'm wondering if we should be looking at a split in Modesto where we're sharing and not sending across so much population there. And if it would make a difference in where some of the lines are, and in so doing, be able to perhaps keep more of the Sacramento, Fruit Ridge, Pocket, Lemon Hill, Florin, Vineyard, more of that together, maybe even Elk Grove, and split somewhere there, and then have less, do something different with the split up at Roseville. I don't know, I'm wondering if we can just split between the two, so we're not trying to move the whole, and not just to intentionally cut Modesto, but we are splitting smaller cities in this process of trying to make it work.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Turner. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I'm hearing that we'd like to come to a bit of a resolution, but we think there's a path forward. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I think there's an area to work in here, and I'm just wondering if we could get maybe Commissioner maybe Kennedy and Fernandez might want to work on this together, or I pulled those names out of the hat. I just I'd like us to I would like us to explore this, because there are a lot of areas that did make sacrifices on the assembly map, and I think there is a way out of this without it being one way or the other. And I would like to see that explored myself. But let's hear Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this one I got to say I was a little torn. I mean, when we did the drafts to propose this morning, when we did the work last night, we knew what we were getting into, and we did discuss the splitting of all the COIs, and we were a little concerned. I do like the idea of maybe what it is, looking at Stanislaus County. There's a number of smaller counties or cities in the area. Maybe trying to keep those in this district. But I do support what's now been said about looking for an alternate way. I understand that there's been a lot of pain spread around. But at the same time, I think I'd like to see, yeah, I would support just looking for one other, maybe another alternative if there can be, to try to prevent breaking up some of those communities, especially in the Sacramento area. And also, I'll just comment, I think, I'm not sure what the magic about Roseville is, but but I will say that it's a little, I'm always wary about people from outside of an area trying to say we should include another area. So that's the only other thing I'll say. I think we've heard that in all of the areas in which we may come from, and so I'm trying to be very sensitive to that too.
No, yeah, thank you. Commissioner, I'm going to go to Commissioner, sorry, Commissioner Turner, you still have your hand up. Is that, you want to say something new, or is otherwise going to go to Commissioner?
Yeah, maybe it's something new. Maybe it's a repeat like an old Brecken record. I don't know.
No. I don't mean in that direction. I mean,
I
yes,
know.
I'm going to come back to you, but I didn't know if it was directly
it's
on this
okay.
particular point.
What I'd like to say is, in addition to Commissioner Sadwani that was already trying it, if Commissioner Kennedy or whoever else, I'm also willing to work on this area whenever you determine who the best, combination of folk would be. That's all.
Great. Thank you very much. And before I ask on Commissioner Sadwani, could we have the instructions for public comment read, please?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 811-4925-9556 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk." Plus, press star 6 to speak. If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, please be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Christian. Going back to, I'm just realizing though, and I was having a look at that, Modesto is actually already split, and it's not whole right there. Part of it is in the Stannis Frez area. I'm just noticing. But Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so I was going to raise the fact that Modesto is already split. And I a couple things, right? So as a reminder, this was an exploration. And so Commissioner Kennedy and I spent, I don't know what, about 20 minutes with Kennedy offline. And we really tried to localize the change based on Commissioner Fernandez's map and based on the communities of interest testimony that we had received. So this is a starting point, but it sounds like there are many who would be curious to see it play out in greater detail. And I will just say, some of the things that we had kind of thrown around were possibly in the assembly maps. We started snaking through the county borders, right? I recall a very fun conversation about Copperopolis. So, I think that there's many different ways to think about these changes. And I just really want to raise, and, I said this, I don't even remember what day it was, but I know I had kind of targeted at that point to Commissioner Kennedy, right? Like anytime someone says something is a total non-starter, it does give me pause, right? Because, as Commissioner Ahmed had mentioned, like we're breaking COIs left and right. And it hurts, and no one I definitely don't like doing it. That's the nature of this work though. And so I that always does just give me pause when one place is, just completely off limits as something that we can look at, because this is redistricting, and we're trying to get to zero population and respect wherever we can. And in an effort to explore communities of interest testimony, that's what this is, right? And so, I think that there's plenty more that could be explored, and I would certainly defer to Commissioner Turner, to pick up where I left off, because I'm sure that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, this is a shared experience through all these communities throughout the state. So it's hard. It's hard. It should be painful. It's going to smart, and it should smart. So bearing that fact, I think it would be prudent and wise for us to explore our possibilities and alternatives. So I think we have to be open to exploration. I think that's in our best interest and the best interest of the people of the state. And we're doing okay. It doesn't seem like it, but I think we're doing fine. We're getting there. Let's continue to slog along. We're doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Kutkawa.
Yeah, thank you for those words, Commissioner Taylor. I think you're right. I'd like to make a suggestion that Commissioner Fernandez be a partner in this particular exploration. I think because she knows the area, I'm just kind of thinking about like all of the areas. And I mean, we've heard over and over again from different commissioners, we're going to share the pain, and I've said it too. I think though, for the people who come from certain areas, I think there's a nuance that I think will need to take into account that as they read through the COI testimony, I think we should also use to help us understand, can we do something better? And I think it was Commissioner Sadwani, or maybe it was Commissioner Turner, who said, leave no stone unturned. So I'd like for us to do that. I think, I mean, we all have areas in which we have wished we could have done something a little bit different, but, we've had to just kind of go with it because, yeah, it's the share the pain, and it's what's, in the best interests of, what we're trying to do. But I think if we're at a place where we're hearing that, we can't just move on, I think we need to try to do better if we can. And if it's just the addition of time and having that, work done, I think we're pretty close on a lot of places. And so I think we can do this. So anyways, I just wanted to suggest that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. We have Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. A couple things. I find it interesting. I've never used the term non-starter. I used it this time, but I've heard others use it. And this time when I used it, I was attacked. So very interesting that now we have an issue with it, which actually I had issues with it in the past as well, but it seemed to put a point across. Secondly, I did want to reiterate, I believe it was what, I can't remember who said it, in terms of wanting to dig into Roseville. It was never Roseville saying they wanted to be part of ECI. I believe it was Inyo and Mono. And my other thing is I would be willing to work with Commissioner Turner on this, since it's kind of areas that both of us know very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kennedy.
And I would endorse that. I mean, I got involved in this mostly by accident. My interest was trying to find a solution to Parkway, and I phrased my statement something along the lines of, I'd be happy to see us go down this road and explore, which colleagues took as my volunteering. It wasn't intended to be I wasn't intending to volunteer myself for it, but I was happy to participate in it. Again, I'm happy to see Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner take this on, and just offer that, yes, as far as Parkway is concerned, shifting Rancho Murrieta seems to be a fairly easy solution to that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Yeah, that's what Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'd just be hopeful for a resolution, and whether it's a compromised solution or otherwise, but it would be good to be able to finish up our maps. And I think this is so we do need a decision point here, and what that
Yes,
what our decision point is, whether we and ensure that we have a backup just in case for this area.
right. Yes, and thank you very much, Commissioner Sinai. I'm sorry, Commissioner Taylor. You also have your hand up. Is that you had something additionally to? Oh, okay, Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. This late in the game, I'm just wondering if it may make sense for those who are working on it to continue working on it versus those that are close to it who may have, you know, blind spots and it hurts. It's more personal. Maybe they shouldn't. I mean, I think in the beginning it's really important, but we're at a stage where I just feel that we need to, all of us need to be a little bit removed and be able to look at the bigger picture. And I'm just concerned that, I mean, I would be more supportive of, I think Commissioner Kennedy did a very good job of looking at it very analytical and looking at the COIs. I understand the desire to have Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner, but I do feel that right now we need objectivity so that we can kind of move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kennedy.
Sorry. Commissioner Fornashari is the other one who has worked on this area. So maybe instead of accidentally volunteering myself, I could purposely volunteer Commissioner Fornashari. I don't know. I think, I think he's also able to approach this analytically and certainly is more familiar with the region than I am. So.
Okay, thank you for Commissioner Kutagawa.
I very nicely done, Commissioner Kennedy. Okay. I think for me, in response, I would disagree. I think if anything, this is a time. Well, a few things. One, I think we do a disservice to both Commissioners Fernandez and Turner that they cannot be analytical or impartial in what is best for the entire state. And so I would completely disagree with that. I think that they are more than capable, and I think that they've proven that to us over and over again. I believe that having a little bit better local knowledge is more important because they know where the kind of places where I don't want to call it the non-starters, but the places where it is important to try to preserve, and where are the places where, you know what, look, it's going to hurt, but this is a place where we can, where perhaps the line can be cut better than in another place. And I think, you know, I'm sure each one of us would feel the same about some of the areas in which we know well, and we would want to make sure that while there's a share the pain, we also want to make sure that it's done appropriately. And I think that's where local knowledge, or at least a more familiarity with an area would make a difference, especially in this time and place that we are now. So I would wholeheartedly continue to support Commissioner Turner and Fernandez, you know, exploring and coming back to us all on this. Thank you,
Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Oh, I support me too.
Wait, is that a volunteer?
I volunteered a long time ago. I absolutely believe I can do it. And I certainly will not, I will be objective in this area and analytical in my approach. I've worked on some of the LA areas, Long Beach areas, commented on, I don't know anything about those areas either. I'm following the COIs, following our criteria. And anything less to suggest is problematic at this point. I'm not tied to anything other than getting our maps completed in the manner that they should be, while taking into full account all of the public comment and testimony that we have. And with that said, I'm equally not offended if someone else wants to take it on, but by no means do I feel like I can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I'll take Commissioner Ahmad, and then I think I might make a decision here.
Yeah,
Commissioner Ahmad?
thank you, Chair. I too agree with Commissioner Kutagawa. I have no doubt in my heart that Commissioner Fernandez and Turner can take this on. I also don't think that you need specialized local knowledge to do this job. I have not seen much of California, yet here I am. So I trust that we all have the ability to review all of the public input that we all have received to get this job done. And I am excited to see the starting point that they bring forward to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would say that I was about to say Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Sadwani until Commissioner Sadwani said, look, and I completely believe, though, Commissioner Turner is more than capable. I was not going to actually, as Commissioner Kennedy did with Commissioner Forciari, and volunteer her. But since she has indeed said that, I would like to see Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner work on this because I know that passions run high in certain areas. I know, but I also know that there are a lot of issues here, and I firmly believe that I know myself. It's hard to be dispassionate about certain areas. For me, it's the Bay Area. It's also for the it's many of them. But living where you live, it is hard to remove and say, no, wait a minute, am I being fair and consistent with the whole state? And I have no doubt that these two wonderful, capable commissioners will do that and will apply, because I feel that there is a solution here. And I think that with our capable line drawer also, that will come up with something. So I look forward to hearing from them. Commissioner Toledo?
I'm just curious when we're going to receive the solution. Are we receiving it tomorrow, or are we receiving it on Monday? I would just want to make sure that we have enough time to discuss it, and also, if necessary, any additional deliberation and or potential votes.
Yes.
Right. So
we will be meeting tomorrow. So I got to say that we will be meeting tomorrow to go over things. At this point, what I'd like to do, we only have a few minutes left. I'd like for us to quickly go down actually to Orange County. I'm not Orange County, I say that every time. San Diego, because we do have some things to look at in San Diego. So I do hope that we can actually get this back to this area to look at by tomorrow meeting, which will be starting at 1 o'clock, not 11. So if we could change maps here, please, and look at San Diego.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair, but did you want to take a break before we start taking calls?
Well, actually, I thought we would just go directly in since we took our earlier break, and then we would end up having to take our break, I believe it's 6:25.
That's right. Sounds good, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. But we do have until 6 o'clock, so we only have a short minute here to sort of introduce the topic, and I don't know if we can, how much we have to do on this. So thank you, both Andrew and Savon.
Thank you, Chair. Christian, are you seeing my screen okay, Christian?
Looks great, Savon. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Andrew.
No, I was just going to do a quick introduction as you're getting your screen up. Thank you. We did meet with Commissioner Sinai. She did have a couple changes that she wanted to go through on just cleaning up, just making the San Diego maps. She's had some suggestions on the San Diego maps. So Savon worked on them this morning, and I do believe that this is posted up on the website, the changes that we're going to be talking about, and I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew, for that introduction. And Commissioner Sinai, if you want to cut in to add anything, please feel free. This can be found on the website, It's it is CD iteration S1 from today's date, 12/11/21. Just to orient everyone before I show those changes, this is how we left San Diego last time. Just a high-level overview of the swaps that we made in this iteration. It was responding to community of interest testimony about Escondido, not or preferring to be in a district that was more aligned with the orientation of the city. So either in East County or with cities like Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos. And then we were able to do a swap that keeps Carlsbad whole. So let me just pull that snapshot up. Okay, so the main changes, as I mentioned, were with the city of Escondido and Carlsbad. So previously, Escondido was split in more of like a north, it was divided more north-south, and now the line goes north-south to divide it more east-west. As you can see, the eastern part of the city of Escondido, as well as the San Pascual area of the northern part of San Diego City, is now in the East County District. We also reoriented Carlsbad to remove a split and place it with the cities of Encinitas, Solana Beach in this SD Coast District. The resulting changes were that we had to make a small split in the southern portion of San Marcos, but it's pretty minimal. And then again, we just changed where the split in Escondido is. Are there any questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, so could you, I don't know if you could do an overlay of the previous map and
one moment, please.
And the reason why I'm asking is because I believe, and this is, I thought we were all comfortable with this. I believe we kept the district the way it was because it was going to be an all coastal district. Now it's going inland, and I don't think that one, we've got lots of COI testimony that the South OC people would prefer not to have gone into San Diego, but if they had to, they wanted to keep it coastal. And now we're doing exactly opposite of that. And so I'm just concerned about why this came about now when there really, I thought we had pretty widespread agreement on it.
Yeah, if I could just respond to Commissioner Kutagawa quickly. So the district was already orienting slightly inland in this northern portion. And actually, if you see these red lines, this is what we started with. It's actually improved that orientation by swapping out Escondido, which is more inland, and the San Pascual area of San Diego for the city of Carlsbad, which keeps more of the coastal cities intact. So you can see that it actually does increase the coastal orientation of both the SOC and SD district and the SD Coast District.
I don't see how it improves the OC one. It goes in. If you stopped it at Carlsbad, even that would at least keep it coastal.
Yeah, so I mean it goes into as far as San Marcos, which it did previously, and stops short of Escondido. So it's not a major swap, but
Sivan, here, I can help explain what's going on. Can we zoom out a little bit on San Diego, please? And I know that I said I was fine. And when we went through this, I took a step back and facilitated and said, where are some of the pain points in this? And we collectively made decisions. When the decision was made for Escondido, I was very clear that that was not fair for Escondido. It had asked for two things. And it's not just Escondido, it is really the 78 corridor. And I think North San Diego County is just as important in this as is South Orange County. And you're putting wealthy, coastal Orange County communities with working class communities in San Diego. The idea here was to look at the 78 corridor, which is a strong collaborative that's been built between Oceanside Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido as a business collaborative, as well as a nonprofit and educational collaborative. They serve Camp Pendleton. Cal State San Marcos is in there, and Cal State San Marcos is a commuter school. I think it's like 80% commuters from that area. And then Carlsbad is actually in the school district with Encinitas and Encinitas, Del Mar, Solana, and part of Rancho Santa Fe and Carmel Valley. We had looked at a lot of, the big issue was you were connecting San Pascual, which is a very, very rural. If you've ever gone to San Diego Wild Animal Park, that's where San Pascual is. And it's avocado trees and orchards and farms, all the way down to the city of San Diego, which is really the center of power. And people feel like if you're with the city of San Diego, you're not listened to. And so by doing this, it was an effort to really try to keep the coastal more coastal and the North Inland County or North County business districts more together. And so it was really looking at that Escondido COI that we were not listening to at all, and trying to, it's still split, but it's split between two communities that they are working with, and they're together, as well as Carlsbad has a strong affiliation further south in the coast than north. And for me, I just had to present it because it was something that was really bothering me. Escondido is really a community that is very, very, very mixed in a lot of different ways. It's a lot of Latino low-income community, as well as a lot of, is one of the places where we have had mixed policies on how it helps the community. And I just wanted to explore it. So like with everything else, it's an exploration and we can go back. The other piece we had done was cleaned up a little bit between Bonsall and Fallbrook. There was unincorporated area that was kind of sticking out, and we took that out so it could be with Fallbrook and Bonsall because it made more sense to keep them all together. That was the only other little thing we did.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you want to say, because I have Commissioner Toledo and we only have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, I think, I understand what your logic is, but, you're still combining, very different South OC communities with Vista, Oceanside, and San Marcos. And if anything, I think the gap has become worse, not better. And so, I mean, another alternative is that instead of, can we go up just a little bit, Sivan? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the only, just thinking just right now very quickly, for me, I mean, I would just say, I mean, you got Dana Point and San Clemente, for example, including Laguna Niguel. Those are some pretty, higher income areas within South Orange County and very different from those other areas. And so, one consideration, and again, I'm just talking very quickly off the top of my head, is to perhaps move more of the middle, income kind of communities like Rancho Mission Viejo, which I know they have an affiliation with Camp Pendleton. I know also San Juan Capistrano also has a Latino community there that may have more in common with Vista, San Marcos, and Oceanside in terms of less of a, I'll call it an income inequality range in this district. I know that, previously Camp Pendleton was seen as just a coastal district, and so therefore it should be. But this doesn't make sense to me right now. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Toledo, and I think we will start with this area tomorrow, because I think it's worth, we've come back to many different areas, and we have not come back to San Diego. So I just I'll give you a couple more minutes to kind of just wrap this up for tonight, and we'll jump into this in the morning.
Yeah, quickly.
Tomorrow.
I think I thought we had wrapped up San Diego, but I think I am appreciative of Commissioner Sinai's providing us with this proposal, and look forward to discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I will say that I had
Can
heard.
I just?
Oh, certainly.
Since we're going to end, can I just
Yes.
answer?
Please.
Again, the main thing here is that we do have two different groups. In the past, it goes straight down the coast and includes Encinitas and Solana. The reason for Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido coming together is that it does give them a voice in a district that already has the economic, and Camp Pendleton has that economic difference. So now you have half the district is wealthy and the other half is not, because of the way that this was kind of set up to go down this way. And so this was to give an opportunity for those cities to have a voice in a district that would predominantly be heard by the far north.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fernandez, one last item.
Yes, I just want to ask for tomorrow. It sounds like we're really close, so I was just wondering why we're still meeting tomorrow, since we can tie it up on Monday. So that was just
we don't
before we go to public comment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I say something too? On that same point, I think the line drawers are pretty have been pretty busy, and it's been a lot of work. And given the 11 o'clock start, it'll be difficult for us to meet and be able to actually turn every rock that we're supposed to be turning and do our due diligence with them. So I'm just wanted to throw that out there, because I know that's a challenge, especially if I'm, given the work that we need to do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you on that. No, we're starting at 1 tomorrow, not at 11 o'clock. 1 p.m. will be tomorrow. And the reason we are doing tomorrow is because Monday we actually, although it was not agendized, or it was agendized slightly differently. And so today is our day to finish this up. Tomorrow, and then we can, jump into the Senate then on Monday. I'm sorry, not the Senate. The Senate on Monday. Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, so just to revisit the original plan, the plan was that we would use Monday to wrap up any loose ends we had on Congress. And if we were able to, that was the plan, to finish Congress on Monday. And if we had, if we were able to finish it up, then we could move forward with the Senate, but the plan was to take on the Senate Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and BOE. And I just want to also reiterate, our line drawers need some time to draw lines. If we're going to think creatively about looking at the North State question, I think some time to do that would be useful. I kind of feel like we have one major outstanding question and a few loose ends to tie up, and we should be able to do that on Monday. I'm just putting in my 2 cents.
I certainly, Commissioner Fernandez.
Actually, I was just going to, sorry. Commissioner Fornashari said exactly what I was thinking, because it was on our original schedule was Monday was for finishing everything up.
Just to add to that, I mean, at this point, I'm only able to get about 30 minutes worth of line drawing for tomorrow for the Central Valley, and that just seems like not enough time. So just throwing that out there. Of course, I'm going to see if we can work to get a little bit more, but.
Okay. I would love to say that, yes, I understand that on the original plan, it was Monday. That got missed in agendizing. So that's why we were, and we have been doing a lot of talking and not actually, being that productive in terms of getting our lines drawn. And it's just that we do have tomorrow available. I would like to make sure we get this done. I'm concerned if we go into Monday that other items will come up and we might not complete. And so I'm very concerned about our deadline here. And also, but now we're into public comment time. So, Commissioner Fernandez.
Just one last thing. On our agenda for Monday, it does say live line drawing. So I'm just trying to do one last poll, just trying to let everyone get a little bit of rest and catch up on all the communities of interest. Thank you, everyone, for responding and sending in your input, but we've got to really catch up on some stuff. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I'm just hopping on that bandwagon that my understanding was Monday we'd be able to finalize the loose ends. And I think the line drawers can use a breath. And in essence, they still will be working with some of the commissioners on iteration. So it's really not a day off if the full commission is not meeting. And some of us will be doing some creative thinking as well, trying to tie up those loose ends from Monday. So I remember Commissioner Anderson, you wanted, Chair Anderson, you wanted a few moments of reflection. Man, Sunday would be a great time to have a few moments of reflection.
Yeah. Monday, Commissioner Kennedy takes over, and we also have a business meeting partially on Monday, so we do not have the whole day on Monday. But I'm hearing that this is indeed what the commission wants. I'm very concerned about us actually completing on Monday. But if we all promise to really lead off with directions and bring this one home, I will. It's consensus. So I hearing almost everyone say, no, we can't. We shouldn't meet tomorrow. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Anderson. I am concerned. I feel like we're getting close to finalizing things, but I know we do have a business meeting also scheduled for Monday. Just curious if we can perhaps do a shorter meeting on Sunday, or perhaps start later even. That would then.
We are starting at 1. We're not starting at 11. We'd start at 1, but we could just if we finish up by 3, public comment, and we're out of here. I am concerned because it's understandable. We have there's a lot of tough issues that we're bringing up, and we need to spend the time on it. But at some point we have to say, yep, we're done. So I heard Commissioner Ahmad, did you want to say something, or and then I'll sort of have a look around. But
yeah, are we meeting tomorrow or not?
That's we
I guess
have
you're the deciding person in this, right?
Yes, but I feel I'm the certainly in the minority here, and we do have the crew since we have it scheduled. We will have our staff and everyone will get the day off, but we have actually scheduled them in. So, but do I have any other person who thinks we should meet tomorrow? Commissioner Vasquez?
Y'all can throw darts at me. I do think virtual darts. I do think meeting tomorrow for a couple of hours does make sense. That's for me, but also, yeah, whichever way. But I just thought I would give my 2 cents.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah,
I'll make the target a little bit bigger, and I'll join Commissioner Vasquez on that too. I don't necessarily believe we need to meet for the whole day, but I think at least 2 or 3 hours might be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
I will be the unpopular one and say, I honestly think that if we meet for 2 hours, it's going to be the whole day. And I'm not sure how effective we will be in terms of getting through everything versus if we meet on Monday and we know it's Monday, we will get it done.
Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, what's keeping us from the finish line is these 2 or 3, stuck points where we have not landed. So the question is, how do we get past those stuck points? The folks working on those issues on the side, if they come up with a brilliant idea that wins us over, then we'll get past them quickly. If they don't, we won't. So it's hard to say. I definitely think the line drawers need a break. I also know that deadlines focus the mind. So if we take tomorrow off and meet Monday and have to do it Monday, we have to do it and we'll do it.
Yeah, and we do have the business meeting too, so we do not have all the day Monday.
Yeah,
so
but I don't believe there are major items of time-consuming business. I may be wrong, but I don't think there are.
Yeah, there are some items that that are on the business meeting agenda. Yes. All right. Commissioner Sadlani.
Yes, since everyone's weighing in, I figured I would say something too. I'm a fan of taking a break. Monday, I'm pretty sure we're agendized for business meetings every day from here on out, so we could also span it out across the week. I think all of us need to just let our minds get fresh again. And when we worked on assembly, we were here till like 12:30 at night or something, but we finished. And for me personally, I think I'd rather do that and just get a little bit of a break and have a fresh mind. Thanks.
All right. That's pretty much a decision for us. I do not want to have to say I told you so. Okay, but it's been a pleasure being the chair, and I will turn it over to my vice chair, who will be the chair on Monday, Commissioner Kennedy. And with that, let's go to public comment.
Me. Oh, there we are. I got muted. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you to all of those that have called in. Looks like we have lots of raised hands. For those that have not chosen to do so already, if you will please press *9. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Helps our staff keep track of the hands we have raised. We will begin this evening with a 1.5 minute public comment time. Warnings at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. Our first up will be caller 1036, and up next after that will be caller 0129. And please, everybody in the queue, be alert for when it is your opportunity to speak. I will be identifying you by the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Caller, if I have them. Caller 0129, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Mike Labar, Mayor of King City. I am calling to give my appreciation regarding CD Mid-Coast and CD Clara Benito. I appreciate the fixes that you put into it, but I'm very, very concerned that you still allowed CD Clara Benito to be connected to San Jose. It's very weird the way you dotted in there to connect a portion of that. It is a completely different community interest. I urge you to look at the submitted Central Coast Community Fix map, and it's attached Monterey Fix shape files that show how to properly draw these districts so they comply with the Voting Rights Act. I would like to remind the commission that Monterey County was one of 4 counties in California that required pre-clearance before any electoral changes. This is the first cycle that was not required. And what is happening is really unconscionable, the way our communities are being divided up, communities of interest being
20
split.
seconds.
So I ask the commissioners, please look very, very closely. There is no reason for San Jose to be part of CD Clara
10 seconds.
Benito connecting San Salinas Valley in this map. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4993, and up next after that will be caller 5944. Caller 4993, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Jim Reed. I am the Chief of Staff for San Jose Mayor Sam Liccardo, and we've been watching the Commission's incredible work for so long to come up with district lines, and haven't had a strong feeling on anything that's been submitted so far until what came forward last night. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand if there's a need to have the districts configured so in such a contorted way to pick up the previous caller where King City and San Jose are part of the same community of interest. Maybe that does have to be done in your perspective, and you're the experts. But if you're going to have to take the northern part of San Jose for an Asian district and the east side of San Jose for a Hispanic Latino district, I would implore you to not split the remainder of the city of San Jose. Out of all the largest cities in Northern California, Oakland, Sacramento, San Francisco, they all have one district that's primarily responsible for representing that city. Under this map, we are not going to be more than 1/4 or 1/3 of the congressional district of anybody. We're not going to have anybody who's on the hook to keep the city of San Jose well represented in Washington, D.C. You can correct that by making sure that at least one district in the city of San Jose represents at least 50% of the city's population. This is the 10th largest city in the United States of America.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5944, and up next after that will be caller 9938. Caller 5944, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Hey, I called in last week to talk about the assembly maps with Bakersfield at the street level, and just commend you guys on doing a good job on that. You guys really did a great job this week in Bakersfield and Kern County, replicating your previous work on the assembly maps. I'd just like to ask you, as you guys go forward and make any final edits, that you guys don't touch Bakersfield. You guys got it right there already. Also, if any movement is done to our district, and things need to be connected to the south, Lancaster, Palmdale, those areas are already in our congressional district. We have Edwards Air Force Base in East Kern and Plant 42 down in Lancaster, which is actually the second largest employer in the Antelope Valley. So if things change to the north and you're having to rejigger things to the south in our county, please think in that direction and not toward the coast or, up Inyo, Mono County, any of that kind of
15
stuff.
seconds.
But great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9938, and up next after that will be caller 0919. Caller 9938, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. So my name is Linda Sell. I'm speaking on my own behalf as an individual. In Northern California, thank you so much for creating CD Berry Sunny _draft Congressional District, which brings together Fremont, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Cupertino, Milpitas, Berryessa in a congressional district. It's also known as Greater now. In support of this type of district, there are cities, I believe, for their city. I believe you've received letters from the Sunnyvale City Council, Santa Clara City Council. Each has supported this by unanimous vote of their all seven city council members. And the majority of the Fremont City Council, including the mayor and vice mayor, also supported this type of district for their city. In addition, this past week, you heard Cupertino City Council member Hung Lee, who is a longtime former school board member of Fremont Union High School District, also supported this. And also, I believe this week you heard former Cupertino Mayor Rod Sinks, who is current Rotary Club president in Cupertino, also support this type of district, which is like Greater. I wanted to also thank Commissioner Sawani and Commissioner Kennedy for speaking out that this type of district looks good and it should be maintained even if you're changing other areas. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0919, and up next after that will be caller 4768. Caller 0919, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Again, thank you for your important work towards redistricting. My name is Kevin Muldoon, and I'm the Mayor Pro Tem of Newport Beach, calling to comment on the Orange County congressional seats. I'm calling to generally support what was occurring in Orange County prior to the map Commissioner Sawini made in a closed-door meeting without the public being able to watch. The commission was acting in a transparent manner when it was swapping within the 3 non-VRA Orange County districts. Currently, as you know, in Orange County, we have 4 strong congressional seats, districts, I should say, and I believe the people are best served if it stayed that way. I know not every community of interest will get everything that they want, but I think we need to come together for the sake of ensuring our county is not mixed in with Los Angeles County and remains whole and united. I hope any additional changes can be kept within these parameters. Again, commissioners, thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4768, and up next after that we caller 6196. Caller 4768, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Chapman. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa here in Orange County. I'm calling about some of the changes that this commission made to the Orange County since the great meeting on December 9th. I totally understand how difficult it is to balance everyone's concerns. However, the lines that were drawn on December 9th were legitimate and fair to so many of the major COI groups. It kept the Vietnamese community together and whole with other prominent Vietnamese populations in Seal Beach and Huntington Beach. Costa Mesa was together in districts with our coastal neighbors. And we had a strong inland OC district that respected what the residents there
it appears he hung up. All right, right now we have caller 6196. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you again for all of your hard work. Have a good night. Hello, commissioners. My name is Craig Chapman, and I am calling with one simple request. Please put the Vietnamese communities of Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, and Westminster back in alignment with the Vietnamese community of Huntington Beach. I understand what a difficult job that you have, and this cannot be easy. But the testimonies that you've heard from other areas, it shows an overwhelming support for the Vietnamese communities to stay together. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time we are up against a break.
Thank you, Katie. Yes, we need to take our mandatory 15-minute break at this time, and we will be back. So all those in line, please don't hang up. We'll be back at 6:40. Welcome back, California, to the Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We are taking public comment at this time. We just coming back from our mandatory break. Thank you, public, for hanging in there with us. And please open the line, Christian.
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5181. And up next after that will be caller 7507. And again, as the Chair said, we are back in open session. Please be present and awaiting to be called on for public comment. Caller 5181, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 5181. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Kevin O'Connor. I'm calling about Silmar. Silmar is 80% Latino and is part of Eastern San Fernando Valley. Latinos will be disenfranchised if they were put in with Santa Clarita and not San Fernando Valley. Please keep Silmar with the Eastern San Fernando Valley to prevent the huge racial disenfranchisement from happening to the Latino community in the current congressional map. Thank you for your hard work and hope you take this to heart.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7507. And up next after that will be caller 3770. Caller 7507, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 7507, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 7507. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. And right now we have caller 3770. And up next after that will be caller 7068. Caller 3770, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Sam Garrett Pate on behalf of Equality California. I want to start by expressing our deep appreciation for publicly reviewing our plan for Long Beach, Southeast LA, and Orange County today, and for your robust discussion. We recognize that the plan did not line up perfectly with the Commission's structure because of changes made in the past few days. So we're going to get you a new plan tomorrow morning that would keep Long Beach as whole as possible with no more than one split for VRA purposes, unite LGBTQ and coastal COIs in Long Beach, Signal Hill, and coastal Orange County, maintain the number of Latino VRA districts and increase LCVAP, increase API CVAP in the Orange County API Opportunity District, and fit within the current structure, requiring no changes to Ventura, Central Valley, San Diego, etc. I also want to thank Commissioner Akutagawa for bringing Signal Hills LGBTQ+ and Cambodian communities into LB North. But please don't do that by moving more of East Long Beach, which also has a significant LGBTQ population, out of LB North, as you did today to balance population. The areas around Signal Hill to the east and north have significant LGBTQ population, and by trading Signal Hill for these neighborhoods, we're still divided between SP 710 and LB North, just with a different split. Please try to reunite these neighborhoods in Long Beach and Signal Hill together in LB North, and do not move out any more of Long Beach. That is not our intention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7068. And up next after that will be caller 6855. Caller 7068, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Bong Hua, and I am a Vietnamese American from Little Saigon. I am calling because I am very upset with the Commission's decision to divide the Vietnamese community with Huntington Beach. There are so many Vietnamese families living just over the city border in Huntington Beach. Our economies are completely untwined. I asked that the commission return to the previous map that accomplished this, respected our concerns, and that truly empowered the Vietnamese community. Thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6855, and up next after that would be caller 7331. Caller 6855, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, good evening. This is Sam Sukatan from California Environmental Voters Education Fund. Been following the calls today. Definitely appreciate a lot of the heavy lifting you've been doing all over the state. I was listening, and I'm actually very excited to see the Sierra map, but I wanted to draw your attention to the North SD South OC district. I appreciate Commissioner Kutagawa's comments saying that kind of the coast should anchor that, and that actually lines up with the maps that we submitted to you in November. Recognizing that the 78 corridor is absolutely San Marcos is connected to those communities, splitting up the Tri-Cities, splitting Carlsbad out of the Tri-Cities and Encinitas and Del Mar actually breaks a federal rail corridor and a federal defense corridor related to MCV Camp Pendleton and San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station. We have emphasized that those closest to a problem, in this case, bluff erosion from climate change, storage of long-term fuel storage at San Onofre, and the communities that are around that should be closest to the answer. Folks that should be united around that question, as I suggested in the letter, that response letter we sent to Director Kaplan. With that in mind, we are still advocating then that when you reconsider San Diego, that you're drawing a North Coast district with Encinitas, Carlsbad, Oceanside, Vista, separate from cities along the 15 corridor as far north as Laguna Niguel. Thank you very much. But again, just want to emphasize that the coast north of San Diego and south of Laguna Beach have a district to its.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7331, and up next after that will be caller 2118. Caller 7331, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. My name's Kim, and I just want to thank you so much for listening to the San Fernando Valley residents about our community. Thank you for understanding that Chatsworth, as well as Porter Ranch and Granada Hills, are all West Valley communities. This is really important from a federal perspective because there's still fallout from the huge Porter Ranch gas leak a few years back, and we really need the EPA to be there for us. And Chatsworth and Porter Ranch are entirely in the valley and don't have any roads or connections to Santa Clarita. The San Fernando Valley community closest to Santa Clarita is Silmar, which is connected by the 5 freeway. So Chatsworth and Porter Ranch are connected to areas like West Hills, Granada Hills, and Northridge, and all these are together in your map, which is great. Thank you so much for doing right by the San Fernando Valley. Have a great night, guys.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2118, and up next after that will be caller 4918. Caller 2118, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm calling tonight to express my support for the December 9th maps, and specifically in relation to Orange County. And I believe that is the most reflective of what the public input was expressing. These versions did a few very important things that are essential for the people of this district. So first, it groups Irvine with Costa Mesa, and then next it kept the Vietnamese communities in Little Saigon and Huntington Beach together. We've heard a lot about that so far. The outpouring of support behind this has been significant, and I believe the Commission must reconsider before finalizing the maps. So please put Irvine back together with Costa Mesa, and then most importantly, keep the Vietnamese community together in Little Saigon and Huntington. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4918, and up next after that will be caller 6445. Caller 4918, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling about making sure Long Beach is not merged with Orange County. Thank you all for your hard work during this thankless process. I'm calling about the work you have been doing in Long Beach and how to best accommodate the dozens of callers from both Long Beach and Huntington Beach who each want their cities to remain whole and united. Long Beach should remain separate from Orange County. This is clearly the most dominant testimony we've heard from both sides of the county lines. Residents want their districts to remain within county boundaries, and this is the easiest way to do so. Thank you again for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6445, and up next after that will be caller 6659. Caller 6445, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kenny, and I'm a Vietnamese American from Little Saigon. I've been listening as this commission has prioritized keeping every other minority community together, but for some reason you have all divided the Vietnamese community in Orange County. Why is this? Please restore our voting power. Bring back together like you had before Huntington Beach, Little Saigon, Westminster, and Garden Grove. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6659, and up next after that will be caller 7618. Caller 6659, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Henry Tran. I'm calling to ask the Commission to bring back the maps that respected the Vietnamese and Asian community of Little Saigon with the Vietnamese communities in Huntington Beach. This will truly protect the Vietnamese community and maximize our ability to vote for our own representation. We need this. More importantly, these changes are not major changes, but actually something that you can do without blowing up the process. So please restore it and protect the Vietnamese community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7618, and up next after that, caller 6380. Caller 7618, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello, Redistricting Commission. My name is Nung Dai Nguyen, and I am a Vietnamese American and a resident of Huntington Beach. While I live in Huntington Beach, so many of my family and friends live in Little Saigon. This is the case for so many of my Vietnamese neighbors in Huntington Beach and vice versa. I understand that you have a very difficult job on your hands and you are doing your best. But if you are able to make just one small change, please restore the Vietnamese community and protect our voting power. These strong Asian Americans and Vietnamese communities belong together. Thank you for your time and get this process right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6380. And up next after that, we have caller 8951. Caller 6380, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. I just wanted to make a comment about the congressional maps. I have a few pointers. Please keep Orange County and Los Angeles separate. In addition, my second point is please put Huntington Beach with Dana Point and San Clemente together because they have common tourism, coastal communities, cultural, economic, and tourism interests. My third point is please keep the Orange County beaches together like Seal Beach and San Clemente. And my last point is please separate the coastal communities, the beaches, from the urban cities. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8951. And up next after that will be caller 8802. Caller 8951, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Anna, and I'm here to discuss about the Commission's decision to divide the Vietnamese community in Orange County. The Commission has prioritized the voting power of nearly every other major community of interest. While I appreciate the hard decisions this group has to make, we must restore the voting power of Asian Americans and Vietnamese people in Orange County. Please keep Huntington Beach residents together along with the strong Vietnamese communities of Little Saigon, Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8802, and up next after that we caller 3480. Caller 8802, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Chris. I'm a Vietnamese American living in Little Saigon in Orange County. The Commission has repeatedly prioritized keeping our community together, and I want to thank you for that, even despite the many changes happening in these maps. Please don't consider any options that split our cities. To maximize our ability to elect a representative that reflects our interests, we also ask that you go back to the map that had us with Huntington Beach. Not only are there many young Vietnamese families living just over the city borders in Huntington Beach, but our economies are completely entwined. I ask that you return to very complete maps that accomplish this. They truly empower our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3480, and up next after that will be caller 8063. Caller 3480, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, yes, my name is Kevin Lay. And I'd just like to say that, in Orange County, the Commission has spent a significant amount of time to maximize the Vietnamese community, and we're very appreciative of that. And we know we can't get it to like a 50% Asian district, but I think the Commission can do more work to make this a stronger Asian American district, either by looking at Fullerton or even the pockets of Vietnamese voters in Huntington Beach. I hope the Commission can make this a top priority. We deserve our representation to be maximized and have a voting bloc that can truly make a difference in an election. And I hope you can consider these changes. Thank you guys so much for your hard work. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have a caller 8063, and up next after that will be caller 8394. Caller 8063, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Dai Nguyen. I'm a resident of city of Westminster. I'm requesting you keep the old congressional maps that you do on Wednesday. Little Saigon needs to be included as Garden Grove, Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Huntington Beach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8394, and up next after that will be caller 3588. Caller 8394, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi. Working class Simi Valley's interests match closer to those of Santa Clarita than wealthier Agoura and Calabasas. For true representation, huge San Fernando Valley is not a good match for Santa Clarita, which would be better served aligned with Simi Valley, another bedroom community for LA workers, and which has a similar topographical situation and demographics. United interests make for a more effective voting bloc. Please do not separate Simi and Santa Clarita, because that would essentially divide and conquer us, which is not a service to voters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3588, and up next after that will be caller 2974. Caller 3588, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with the Commission. I know that this process is not an easy one and that the Commission is doing its very best, so thank you and keep up the good work. I've lived in East San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita, and Antelope Valley. They're all great places, but quite different in many respects. I'm therefore not sure why the Commission is considering extracting and isolating Sylmar from the rest of East San Fernando Valley and exiling them to a congressional district dominated by the entirely dissimilar Santa Clarita Valley and Antelope Valley. Sylmar is a vibrant community and is geographically, economically, socially, and culturally integrated with the rest of East San Fernando Valley. I'm a big sports fan, so I suggest to check out the East Valley Baseball League, the Leopardo Soccer League, or the San Fernando Youth Soccer League. The ties between Sylmar and the rest of East San Fernando are quite clear, natural, and authentic. And these neighbors deserve to stay together so that their elected officials can more effectively advocate for voters so much in common. In fact, I would be surprised if anyone in Sylmar wants to join Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley, as Sylmar shares almost nothing in common with these bedroom communities.
30 seconds.
Please don't sacrifice Sylmar to satisfy a much wealthier and less diverse West San Fernando. In addition, Hispanic representation in Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley is less than half compared to Sylmar and the rest of East San Fernando. If voters in Sylmar are forced to share representation with Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley, I'm concerned that their very different needs will not be heard or met. East San Fernando is important, but it has challenges like other communities, and they deserve to be in a district where their elected officials can best serve their constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2974, and up next after that we caller 0074. Caller 2974, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 2974. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Paulina Tran. I have been calling a few times to ask you not to separate Little Saigon from Huntington Beach City. We are a shared community which has many similarity interests. I sincerely hope that you can go back to the old map last Wednesday and keep our Vietnamese community together, Garden Grove, Westminster, Huntington Beach, and Palm Valley. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0074, and up next after that will be caller 7692. Caller 0074, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Sonia. Thank you for letting me comment. Thank you for all your hard work, commissioners. And I just want to comment on Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley. I work in Lancaster and live near Santa Clarita, and those communities are very similar. However, I was very surprised to see that Sylmar was grouped together. We do go to Sylmar from time to time to see doctors, and they really are very, very different districts. So in Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley, most people are bedroom community working, and now they work in the defense tech. And Sylmar is much more of a San Fernando Valley community. So I would like to ask that you keep Lancaster, Palmdale, Santa Clarita together and not put Sylmar together with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now you have caller 7692, and up next after that we caller 0594. Caller 7692, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan Bickford here. Your assembly and congressional iterations collect inland San Diego County and San Diego County communities in a way that works. I'd like to actually talk about the Senate maps. I know you're coming up on those next week, and I wanted to give my input. Senate district map, SCCA, could use some tweaks. We understand it's a voting rights district and must be linked with parts of San Diego County to Imperial County, but I don't know why it doesn't pick up the heavily Latino neighborhoods that are south of the 94 in San Diego City and shed some of those rural parts of San Diego, like Alpine, Ramona, Borrego Springs, that they fit better with cities like Poway, El Cajon, Escondido, and Santee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0594, and up next after that we caller 3406. Caller 0594, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm a resident of Yorba Linda, and on Wednesday night, I was so pleased to see all of our North Orange County cities like Yorba Linda, Placentia, Brea, Fullerton, and Anaheim Hills together in one congressional district. Then the very next day, the Commission completely changed the maps. Under your current lines, you split North Orange County and Yorba Linda and Placentia into separate congressional districts. All of North Orange County is one community of interest, but Yorba Linda and Placentia especially work well together and even share a school district, the Placentia Yorba Linda Unified School District. We should all be together. My hope is that you reconsider the maps from Wednesday night. They made sense, they compromised our community testimony, and most importantly, they didn't prioritize the coast over the inland district. They balanced everything. I hope we can revert to those maps.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3406, and up next after that will be caller 0801. Caller 3406, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Tim Tran, and I'm calling in to protest against the decision to split up Orange County Little Saigon. This action will weaken the collective voting power of its large Vietnamese American community. I ask that you please do not proceed with this new map, and please include Huntington Beach, a city which has over 20,000 Vietnamese residents, with Garden Grove, Westminster, and Fountain Valley. I thank you so much for your hard work, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0801, and up next after that we caller 8742. Caller 0801, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I grew up here in the Santa Clarita Valley, and I see that you've given us Silmar and taken away Simi Valley, and I'm asking you to please revert that decision and go back to the previous map. I suggest instead what you can do with Silmar is create a one San Fernando Valley Latino Congressional VRA district, and then two San Fernando Valley Latino Assembly VRA districts, and one San Fernando Valley Latino VRA district. The reason being is Silmar is 80% Latino and part of the Eastern San Fernando Valley. And Silmar really doesn't have anything in common with the Santa Clarita Valley or the Antelope Valley. As a matter of fact, people from Silmar constantly move up here because they want to get away from all that. And you'll actually be disenfranchising those Latinos if they are with Santa Clarita Valley and not the San Fernando Valley.
30 seconds.
And Latinos are a huge community of interest, and they cannot be split off San Fernando Valley to be randomly put in with Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley. So please keep Silmar with Eastern San Fernando Valley to prevent the huge racial disenfranchisement from happening to the Latino community in the current congressional map.
10 seconds.
Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8742, and up next after that we have caller 4201. Caller 8742, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for your work to improve the redistricting process. I'm calling to say please keep Silmar with the Eastern San Fernando Valley to prevent the huge racial disenfranchisement from happening to the Latino community in the current congressional map. Silmar is 80% Latino and part of the Eastern San Fernando Valley Latino community, along with San Fernando, Pacoima, Arleta, Panorama City, Sun Valley, Van Nuys, and Mission Hills. If Silmar is randomly split off from the San Fernando Valley, Latinos will be disenfranchised by diluting their votes with Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley, whose residents have different needs and priorities. Silmar does not have anything much in common with Santa Clarita or Antelope Valley. Please keep Silmar with the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4201, and up next after that we caller 6625. Caller 4201, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller 4201, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 4201, I do apologize. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. Caller 6625 will be right now, and up next after that will be caller 7483. Caller 6625, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commission. This is Jerry Martinez from San Bernardino County's High Desert. I wanted to call to thank you for keeping the Morcoa district pretty much the High Desert. We didn't get everything we wanted. There's a little bit of LA in there. We're hoping not to do that. But what we would like to request, and I think I'm speaking for a lot of my neighbors here that called in before, please, before you finalize, go back and look at the assembly map and really weigh the difference of having Pinion Hill mixed in with Pasadena. You're talking about mansions in Pasadena, Pinion Hills, houses on dirt road. There's not a lot in common there, and it doesn't really make sense to have them mixed. Let's try to go back and fix the assembly map. Anyway, thank you, Commission.
Thank you so much. And right now you have caller 7483, and up next after that is caller 8939. Caller 7483, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm commenting on the current version of 1211 on your website for Modesto and Turlock. The Central Valley is not a sprawling metropolis like the Bay Area or Sacramento. If you drive down 99, you move in and out of 16 groups of cities, and this is the case with Turlock and Modesto. It's a relatively small population compared to many cities in California. It's an agricultural area like the rest of the Central Valley, and we belong in a district that encompasses the same needs and issues. The Parkway map that was discussed earlier put us in the Central Valley district, which is where we should be. I grew up in a mountain community, and the needs of the Sierras are much different than those of Turlock and Modesto. We share a university, we share issues in healthcare, employment, and agriculture. I know that you say that this is will cause some pains in everyone.
30 seconds.
But by not putting us in a Central Valley district, you're causing us lifeblood. Commissioner Fernandez, I wish you could see the value of considering the needs of a smaller, less known area of the Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8939, and up next after that is caller 1740. Caller 8939, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is David. I'm calling from Mammoth Lakes. We in the Sierra Nevada have endured wildfire. Our water is shipped to LA. We've been fighting for decades to save Mono Lake and Lake Tahoe, and those are just the obvious issues that unify our district. We need a voice. If our district is functionally non-contiguous, that's a really important point. If it is functionally non-contiguous, then we are voiceless. Please keep this in mind as you do your work. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1740. And up next after that is caller 9907. Caller 1740, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Jung Lê, Lee Food Garden Road, Stockton Valley, and Westminster, back with the vitamin in Huntington Beach. I want the map on the Wednesday, December 8th. Please protect my community. Thank you so much. Have a weekend.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 9907, and up next after that will be caller 5921. Caller 9907, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is T Farm. Please go back on map. Garden Road, Westminster, Southern Valley, and Huntington Beach together. Thanks for your map on Wednesday. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5921. And up next after that is caller 6303. Caller 5921, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Lee. I live on Garden Road. My family Huntington Beach. We need to stay together. Please go back. Oh, Mark. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6303. And up next after that is caller 7807. Caller 6303, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I want to thank you for all the effort that you have done. I just want to make it abundantly clear the distance between Fresno and Bakersfield is 109 miles. The distance between San Francisco and Sacramento is 89 miles. You would never put Sacramento with San Francisco. The distance from Bakersfield to LA is 111 miles. Again, that is 2 miles different, and you would never put Bakersfield with LA. So I want you to consider Fresno and the northern Fresno and Clovis area to be considered with other areas closer and not with another major metropolitan city. Fresno is the 5th largest city in California and has a population greater than a lot of states in the United States and should be heavily weighed in your consideration. Again, Fresno should be considered, and especially Clovis, special consideration, and we ask that you relook at the maps. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7807. And up next after that will be caller 2567. Caller 7807, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi. Hi, my name is Hian Tong. I am a senior voter. I ask you to put the Little Saigon Christian Huntington Beach. I live in the Little Saigon. My son live in Huntington Beach. Please don't separate me and my son. Thank you very much for your listen.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2567. And up next after that is caller 1789. Caller 2567, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to comment on the Kings-Tulare Kern Congressional District map. It's possible to still have VRA districts in the Central Valley without looking gerrymandered. Please keep Bakersfield whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1789. And up next after that we caller 3726. Caller 1789, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello. Good evening. You hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Sylvie Kim Nguyen. I live in Westminster. I want Little Saigon. Go with Thousand Valley and Huntington Beach. Please do not divide us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3726. And up next after that, we caller 4436. Caller 3726, if you'll please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 3726. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 3726. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will. Oh, wait, no, the floor is yours.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. All right, hello. My name is Daniel Nguyen. I am from Orange County. I just wanted to say I hope the commission can revisit maps that kept Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. This will allow these Vietnamese residents in Huntington Beach to be included with their neighbors, and it also acknowledges that there is more to community than CVAP numbers. Little Saigon is completely connected to Huntington Beach, and then the commission has even discussed that it makes sense to have them together. You know, I honestly think it's just we went a little crazy with changes and dismissed a map created Wednesday that maximized the Vietnamese community. I hope we can visit and link to Little Saigon with Huntington Beach again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4436, and up next after that will be caller 6743. Caller 4436, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits 4436, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, okay. Hi. Yes. I happen to be, let me get to my notes because I happen to be in the 93532 area, and then I have rentals in the 93534 and the 93550, and then we have family in Simi Valley. So we also have a lot of aerospace. You know, the people from Simi Valley and Santa Clarita come up to the Antelope Valley, you know, commute for the aerospace industry, but we also share a lot of the fire, earthquake, sheriff, sources, you know, resources and that kind of thing. So I saw that you were maybe trying to put Silmar with us, but they really have nothing. They're a little bit different than we are. They belong to the San Fernando Valley, and their families would love to stay in the San Fernando Valley, and they work in the San Fernando Valley. So I would like to keep us together, keep the demographics of Simi Valley and Santa Clarita Valley and the Antelope Valley. Appreciate that very much. So San Fernando Valley is also like the second biggest city in the United States, like compared to Los Angeles. So
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6743. And up next after that will be caller 3746. Caller 6743, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, commissioners, for your work and this opportunity to comment. My name's Karen Sewell. I'm a native-born Californian, and I've been a resident on and off in Yorba Linda since 1968. I'm really excited to hear so many comments from my fellow Californians, especially those from Orange County. I was very happy and really liked the way the lines were drawn for the congressional districts on Wednesday's map, and felt that you really listened to the input from the residents and that you did draw the lines with their comments taken into consideration. I know it's difficult to fairly draw the lines, but when the lines were redrawn, you split up cities in North Orange County. I believe we deserve a fairer and balanced district, and we want to be with our neighboring cities, especially with Placentia. Yorba Linda Boulevard is the major street in Placentia, and we also share the school district with Placentia 15. As well. I appreciate if you would consider putting the map back the way you had it on Wednesday, and thank you all for your hard work on this as well as your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3746, and up next after that is caller 7644. Caller 3746, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. First, I would like to thank the Commission for all your hard work. I can't imagine how much work has been put into this. A couple of thoughts about the Vietnamese community in Little Saigon. Please, under no circumstances, separate the city of Garden Grove, Westminster, Fountain Valley. I know we don't make up a VRA district, but it should certainly be the top community of interest as the Vietnamese community make up significant portions of the voting population. And our Vietnamese community is growing into Huntington Beach. In Huntington Beach, we have over 20,000 Vietnamese residents. Please refer back to your map on Wednesday night. That map really, truly protects the interests of our community and our voting rights. Thank you for your hard work, and I hope you would hear all of our voice for the past few nights, day, and please, again, protect our community. Thank you and have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7644, and up next after that is caller 5428. Caller 7644, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eric Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We wanted to while we recognize you didn't make all the shifts we wanted in the assembly for Fresno area, and you still split a number of COIs, specifically African-American families, in the West Park area, the west of 99, and the area around the Fig Garden Loop, and the areas in the old Fig Garden area between Bullard and Shaw. The Fig Garden Loop areas, as well as the old Fig Garden areas, are still paired with Clovis. To ensure you correct these issues in the Congressional and Senate districts, we wanted to re-emphasize the hub maps that we have provided previously for course correction. Again, thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5428, and up next after that is caller 3783. Caller 5428, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners. And Katie, thank you so much. We're going to miss you. After the unworkable versions of Contra North were dismissed on Thursday night, we expected to see a better version Friday. Today's version, forced and illogical, splitting Martinez, one of the 5 refinery cities in this district, to be able to include suburban Southeast Antioch made no sense. This is not the multifamily Antioch and does not include the population someone wanted to include. You got the swimming pool commuters, not the essential workers north of Highway 4, knowing the communities matter. Including all of Vacaville in Contra North adds an equivalent population for removing Pittsburgh and parts of Antioch. Pittsburgh and Antioch are a historical COI and a current COI of primarily single-family home commuters. The negative jobs housing balance drives the residents to central Contra Costa and on to the Bay Area for employment. The North Contra COI is made up of Highway 80 commuters moving south to the Bay Area and east to Sacramento for jobs. Fairfield.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3783. And up next after that we caller 1866. Caller 3783, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes. Hi, hello, Commissioners. My name is Irene, and I'm calling about the Commission's decision to divide the Vietnamese community in Orange County. The Commission has prioritized the voting power of nearly every other major community of interest. I appreciate the hard decisions this group has to make, but we must restore the voting power of Asian Americans and the Vietnamese in Orange County. Please keep together Huntington Beach residents along with the strong Vietnamese communities of Little Saigon, Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley. Without combining these communities, the Asian Americans in Orange County will never have the power to elect representatives they feel are the best for them. Thank you for all of your hard work, and I hope you will consider making these changes.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1866. And up next after that, we caller 0052. Caller 1866. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling from the high desert of San Bernardino County, and I just wanted to say we're very happy with Morca map, but we really encourage you to go back and look at Phelan and Pinion Hills, which you've mixed with million-dollar mansions of Pasadena, which doesn't really make much sense at all. Please reconsider grouping Phelan and Pinion Hills with high desert communities where they should be grouped, where they should be rightfully grouped. Thank you for all you do. Californians really appreciate it, and I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0052. And up next after that, we caller 3995. Caller 0052, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. I am Michael Steinwinder calling from San Bernardino County's High Desert. Myself and fellow neighbors have asked that the High Desert and San Bernardino County be kept whole, and that was achieved by the Morcoa. We didn't get everything that we wanted, but we are still included with Los Angeles County, but hope that the Commission did their best to respond to our concerns. We also hope y'all will take another look at the assembly map that includes Phelan and Pinion Hills with Pasadena, because it makes no sense to put a rural community with dirt roads with Pasadena, which is a highly urban community with million-dollar mansions. Thank you so much for considering all of our testimony, and we thank you all for your efforts.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3995, and up next after that is caller 4706. Caller 3995, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling from San Bernardino County and just want to say that while we are very pleased with the Morcoa map for the congressional level, please reconsider going back to the VBHD assembly map and regrouping Phelan and Pinion Hills into the VBHD map. They are both high desert communities that are currently grouped with multi-million-dollar communities of Los Angeles County, and it's just not fair to them to be represented into a map that does not resemble their communities at all. Please put them back into the high desert map, VBHD. Thank you again, and I hope you all have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4706, and up next after that will be caller 1991. Caller 4706, please follow the prompts. One more time, caller with the last four digits, 4706. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. I am calling you from the West San Fernando Valley, specifically the town of Encino. I don't really understand the reason for the Malibu SFV iteration to include Western San Fernando Valley with Malibu. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Putting those working class families from the middle of the San Fernando Valley and with Malibu it's not really representing their best interest, and I highly implore the commission to change that. Also, the other map, besides obviously including Silmar in it, I believe you should also, the San Fernando Valley has always been west and east, 2 congressional districts. Right now you're splitting it between 3 and 4. I think you need to bring it back to 1 and 2. West San Fernando Valley, East San Fernando Valley, keep it plain and simple. which best represents our interests. Thank you for your time, and I hope you consider my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1991, and up next after that will be caller 0240. Caller 1991, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 1990. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is David Alvarez, calling from the High Desert. Very pleased with the Morcoa map and appreciate your consideration of our testimony, but please consider going back to the VVHD assembly map for finalization. Phelan and Peanut Hills have been grouped in the assembly map with multi-million-dollar communities of Los Angeles County, as opposed to the High Desert, which is a much different area for a variety of reasons, especially geographic, and other similar items. So yeah, with that, I just would really appreciate if you guys can go back and look at that. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0240. And up next after that is caller 9392. Caller 0240. Please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 0240. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 0240. I do apologize. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. And right now we have caller 9392. And up next after that will be caller 9016. Caller 9392. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, I just wanted to reiterate what some of the other callers said about reuniting Sylmar with the San Fernando Valley. My name is Marcus Lair. I'm from Los Angeles. Sylmar really has nothing to do with the Santa Clarita Valley or the Antelope Valley. And then also has a majority Latino population. So I think it is disenfranchising them to move them out of that district. I think it should be kept in the VRA district that's based in the San Fernando Valley. I know some other callers suggested maybe putting Simi Valley back with the Antelope Valley, and I think that's one good option. Another option is to unify the Edwards Air Force Base area. So, for example, Lancaster and Rosamond. The Edwards Air Force Base is in LA County, and it's also in Kern County. And a lot of people who work at Edwards Air Force Base either live in Rosamond or live in Lancaster. So I think that could be a good option as well to make up for the population loss you would get from taking Sylmar out of the Antelope Valley district. But anyway, thank you so much for all your work. I appreciate it. And I hope you keep that in mind in terms of reuniting Sylmar with the San Fernando Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9016. And up next after that is caller 0394. Caller 9016. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lynn Bolton. I live in Mono County. Thank you for keeping Inyo, Mono, and Alpine counties together, and for an Eastern Sierra district from Inyo going north that includes Tahoe and Truckee. I only ask that you not include Modesto for population. We are on the east side and we're rural communities. We have completely different issues than the west side and different economic drivers. We have a tourism, recreational-based economy, and we mostly are surrounded by public lands. We would lose our voice if we were connected to a large city like Modesto, and we have no idea about each other's communities and can't even drive across the Sierra in the winter. So please give our mountain communities the same consideration as the COIs you're trying to keep together around Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0394, and up next after that we caller 0026. Caller 0394, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Kawana Midget, and I just want to say thank you so much to the commissioners for all of your hard work. I want to stress, please, please, please keep district number 43. Please keep it the same. Please do not change it. It is so important that we keep Vermont Knolls, Inglewood, Westchester, the airport, and especially LMU. It should all remain the same within this congressional district. We have the most common interests, and most importantly, they are impacted by LAX. These children, they go to school here. There's the shops that are here that are very supportive, and we really need to keep this district together. So please do not break it up. And I just want to say thank you so much for all of your hard work, and to please consider keeping it the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0026, and up next after that we caller 2641. Caller 0026, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you for listening to us, and thank you for your hard work. I just want to reiterate what previous caller said. Keep the Sierra and Central Valley separate, and keep the Modesto in the Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2641, and up next after that we caller 3122. Caller 2641, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller 2641, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And caller 2641, I do apologize. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will be coming back around to those retries after the upcoming break. And right now we have caller 3122, and up next after that will be caller 1036. Caller 3122, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Kim Nguyen, a resident in Westminster. I'm calling you to ask you to keep Little Saigon together with Huntington Beach. The political group claim Huntington Beach is racist. It's not true. Please listen to the voice of the community by keeping Little Saigon together with Huntington Beach. Please go back to the old map. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1036, and up next after that will be caller 3970. Caller 1036, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, distinguished commissioners. Thank you so much for all your hard work and commitment in this redistricting process. My name is Analisa Vargas, and I'm a resident of the city of Indio. I'm an active member of this community. It's located in the eastern Coachella Valley. I'm calling in support of the Maldes plan because it draws strong Latino majority CVAP district, which will better serve our community. The Maldes plan creates a new Latino CVAP majority district, Congressional District 36 in Riverside, Imperial County, which will perform very well. The Maldes plan also creates two new Latino CVAP majority districts, Assembly District 60 and District 61 in the Inland Empire, which complies with the VRA in this fast-growing region. And it also creates a new Latino CVAP majority and also new Latino Opportunity District in Senate District 31, also in the Inland Empire. And for Senate District 40, the Maldes plan demonstrates a strong Latino CVAP of 59.28%.
30 seconds.
And the visualizations depict a weakened VRA, and the Latino CVAP of less than that is about 56.75. And so we really feel that this is this plan really draws upon our leaders and organizers from across the state, and has really also retaining historic Black districts in Los Angeles and API districts. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3970, and up next after that will be caller 5060. Caller 3970, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm calling tonight asking to keep Huntington Beach whole and with our friends in Little Saigon and Fountain Valley. Commissioners, as an immigrant, I can tell you that the comments made a few nights ago about Huntington Beach being anti-immigrant and racist were comments made by people who are politically motivated to gerrymander Orange County. If you were to take those comments and not listen to the vast majority of comments made by these communities, it would be a blemish on the commission. Please do not let partisan interests impact this map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5060, and up next after that is caller 6910. Caller 5060, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening. My name is Cesar Lara. I'm the director of the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, and I'm calling in particular around the congressional maps in the Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito County. Our communities of interest in the Tri-County area will be lost if we're split up into two congressional districts. Currently, you're proposing to have an urban center of San Jose connected with a farm-working middle-class community in the Salinas Valley, and at the same time having a coastal district that really splits up Santa Cruz County, where you have workers in Watsonville that work in Santa Cruz County now will have to go into two congressional districts. So we ask the commission to really revisit this, and you're disenfranchising Latino farm working communities and giving it up to urban Santa Clara County. So we ask that you please revisit this. This will be a devastating blow to our working families here on the Tri-County, Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito area. And we ask that you revisit it and try and make us as whole as possible, and revisit the congressional districts that are currently in play in Congressional District 20, where it takes into consideration our communities of interest. And would like the commission to revisit that. And thank you for all the work you've done, and please do this wrong and fix this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5832, and up next after that is caller 9499. Caller 5832, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 5832. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi there. I want to thank the Commission for their endurance. I've been in San Joaquin and parts of Stanislaus counties for more than 10 years, and I've come to appreciate the specific challenges and local interests unique to these areas. In the spirit of conducting earnest attempts to keep those communities with similar issues intact within shared congressional districts, it would seem most prudent for Lodi, Modesto, and East San Joaquin County to be together. These areas serve as the pantries and supermarkets for the region, state, and nation. It makes sense to marry these agricultural producers together without inclusion of the mountainous region to the east. To put it another way, Modesto, Lodi, and East San Joaquin County are like the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, a natural combination given their characteristics. But including Tahoe is like adding tuna fish to an otherwise sensible dish. It creates an unpalatable imbalance. Let's keep Lodi, Modesto, and East San Joaquin tied at the hip and find a better relationship for Tahoe. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9499. And up next after that, we caller 0413. I'd like to ask those that have not done so already to please press *9. And if you're around for a retry and you're near your phone and have some different connectivity at the time, please press *9 as well. Raise your hand again. I do see some of those hands coming up. Perfect. Right now we have caller 9499. And then up next after that, we'll go ahead and do a retry of caller 7507. Caller 9499, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Cabaza. I've been in Santa Clarita for 30 years. I want to thank you for all your service. This is torture. I understand that. We want to keep Sylmar with the East San Fernando Valley and prevent this huge racial disenfranchisement from happening in that Latino community. San Fernando is a tiny area, for an example. 90%, it's like a 3-mile radius. It's 90% Latino. Sylmar, Arleta, Panorama, they're like 80 and 70% Latino. We are a separate issue. Simi, Santa Clarita, Antelope Valley are very similar. We were surrounded by the same mountain. We've been in fires together. And I really think it doesn't make any sense at all to consolidate us with any of the communities in the valley. We're Newhall School District. They are LAUSD. It totally, I think, is disruptive to our families. Our children are already behind in school. It's been an issue ongoing for years. I want to thank you for your consideration and Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much. And right now we have callers. Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing retry of caller 7507. And then up next after that will be caller 0413. Caller 7507, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'd like to comment on the congressional map in Orange County. And I really want to echo what some of the earlier callers have been saying. The city of Fullerton, Placentia, and Tria belong to North Orange County, and they deserve to be together with Yorba Linda in a common district to represent North Orange County. So please keep in mind and revisit the map, and if you can, try to go back to the map on Wednesday night. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0413, and then up next after that we will retry caller 4201. Caller 0413, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, commissioners. I've lived in Mariposa for my whole life. My husband and I have been watching this process very closely on our computer, at least when the internet works. Anyway, I saw that you guys are still changing the lines here in Central California. I think it's important that the commission put Mariposa with Merced and Chowchilla and Madera. A lot of us up here in Mariposa and Oakers drive to Merced to work and go to the stores. So please keep that in mind. Mariposa and Oakers should be joined with Merced and Madera, especially in this so-called EPA congressional seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4201, and up next after that we caller 8065. Caller 4201, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. Stuart Waldman from VICA calling. I've heard a lot of callers talk about some changes that they'd like to see, but I don't think anyone's really talked about how to make them happen. So I'd like to make a simple suggestion. It's a simple 4-district swap. It would take Sylmar and put it back into SFV district. It would take the same amount of people from Simi Valley and put them into the AV-SCV district. It would take the same amount of people from Reseda and put them into the Malibu SFV district. And then the Las Virgenes Malibu COG would be united in the Ventura district. It's not perfect, but I think it does accomplish some of the ideas that a lot of callers have talked about. And we'd appreciate that if you were going to make those changes, that you use our ideas. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8065, and up next after that, we'll have caller 1535. Caller 8065, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm calling to ask you to come protect Little Saigon. Commissioner Taylor explained it best when he said just because it's not directly coastal doesn't mean it's not a shared community. It's my hope we can revert to some previous maps that have Garden Grove, Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Huntington Beach together. And please don't divide Little Saigon. Thank you for your services.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1535, and up next after that will be caller 4967. Caller 1535, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Commissioners, my name is Tony Maldonado. With all due respect, you have a serious problem with focusing and time management. I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. This week you spent a total of 8 minutes saying anything about the San Fernando Valley maps, which are all over the place, and over 24 hours discussing the Los Angeles Basin, Long Beach, and Orange County, which you will repeat again tomorrow, as if these are your only focus. So now will you give us equal time and spend all day Monday to fix the screwed up maps of the San Fernando Valley, which, to be quite honest, you could probably just simply resolve it by swapping Sylmar and putting Sylmar in the San Fernando Valley East, which should be its own VRA, maybe taking Simi Valley, putting it into the AV-SCV, and maybe take Reseda and put it with Malibu. I think that'll work for you, to be quite honest. It's not very difficult. Another problem you have right now is that when the chair asks the commissioners for input regarding other parts of Los Angeles County, all of you remain silent. Not one word by anyone. So you please, I will ask you to please manage your time more effectively, be more productive in this regard, because it's going to affect us all for the next lifetime, to be quite honest. So I will hope that you actually work together and get rid of this nonsense. Thank you for all.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4967, and then up next after that we will retry caller 2641. Caller 4967, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'd like to discuss the Kings Tulare congressional map. This district in particular looks gerrymandered. Please keep Bakersfield whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will retry caller 2641, and then up next after that we will have caller 3241. Caller 2641, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 2641. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 if you still wish to give comment this evening. Caller 2641, you do appear to have some type of connectivity issue for you. Please contact the commission in the various other ways. At this time, we will be going to caller 3241, and then up next after that, we will be giving caller 5188 an opportunity. Caller 3241, please follow the prompts.
You can hear me, right?
We sure can.
Hi there. On Wednesday, the Commission produced maps that showed true compromise and strongly reflected community testimony. The best part is these maps exist and all the changes are contained within Orange County, so they will cause no ripple effects to some of the big changes you are making elsewhere. It was a fair map. It kept North Orange County together, kept Irvine, Tustin, and Costa Mesa together, and kept a heavily Asian district that put Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. It was not perfect. Some people were upset, but it really pleased most of the communities of interest. I hope we can make these small changes to revert back to some solid districts we had a few nights ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we're giving caller 5188 an opportunity, and up next after that will be caller 8069. Caller 5188, please follow the prompts to unmute if you wish to give comment this evening. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Min Hương. I'm a resident of Westminster. I want to keep Little Saigon and Fountain Valley with Huntington Beach. Do not divide Little Saigon. Huntington Beach is racist. This is not true. Please go back to old map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now, we'll be going to caller 8069. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Longtime. I am a voter of Westminster. I ask you to keep my city with Huntington Beach. Do not divide Little Saigon. I thank you, the Commission, for all map on Wednesday. Please keep that map. That map will take our voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at this time, Chair, that is all of our callers this evening.
Well, thank you very much, Katie. And I just want to thank the staff, our videographers, our ASL, our interpreters, court reporters, and everybody involved in this for this week. And thank you very much to our the public for calling in. This will end this meeting, and we will, and there will be no meeting tomorrow. And we will meet again on Monday at 11 a.m. This meeting is in recess. This meeting is adjourned.